please take your seat as we are about to begin the event today. I hope you enjoyed your coffee and tea this morning, and everybody is excited for today's technical seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, before beginning today's event, we'd like to pay a tribute to our nation as well. And for the same, I'd like to request all of you to please rise for the Indian National Anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you so much for the heartfelt moment. Our program today is packed with valuable insights and expertise from industry leaders and experts. To begin this technical seminar, we are honored to have two distinguished keynote speakers with us. First of all, I'd like to invite Ms. Sonia Bird, Vice President, UL Standards and Engagement, who will be sharing her valuable insights on EV safety standards. Ms. Bird.
Namaskar. Greetings, everyone. My name is Sonia Bird, and I am the Vice President of International Standards at UL Standards and Engagement. I'm very happy to be here in India after such a long break. Over the last 10 years, I think I've been here 6 or 7 times. It's so nice to see people in person again, some of friends that I made years ago, and many who I have met virtually over the last few years while we have been putting on a number of workshops and virtual roundtables. So it's very nice to be here again. I would like to thank NITI Aayog, the Bureau of Indian Standards, WRI India, the Council on Energy, Environment, and Water, and the U.S. Commercial Service for helping convene this special event. And I'd like to thank you all for joining us here in person. What a wonderful turnout we have for this hot topic across the globe and, of course, here in India. The government of India has implemented several policies to promote the adoption of electric vehicles in India, including initiatives like faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles, FAME II, the Production Linked Incentive, or PLI scheme, and the battery swapping policy. These policies have created a plethora of business opportunities in the EV sector, including in the areas of manufacturing, charging infrastructure, and battery technology. The road to the safe adoption of electric vehicles in India and globally will require immense collaboration, and we are proud to support this advancement toward a safer, more secure, more sustainable future. At UL Standards and Engagement, we translate scientific discoveries into standards and policies that have the power to make a systemic impact on public safety throughout the world. Distinguished by our independent research and informed foresight, we've been driving cutting-edge science into practical standards for the last 120 years. And if you do your math, you'll see that our very first standard was published in the year 1903. Our mission is to work for a safer world, and as we pursue that mission, we collaborate with expert stakeholders around the world to amplify data and translate scientific discoveries into action. Our extensive library of standards helps to make everyday things safer, more secure, more sustainable, from life jackets to televisions to coffee pots and teapots to batteries to autonomous cars. Our organization has seen many changes since its founding, most significantly and recently in the year 2022, when Underwriters Laboratories launched into 3 separate organizations, clarifying the unique role that each organization plays in working for a safer world. The first organization is UL Solutions, the TIC, Testing, Inspection, and Certification Company, responsible for testing and certifying many products from fire safety to batteries to home electronics, such as your phone or laptop charger. That red logo, consisting of UL in a circle, means the product has been evaluated by UL Solutions. There's also UL Research Institutes, a nonprofit research organization looking at safety issues on the horizon. And there are 5 separate institutes included in ULRI at the moment. And then there's my organization, UL Standards and Engagement, a nonprofit standards and advocacy organization. We have published standards for more than a century, and we continue today to create awareness and forge partnerships to help advance safety, security, and sustainability for new and evolving technologies. Safety science is at the heart of what we do. We put safety science into action by developing standards and policies that play an essential role in preventing injuries and saving lives across the globe. Our catalog of more than 1,700 standards and guidance documents lead to positive safety impact globally. As a consensus building body, we bring together leading minds to create standards that improve safety, security, and sustainability across the world. We are accredited by the American National Standards Institute, or ANSI, in the US, and by Standards Council of Canada, or SCC, to develop standards for the US and Canada. And we are also authorized by DGN, the General Bureau of Standards of the Ministry of Economy of Mexico, to develop standards for Mexico. Safety is a shared mission, and it's one that we pursue across the globe. Our capacity to create change is amplified by the partners who join us as technical committee members. For this reason, we have built a unique network of researchers, scientists, academia, engineers, technologists, governments, and businesses to help us shape comprehensive standards that make products and systems safer. And we would love for you all to consider joining one of our technical committees. More than 4,000 experts from more than 30 countries, including India, make up our technical committees, and approximately 20% of our technical committee membership is international. UL Standards and Engagement has been working to help guide electric vehicle technology safely for more than a decade. It is a quickly evolving area, which requires us to continually update and revise our standards as new risks are identified. With the growing market of electric vehicles and e-mobility devices, the world has seen an increase in fires. While lithium-ion batteries are the main sources of these fires, the entire EV value chain, from battery management systems to components like sockets, connectors, charging infrastructure, and even end-of-life management of batteries, requires careful evaluation and standardization to help ensure safe operation. Standards help support safer implementation of electric vehicles while also encouraging innovation. And I want to share with you now 2 examples of how UL standards for safety have made an impact globally. First is in January of 2021, Singapore mandated conformance for personal mobility devices to our standard UL 2272. They had seen fires and needed to put in place standard to address those fires. The Singapore Civil Defense Force report stated that there was an overall decrease after implementing that reference to the UL standard. There was an overall decrease in the number of fires involving active mobility devices in 2021. And that includes personal mobility devices and power-assisted bicycles. And then similarly, in March of this year, New York City passed a law requiring any micromobility device, such as an e-bike or an e-scooter, that is sold, leased, or distributed in the city of New York to be certified to a UL standard. And there are 3 separate standards that were referenced, and one is that 2272 that I just mentioned, addressing electrical systems for personal e-mobility devices. One is 2849, the standard for electrical systems for e-bikes, and the other is UL 2271, the standard for batteries for use in light electric vehicle applications. UL Standards and Engagement is a dedicated partner in helping to ensure electric vehicle safety in India, with a long-term strategy and a clear plan for action. Our first year will focus on batteries, electric vehicle components, charging infrastructure, 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, and cars. The second year will focus on large trucks, buses, and heavy-duty equipment as we work to evolve global standards through convening and collaborating with stakeholders around the world. And the third year will consider hydrogen fuel cell safety. The success of our long-term strategy is dependent on the support of India. We will look to you throughout this process to help shape our future standards by participating on our technical committees. And as I mentioned, everyone is welcome to apply. UL Standards and Engagement is committed to serving as a facilitator in the evolution of a robust safety ecosystem in India, built on global standards. We look forward to being a significant safety partner in India's journey towards global leadership on e-mobility. Thank you all again for being here. Thank you for your continued partnership, and we look forward to working with each of you as we move forward together toward a safer and greener world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bird. I'd also like to invite Mr. Sudhendu Sinha and Mr. Madhav Pai to join us on the dais. Thank you so much, Ms. Bird, for sharing your insights. Now, let's welcome another luminary in the field, Mr. Madhav Pai, who serves as the CEO of WRI India. So.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. And it's great to be here. I'll start with a little anecdote that happened, and this, what this whole idea of EV transition means from a user's perspective. So I'm coming from Mumbai. I got off the airport. I wanted to take an EV to come here, so I booked a blue smart cab. I knew I was tight on time, but I still said I will go take the EV, and it was, it was like the farthest out. So in the rush, I entered Ashok Hotel, Gurgaon instead of Delhi, and I didn't realize it. I am in the cab. We started moving, and then the cab driver asked me, "You're going to Gurgaon," and then I realized. Now the thing is, there was no way to change on this new Blue Smart app. They haven't figured out how to change destination. And I was asking him, saying, and he's like, "You don't realize that if you make me change the destination, go wrong, I will lose my wage for the day. They will penalize me. And I know I'm here getting late. There are people waiting." But I got stuck in this Kafkaesque situation where we had no alternative, and he was taking me towards Gurgaon. So just, and in the end, he was just telling me how it's his livelihood, how, it's an everyday living that matters, and if I actually cause him a penalty, he might lose his badge, and he might have to go back to Ola. But I think this is what we have to realize, right? That, one is this transition that we talk about, but also sort of what it means to a lot of these people. And, in India, the EV transition that we are seeing now, which is, of course, very well supported by the very strong sort of policy action that we have seen with FAME 2 and PLI. It's almost sort of parallelly started with the e-rickshaws, right? Which sort of industry grew on its own. Today, there are about 6 lakh e-rickshaws in Delhi, more or less, Delhi, in India. And we are going to get to like 1 million e-rickshaws by 2030. And the whole thing is, this is sort of an organically evolved sort of market that exists. And this is also electrification, right? So as we start talking about a lot of these idea of building a robust safety ecosystem, I think it's important for us to think about all of these perspectives. And I think, we know 95, 96% of the batteries that get used in these e-rickshaws are lead acid batteries. More and more we're finding out every time, the charging is poor, and in 6-8 months, basically, they have to replace the battery. The next time they replace it, they sort of buy it, not from an official dealer. Now, and, so that whole, so you're thinking of 2 in 3 batteries are actually being purchased that are not getting recycled following the BMR rules. So I think this is the sort of ecosystem also that we have to keep in mind as we sort of design some of these, the EV ecosystem as we progress into the sort of the next few years. So I think bringing it back to what we are doing today, I think a few things. So I think as we rapidly progress on this EV ecosystem, I think it's very clear that I think what was talked about, the idea of sort of creating an ecosystem where standards and regulations are created. I think NITI has taken a great lead. I think after the initial fires that happened, I think they created a small open BMS committee. NITI Aayog is convening it. We have 40-50 institutions partnering on that to come up with a basic minimum open BMS system. I think, like you mentioned, I think the TMS systems have to come in place. I think we need to start to really disassemble all of the sort of different elements within the cell and then the pack, and see how we can make sure that everything is complying. So I think that has to all progress. But at the same time, I think we have to again go back to see, I think this is also an opportunity today in India, where, we've actually struggled a little bit also in trying to put the next generation products in the market. Today, I think this is EVs is a huge opportunity that we should be also able to bring new chemistries, new technologies from sort of labs, from sort of young startups into mainstream engineering. And so I think while we do these standards, and how do we also make sure we allow that innovation, we allow that sort of ecosystem to emerge, so that we also encourage all of these new technologies. So I think what we need to do, and I think this is an excellent starting point, is how do we make sure that we build these platforms where we don't compromise on safety, but at the same time create the space for this kind of sort of innovative ideas, etc., to come to the fore. So I think and really avoid that valley of death sort of syndrome that also sort of plagues very much our Indian ecosystem. So I think these initiatives that NITI has initiated with the Open BMS, etc., are great ideas, and I think we need to see how we can create more of these sort of multi-stakeholder kind of initiatives where we can bring all of the different perspectives and also sort of bring the user perspective, right? Because I think here, you know, in India, localizing dust, temperature, all of these will also be very, very crucial. Also understanding unit economics that drive choices, you know, of you know, maybe a two-wheeler driver who is doing delivery or a three-wheeler driver who is doing delivery and or a e-rickshaw driver, understanding their perspectives. I think bringing all of these perspectives as we think about developing the sort of next generation of products. And I think just based on, I think with that in mind, I think we would generally think that the idea of this conversation and many such conversations that, you know, we are very happy to also participate in, help convene also 4 or 5 things that need to be done, right? I mean, I think, and some of it was already spoken about, but I think, you know, if I were to sort of just, you know, talk about 4 or 5 things. One is, I think, the sort of the whole policy ecosystem that is required, where we are also looking at more innovative financing options, because that is one of the barriers also for EV adoption. And again, like I mentioned, there are very different types of users, very different cash flows. So how can we actually think about both sort of innovation, both like on the technology side, also on the financing side? Again, the market is very huge. Just simply, I mean, what we were looking at, the sort of the e-rickshaw battery market is like 2.5 billion or something like that, or will be 2.5 billion by the time it's 2030. So that's one. The second is, of course, I think really just, you know, for us to basically create regulations, standards for safety management. I think that is extremely important. To ally with that, I think the testing and the sort of certification facilities, how does that get created? Again, how do we make sure that there is a multi-stakeholder involvement in that? And clearly the other big challenge is the lack of trained manpower, right? So again, capacity building, you know, training, curriculum development, all the way. I mean, how can we almost mainstream this into ITIs, into you know, even engineering schools? So that's another big requirement. And I think then sort of making sure all of this sort of collaborates with that whole research, innovation ecosystem. So I think, and all of these things, I think in a way need to move fairly quickly in parallel at scale for us to be able to actually get there. I think, and I think that is the opportunity. So I think it's great that this forum is being organized. I think there's a need for a lot of these kind of forums, but also then more formal sort of committees or you know, smaller groups that then can focus on a lot of these these 3, 4, 5 issues that I talked about. So with that, again, welcome everyone to this event. We're very, very happy to be a partner. We've partnered with UL for a few years now, and it's always been great to be a partner. And I think with that, I'll hand it over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pai, for your valuable insights. Following our keynote addresses, we are privileged to have Mr. Sudhendu Sinha. He's the advisor of infrastructure, connectivity, transport, and electric mobility at NITI Aayog. And I'd like to invite him to deliver his inaugural.
Thank you. So at the onset, let me congratulate UL for organizing this, I would call it always relevant topic of conversation. So at a time when we are discussing here, there is a simultaneous discussion that is going at NITI, where one of our member science is getting into the spectrum of chemistry agnostic standards, developing chemistry agnostic standards for storage systems. Of course, one application is for EV, but there are other applications also. So that conversation is going on. So practically, if you see, what happens is that it has been so clearly explained by Madhav as well as Ms. Bird that in India, the EV ecosystem is going on a full throttle. Government is right by its side. the national policies, the state policies, almost all the stakeholders who are into the spectrum, they have collaborated to take this thing forward, and that is why it's moving on an absolutely fast track mode. Now, as far as standards are concerned, what our sense is that we have got our Bureau of Indian Standards, that in the sense that they develop it. There's a Department of Science and Technology that helps in identifying the areas in which those standards could be there, but that they are not the only ones to identify that area. And then BIS, they develop it, they publish it. So that is how it goes. So practically in electric vehicle, as was explained, there is a vehicle, there is a battery, there are set of components, there is a system, and probably we need kind of standards, safety standards, so that the entire ecosystem is safe. So maybe it could be what we would say thermal, at the level of thermal management, it could be mechanical or physical one, it could be chemical, electrical, electronics. So in all spectrum, probably we need to ensure that the standards are developed, and those standards are not compromised. Of course, around 8 months earlier, there were certain instances which were very, I would call them unfortunate, and that is why that called for that probably the safety standards has to be into the center of into the focus, into the center of the entire thing. So what the granular analysis of those instances that explained to us, and the learning that was brought by those instances, was very clear that maybe at the product stage and manufacturing, it could be product as well as the assembly line stage, and then at the level of what we would call the operation and the user level. So it could be a slip at any one of these levels. So probably the safety standards, the safety protocols, and the safety processes, they have to be followed at all these levels. Well, that is what is needed. In India, the Bureau of Indian Standards, they are already working on it. We have identified that for EV, precisely, TED 27 is one of the divisions that is working on it, and so far they have published 6 standards, and 6 are under process. For the battery, 1 standard has been published and 2 are under process, and there is another department, another division called ETD, Electrotechnical Division 51, that is working on charging infrastructure precisely. So they have come out with 19 standards have so far been published, and 2 are under publication. So that is one spectrum. In addition to that, AIS, a few AIS numbers are there: 038 for electric powertrain of the motor vehicles, 048 for traction batteries, and 049 for CMVR type approval for EVs. So they have also been developed. What I'm just trying to bring the point to each one of you is, it is not that we are not aware, it is not that we are not working. In fact, in a number of streams, I have seen that they are still coordinating with their American counterparts, their US counterparts, to identify that how exactly to move forward on a fast track mode. And it's good that UL has a focus on safety. Maybe from NITI perspective, we would like to kind of connect you very intimately with our own Bureau of Indian Standards, so that you can help in, number 1, identifying the areas in which the standards should be there. Number 2, do a very elaborate baseline survey, whether it is available, it is not available, and finally to develop those standards and kind of put them into motion, kind of implement them. So this is what, from NITI probably we would be willing to do it. And the next, today as well as tomorrow, a lot of deliberations are there. I have seen the lineup, it's a wonderful lineup. So maybe whatever findings are there, whatever you think that we could share with our science as well as standards organization, that would be extremely wonderful. We would like to connect those points to them and tell them that these are the ones probably where we are lacking, because after all, identifying that where exactly you are lacking before you meet with something, untoward, that itself is a challenge, that itself is a big gain. So that would be a big achievement for this particular seminar. And as I saw that there are further lineups also on the same topic, and finally to create a platform whereby the entire system could be developed. So yes, that could be there. And I would suggest that, in India, number of states have become very aspirational. So states want, for example, there are states which are developing what they call giga corridors. So many of the small little battery manufacturers, they are placed at one location. Not only the manufacturer, but also the upstream supply chain that is also being set up there. Similarly, they are going to set up what they call mobility valley. So not only confined to electric mobility, but also the products of micro mobility, that is also being thought of. Why I'm trying to give this heads up is because you can think of making your footprints, making your presence at these locations where things are being developed, and where right at the manufacturing stage, one could think that, okay, these are the standards, they ought to be developed, they ought to be embedded into the manufacturing processes, and de novo, the product has to meet those standards. So probably that baseline analysis will be all the more easy. So this is what my sense is, and my lot of good wishes to this particular organization, their sponsors, and next 2 days we would like to see that what exactly we come out with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Udendra sir. It was wonderful to hear your perspective and how we can make it happen. As you rightly said, we have set it up as a long-term plan for us to see how we can create the platform, how we can be part of this journey of EV safer in India. Thank you very much. Thank you for accepting to be here and also supporting us with your logo. We would be more than happy to present the outcome of the 2 days deliberation that we're going to have, and see how we can take these to an actionable item with a time-bound plan being defined, and collaboratively with all the participants here, the stakeholders here, come out with a plan for us to develop that ecosystem, be part of the journey. Thank you very much. And with that, now may I request David Steele, the Executive Director of UL Standards and Engagement, to felicitate the guests with a small memento. Sudhendu Sinha, sir. Thank you very much, sir. David, be there. May I request you to... Yeah, Madhav, bye. Madhav, you have been a great support. WRI India supported us in having this being convened. Thank you very much, Madhav, for that. Thank you. And of course, this brings Sonia back to India. And I think we'll find more and more opportunity for Sonia to be here and see how we can be the part of the EV ecosystem being safer. Yeah, that's all. Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. And now with this, we conclude the inaugural session. We'll start with the technical session. The first session, which is going to talk about how the EV entire ecosystem, particularly starting with the batteries and the battery managements, should be looked at. If you really look at the agenda, what has been really made sure is that we start from the cells, go to the batteries, then the battery management system, then we get into the charging infrastructure, followed by what we need to do if there are casualties in terms of the fire? How do we make sure that EVs do not get into that challenges? And then the recycling and repurposing, because it's important for us to see end of life. So it's the entire ecosystem has been covered in this, and all the speakers who are there would be making sure that they give recommendations for us to see, as all of us sitting here, and we collaborate and work on those recommendations. So with that, now may I request Isha to take over, and thank you very much once again, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Isha.
Thank you so much, our distinguished speakers, for your valuable insights and the inaugural of the EV Safety Technical Seminar today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward with the technical seminar, I'd like to invite you all to join in the technical session 1. And for that, I'd like to request our honorable speakers to please come on the dais. Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Principal Scientist, Central Electrochemical Research Institute. Dr. Rashi Gupta, Director, Vision Mechatronics. Shri Piyush Gupta, CEO, Lithium Power Private Limited. Shri Shreyas Sitapati, Head, Battery Engineering, Ather Energy. And Ms. Aparna Dhawan, Senior Counselor and Head, Quality and Standards, Confederation of Indian Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you to give a big round of applause to our distinguished speakers present here. For this technical session on the topic, the EV batteries and components, I'd like to invite the first speaker for the session, Dr. Kuldeep Singh. Dr. Kuldeep Singh is currently working as the Principal Scientist in CSIR and posted at Chennai. His area of expertise includes energy storage, lithium-ion battery, supercapacitors, and lead-acid battery. Mr. Kuldeep Singh has done a lot of publications and research work in the area, and we are looking forward to hearing his comments on the same.
The screen button is to move forward for your presentation. This to move back. It will be previewed there on the screen. Okay. I'll put on the presentation too.
Yeah, good morning all of you. I am Dr. Kuldeep Singh, and today this morning I am going to talk a little bit about lithium-ion batteries, safeties, and as the okay. I'm audible? Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, sorry for inconvenience. There is some technical issues in the display. So without further delay, here I am going to talk about battery safety. So as we all know that last year COP26 happened, where our Prime Minister has announced 1 billion tons CO2 reductions, making it nearly 45% of GDP income by the year 2030. So we are seeing from this globally, there is a lot of vibrations, or you can say news and executions of EV is taking place. And as we all know, that electric vehicles has major components like battery, controller, charger, and motors. And when we are talking about greenhouse gases emissions, that's IC engines release nearly 400 grams CO2 per kilometer. But when we talk about EVs, there is hardly 100 gram CO2 reduction per kilometer. And that 100 gram is not on the roads. It is at the mining levels. So we can say that EV provide a very clean and green environment for this CO2 reductions. So, like in the last couple of years, lot of progress in EV segment has been taken place, where each segment like two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler buses, etc., there is a huge numbers on the roads. Okay, and the credit goes to the government policies, where they have come up with the FAME scheme, PLI scheme, and battery swapping, which is underway. And at the state level, there are some government initiatives which is leading to the growth of EV. Okay, and recently we can see that this is the news 2 days back, where nearly 48,000 units has been sold, and nearly 80% is Indian manufacturers. Okay, so nearly 80% is Indian manufacturer, and 14% is Chinese. So like this is making India auto industry like fifth largest industry, and it is aimed to be like third largest by 2030. But as the number is increasing, there are certain challenges, like when as a customer, when I am taking a EV, I am worried about the range anxiety and the cost of the battery and the supply chain, charging infrastructure, and lack of services during the, like when you are traveling and some mishappening happens, so we cannot find some service stations. And then there is a lot of lack in safety measurements. So all these challenges make it very the point to be considered, like how we can come up with all these challenges. So if you see, in the last couple of years, lot of battery means like EV explosions has been taken place, lot of EV fires has been taken place. So if we see, most of the EV accidents, whatever is happening, in this nearly 26% is happening when the EV is getting charged, or 20% is, 26% is during charging, and 20% during some accident or something, or 33% when they are parked under some shade or something. And during the rain, due to the water immersion, which is caused nearly 4%. But if you see, out of this, whatever the fire accident is happening, 70% is because of battery failures, and 21% is nearly accidents, and nearly 10% is for electronic component failures. And out of this 70% failure, if we see the chemistry, so rightly there are three major chemistries like NCA, NMC, and LFP. Out of this, in India, mostly LFP and NMC batteries are preferred. But if you see, only 5% LFP batteries get fire. Rest 95% batteries is NMC, which is clearly making it that for Indian condition, NMC is a challenge. Because for European countries, NMC can be a better option. But when you see India, the climate changes very fast. If you go from east to west, north to south, there is a lot of variation in the temperature. Okay, so So this is the case of battery failures. So when the battery failure is happening, there are basically 4 major things happen. It may be mechanical abuse, electrical abuse, thermal abuse, or thermal shock. So all these shocks lead to damage of the cells, which create thermal runaway. Generally, if you see NMC chemistry, when the thermal runaway happens, the oxygen release in NMC, which accelerate the fire incident. But in case of LFP, the structure is so much robust that oxygen is limited. So it comes with the fumes. Okay. So this is the thermal runaway stages of the battery. As we know, the battery contain positive cathode, negative anode. There is a separator, then electrolyte. So electrolyte is just like a blood of the battery, which moving around. So when the temperature rises due to certain reason, like up to 69 degree or 70 degree, the ESI formations disturb. Due to the disturbance in the ESI, the lithium react with the electrolyte and release some gases. Okay. As this happens, then it lead to the fire in the electrolyte, and the separator start melting. And generally, separator is polypropylene, polyethylene, or it's a combination of PPP with some ceramic coatings. But still, when this electrolyte get 100 degree temperature, and it immediately start melting the separator, which lead to the short circuit. Okay. And this short circuit lead to decompositions of the all organic compound, and the temperature rises to 300, and then this incident happen within 3 to 5 minutes. And the overall temperature of the cell reaches more than 300. So we have observed that nearly 600 degrees temperature rises, and this happen within 3-4 minutes. So here the question is coming, when the thermal runaway is happening, so lot of gases, things is evolving, so okay, and heat is producing. So most of the thing, like it is starting from the electrolyte, because the moment when you are either you are charging or there is a thermal abuse or something, the temperature increases more than 70 degree, the electrolyte start reacting. Okay. So electrolyte is the major thing where this fire incidents happen. So if we somehow control that electrolyte should not get fire, there is a chances that we can control the this fire things. So there are 2 approaches. One is internal strategy, where we have to adopt cathode material which are more thermally stable. So here you can see LFP is the most stable, then NMC, then NCA, and LCO is the least one, but LCO is used in portable electronics like mobile and laptops. But for EVs, chemically LFP is more stable. Then separator, because separator is polypropylene and polyethylene, and some advanced separator has a coating of ceramics, which can withstand more than 135 degree. So we have to use a modified separator, and then we have to use safer electrolytes. So in this safer electrolytes, generally electrolyte is just like a blood. Like blood is running in our body, same way the electrolyte is moving all cathode, anode, electrolyte and separator. So it is a batting agent, so that the charge can easily transfer. So generally LiPF6 in EC/DC is generally used. So this lithium hexafluorophosphate in ethylene carbonate or diethylene carbonate, if we add some stable salts like lithium hexafluoroborate or arsenic based, but arsenic generally is toxic, so it is not preferable. So by using some bases, some stabilizing agent, and then generally solvents of different things, so the temperature can be more than 100 degree. Okay, so nowadays we can see that this electrolyte, whatever the research is happening, electrolyte is the least researched things, but now as the fire incident has been increased, so electrolyte is picking up. So these four things are majorly going on. And very recently, like from last 3-4 years, EV segment is investing heavily in battery segment, which is solid state battery. So we are trying to develop solid state electrolyte like garnet based and sulfide based electrolyte, which are more stable. Okay, and so here so these are the some internal, but external strategy for safety implementation is like when the battery is getting heat, the temperature is rising, so some passive approach are used. First is generally cooling. That cooling can be by air-based system. We have seen in our India, like for solars and some two-wheelers, they are using fan-based cooling system. And liquid-based system where that ethylene glycol or water is circulated through channels, so that that cell temperature can be maintained 27 degree. Okay, and then phase changing material, which is now picking up, and then heat pipe based thermal management system. So these are the some passive strategy for improving the battery. Then another is cell balancing. So this cell balancing is one of the most important crucial part. I think I should not cover it. Dr. Rashi is here, so she will tell more about it. Okay, so because she is doing wonderful work on active balancing. In India, very limited people are working on active balancing. So Dr. Rashi will explain that part. And now then there are some safety standards, measures we have to take. So as limited time is given, so here is my recommendations. So generally, you can see for vehicle safety, we need to have a holistic approach where vehicle safety and reliability, which include robust battery design, advanced driver assistance system. Now, very recently, China has introduced a smart safety measurement where that alarm system, when the fire is going to happen 5 minutes before it will start. So something we have to develop such kind of systems. Generally, in all the EVs now, ADAS is coming. So, and then secondly, we are lacking charging infrastructure and grid integration. Of course, battery cycling, we have to take care. So, and of course, the collaboration between industry and academia is the primary things. Until unless academia and industry are not collaborating together, we cannot expect some innovations. Okay. So, and then government has come up with some incentive policy. So, we also have to bring more and more incentives. So, same again, in a cell level, we have to develop advanced thermal management systems, and the quality control should be so much robust that we can control it. And we have to search some alternative chemistries, because as you know, LFP is fine, it has low energy density, but some innovation is happening where the manganese and some other element are getting doped, which is increasing energy density by 25%. And making it more favorable than NMC, because NMC, there are 3-4 chemistries has come in NMC, like 811, 622, and now people are talking about 955. So these things we have to do in a robust manner. And then of course battery management system and charging infrastructures where, and you will be surprised in India, like there are more than 250 NABL accredited test centers, but still we are lacking a state of the art where we have complete set of testing. Okay, so here I will propose that we should have a state-of-art battery evaluation and safety testing center, and so that where the performance test, safety test, and development of new standard and training to industry should go parallelly, so that we can identify and harmonize all the new standard globally, and we should make more data-oriented open cloud computing, so that whatever the vehicles is running, we should have some data how the drivability of the Indian consumer is there. So all these things is needed. With this, I just conclude my talk. Thank you, and I am open to questions. Yeah, thank you.
Please identify yourself.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. My name is Ankit Hebbar. I'm from C-Step, Bangalore. I just wanted to ask a question about, you mentioned lithium iron phosphate. So I'm hearing that a few companies in India are looking into lithium titanate oxide, and they say that it has around 6,000 cycle life. It has the durability, puncture test, and all of that. Could you make a comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this, as you mentioned,
It's on.
LTO. So LTO, you should know that it is a negative plate. It is a negative element. Okay. So generally, it cannot work alone. For that, you have to couple with NMC or LFP, which is positive one. So if I am taking LFP LTO, there is a one combination. Then NMC LTO is another combinations. Okay. So if you compare graphite, which is generally used as an anode material, which gives nearly 3,000 number of cycles. When the cycling taking place, the volume expansion taking place. So you have seen that after 1,500 number of cycles, that capacity goes down. As per standard, 80% is there should be a SOC. Okay. So now your thing is that LTO is a robust material. It gives flat plateau at 2.2, if you see the structure. And it gives very stable structures. Because of that, LTO is possibly give you more than 20,000 number of cycles. Okay. But the problem is the energy density is very less. Okay. So energy density in LTO is hardly 75 to 80 watt-hour per kg. So it is making, if you compare LFP graphite, which gives nearly 160 watt-hour per kg, NMC 811 has crossed 300 watt-hour per kg. So you have to compromise the energy density with the cycle or number of cycle at a higher cost. Okay. Then second, one more challenge is there. Because our current collectors and the electrolyte is not suitable for 20,000 cycles or more than 6,000 cycles. So as the cycling takes place, the gas formation happens after 2,000 cycle in LTO. So if you are using LTO, you are not going to get anything more. That's why globally only 2% companies are making LTO. But it gives very safe chemistry. It is very robust. So that's why.
Thank you, Kuldeep ji.
Reggie Pillai from
Reggie, sir,
India's
yeah.
Market Forum. Kuldeep, in one of the slides you mentioned about making the electrolyte safe. Lewis base. What is this Lewis base?
Actually, there are two things. One is acid. Anything so you can have acid, base, and neutral, right? So there are certain basic additives are added in the electrolyte to make it more thermally stable, because this ethylene carbonate based solvents are very thermally unstable, it gets fire. So like arsenic based some basic compounds are added in that. And even very recently lithium salt, co-salt like lithium borate based compounds are added. Okay, so they increase the thermal stability of the electrolyte.
Thank you, Kuldeep. Thank you. If there are no further questions, may I request Isha to introduce the next speaker? I know I can introduce her, I can just bring her on the thing, but yeah.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your insights. Next in line, we have Dr. Rashi Gupta. Dr. Rashi Gupta, fondly known as the Battery Valley of India, is the pioneer of manufacturing advanced lithium batteries in India. She's the founder and managing director of Vision Mechatronics Private Limited, which is leading towards a name to reckon in the fields of robotics, renewable energy, and energy storage. May I please invite Ms. Rashi Gupta.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Thank you, UL, for inviting me for this session. And I'm so happy that we are taking up safety very seriously, because the question is, how much do we value ourselves? Not the value of the EV, the value of your life. Once we start valuing our lives, I think automatically everything on the planet will become safe to use. I think almost every one of us here would have insurance, right? Life insurance, medical insurance, etc., etc. And still we choose and opt to buy something, to make something, to create something, to test something which is not safe. And how long are we going to continue to do this? How long are we going to put our lives at stake? And when do we plan to change? So I see the first and a few baby steps being taken here by this conference to create more awareness on the root causes, on the probable solutions that we can have or recommendations that we can have to march towards a more safer journey. Well, just a disclaimer before that, because a lot of content would match with Dr. Kuldeep Kakran's PPT. So you will have to excuse me, I will just skip those portions. We had Niti Aayog speaking just before that, WRI speaking before this, and of course our good friend Sonia speaking before this. And we've been talking about the PLI schemes, the EV missions, and having 2030 as 30% EVs on road. So definitely safety is our prime concern here. Well, as per MHI, in 2022, we had about 10,15,000 EVs on road, and in 2023, they were only 2,56,000 EVs. Now, when we see that, we know that there's a steep decrease. And why was there a steep decrease? One was the reason was safety, because we have seen tremendous fires in the EVs ecosystem. Also, what we saw was there were 17 deaths that happened. 17 people lost their lives in the EV fires, which is why safety is of a primary concern here. Now, Kuldeep ji also mentioned a lot of components which are there in the EVs. Now, the important aspect is that each of these components has to be safe enough to make the entire ecosystem safe. Primarily, we have batteries, which are the culprits everywhere, and they catch fire. And you know, they are the ones which are termed bad, and it's the chemistry which gets the bad name, saying that NMC is not suitable for India. Please understand that it's a hot weather. It's you know, we have extreme temperatures in the country, and how are we going to use NMC here? Well, I differ slightly with this opinion. I would say if you can make your battery pack really safe, adjusting the battery pack's operation within the safe limits as prescribed by the cell manufacturer, and having enough safety measurements and components in your electric vehicle, even NMC would work. So chemistry, according to me, is not to be blamed. I would not blame any chemistry for that matter. We have to learn how to build really safe and robust battery packs, which we haven't been doing in India till now. So that is of prime importance, understanding this. Other than that, having a good compatible charging infrastructure. It's not like a Samsung mobile or an Android, any mobile, Android mobile for that. You have a charger, I'll plug it in, it works. No. Please understand that you need a compatible charger. And we have to migrate from the traditional concept of lead acid batteries where you can just hook it up on the pole and charge. No. And why is that so? Because lithium has a very specific component. The lithium battery has a very specific component called as a battery management system. When you have a battery management system coming into picture, you have a lot of electronics coming into picture. And when there is electronics, it has to be handled in a very specific manner. You know, most of the times we have seen even mobile phones catching fire, and what are the reasons? Wrong charger, incompatible chargers being used, right? Many of them have given those reasons. Same goes here. EV is also similar, an electric equipment which has to be dealt in a correct fashion and which we haven't been doing. And that's the reason, that is one contributor to the fires that we have on road. Second is not having enough thermal management. Now, I know that India has maximum two-wheelers and three-wheelers, cost and price, and we are extremely price-sensitive country. And why not, and why just to blame India? I mean, everyone is price-sensitive. We don't want to share too much from our pocket, right? But here, it is important to understand the value for money and value for your life while buying an EV or buying any electrical equipment for that matter. I appreciate Sonia's speech in which she said that UL is making it safe for everything. All the standards are inclusive in that, including EVs in it. So that is how we have to understand that EV is just one component in our lives which have to be safe enough for all of us to use. Now, as I said, NMC is suitable, it's not a problem. The same chart was shown by Kuldeep ji also, where it says 26% at the time of charging and 33% at the time of parked. Now, charging, we all understood that there was a problem with the incompatible charger or a wrong charger, or something went wrong with the charging mechanism, or there was no communication between the batteries. But what happened when it was parked? Anyone? My two-wheeler, my EV is just parked and it just flames up. What could have gone wrong? Anyone wants to? External temperature, okay. Cell quality, okay. Circulating currents, okay. Faulty cells, okay. Any more? Faulty electronics, fantastic. More? Self-discharge, okay. So, whatever all of you have contributed is fantastic, true to quite some extent, but something that adds all of this together is poor manufacturing and chalta hai attitude, okay. To translate this in English, it's all right, it's okay, it doesn't matter as long as it's working. No, this attitude is something we need to give away, and we have to do away with this attitude if we have to make India the next hub for EVs, and if we have to become the next superpower. We have to do away with this attitude. So poor manufacturing, yes. Like I said here, overcharging, short circuit, self-ignition, then BMS was unable to detect anomalies. Now, why does BMS does not detect anomalies? It is supposed to be a battery management system, right? And since he has given me the responsibility of elaborating on battery management system, I'll pause and I'll take some time here before I move ahead. Now, 90% of the electronics that is available today in the country is just a monitoring circuit, not a battery management system. Unfortunately, that's the case. And one more statistics that I'd like to say here is that 90% of the batteries that are coming out of EVs for recycling or a second life use are in warranty claims. So that is the gravity of the problem that we are facing today. If 90% of the chunk that is coming out is an in-warranty claim, imagine what quality is and what substandard quality is being put out into the market, and your and our lives are at stake. So we need to stop and analyze what we need to buy, what we need to actually create an awareness in everyone today that you are not going to buy something which is substandard. So this battery management system is the very crucial brain of the battery, which has a lot of features like protection circuitry is the primary part of it, where you have over voltage, over currents, under voltages, then over temperatures, under temperatures, then you would have a physical aid for disconnection, because it's very important to disconnect at the time you anticipate or detect a fault. But most of these so-called battery management systems today in the market do not have any disconnection. Leave aside monitoring. And what we need now is monitoring, because data is the next gold mine everyone is talking about, right? But where is the data? Are we getting the cell level data from each of these battery packs? Are we getting the pack level data from each of these battery packs? Do we have the system EV level data? Some of them have, many do not. And the major reason for this is that we are not manufacturing in India. I know my friend here said that 80% of them are made in India, but I would say 80% of them are assembled in India. We need to go to truly make in India to actually have this impact and become the global leaders in the EV space. We are the largest manufacturers of two-wheelers in the automotive sector, in the ICE vehicle segment. Can we not become the majors in the EV sector? We can, right? We have all the brains, we have all the facilities that are required, and we have all the power to do that. The government is supporting with all the new schemes. We have FAME 2, which is like now coming into FAME 3, will be launched very soon. And then we have the PLI schemes for domestic manufacturing. However, at this point of time, there is no cell manufacturing happening in the country. No problem. We can import good cells. We can actually have good, robust electronics manufactured in the country, which is our specialty, which is our domain. We can have fantastic IoT-based, internet-based solutions. We can do preventive predictive monitoring, which I've been doing since 2015. All of these things I've been doing, and that's the reason why there has not been a single warranty claim, there's not been a single fire. Because we focused on quality, we focused on having a robust ecosystem here. So, and one more thing that he said was balancing in the battery management system. There is 90% of the times no balancing because it's just a monitoring system, or there could be a passive balancing, or there could be an active balancing. Now, what is a passive balancing? Passive balancing is balancing the current bit or the state of charge between the two cells inside the battery pack when the battery is idle, or at the time of discharging. That could be one way of looking at passive balancing. And when it comes to active balancing, it does the balancing between the two cells while charging, discharging, and idle. So at any point of time, it sees that there is a disbalance between two cells, it will start the balancing immediately. So that is active balancing. So if you use such kind of technologies in your vehicles, in the EVs today, we will be avoiding all such issues. And for that, we also need a very robust scheme and awareness and a collaboration between the between the industry and the academia to actually have a skill development. We are missing out on that. Today, if we see, there are hardly 2 or 3 major players in the EV industry who are giving some kind of trainings. So we need more skill development programs out there. So, I mean, I've already covered these technical faults where you have high temperature exposures, as one of you just said. Then the battery management system does not detect fault. There could be external short circuit. Now, when you come to safety aspect, what do you need? You need an electrical shock safety. You need a fire safety, and you need a crash safety. Now, crash safety is generally taken care at the vehicle level in totality. Electrical shock safety again has to be taken care with the wire harness on the EV level, and then there is the fire safety. Now, what happens is, most of the time we need to understand that the EVs have to be, the battery has to be made safe, which will not catch fire. In fact, I'm very happy that UL is actually taking the next step of demonstrating a complete fire in a battery pack. How does that happen? What is the way to mitigate that? That is happening on 24th in Mumbai, and I'm really happy that UL has taken that step of demonstrating how an actual EV battery fire takes place and what are the methods to curb that. So charging, and then comes the charging safety, and then you need to have testing with the standards that are required. What do we do is, okay, we test a few, some do this practice, some may not. You just test it, few samples, and then the remaining are not tested. Can we have more robust testing? These are the 3 authorities who have published their standards right now for multiple aspects of the EV, where we have ARAI, we have CEA on the grid side and the charging infrastructure side. Then we have our nodal agency BIS, who is doing a tremendous and a phenomenal work in bringing about standards to the nation and making it safe. But what we need is strict implementation of these safety standards. And no finding out loopholes in that, that, okay, I test a few of them and I can go off. No, don't do that. And there are a lot of global standards available throughout, where everybody in every country is striving to make EVs safer for us so that we can reduce the pollution, we can address the climate change, and we can really create a good ecosystem for the next generations to come. What do we need? We need a collaborative effort. What are we doing today? We are just competing. What we need is collaboration. We need to work together in a PPP model so that all of us come together and all the energies focus on the point of making EVs and the climate change effort successful, which is not what we are doing today. We are competing with each other. Now, there are a lot of fire safety standards which you can set and benchmark. I would not read through them because PPT is available. Manjunath ji, I'm sure, is going to share that with all. But I'll come to some recommendations now, because since he has come, I know my time is up. So, first and the foremost recommendation is skill development. Skill development. Very, very important. Having good test labs. I know he said 280 test labs. Not enough. Really not enough. Again, he says they don't have full infrastructures for EV. So, I know I had made this recommendation to Neeti also last time when we had this EV conclave happening, that we need to have a good, robust testing infrastructure. Now, testing infrastructures, my friends here from testing will say there's not enough market, it requires a lot of capital investment. So please come up with a financial model. So people from finance and making reports, I think WRI can come up with some initiative to write a white paper on how financial model can come up, maybe not, I don't know. Second is we need to reduce the cost of testing. It is prohibitory at the moment. If we do not reduce the cost of testing, we will keep on being in the loop of having non-safe products on the road. strict implementation of the safety standards, very important. Fire safety training and handling. What happens today is, oh my God, my thing is got cut. It just dropped there and I'm running off. True, I will do that. As a human being, my safety is paramount. And I will do that. But how do I deal with something? So if I'm in a closed four-wheeler, how do I deal with that? Everything just crashes down. We cannot lose any more lives. Create awareness. I'm thankful to UL again for UL, WRI, NITI, all of them coming and collaborating together to create such more platforms for awareness. Service centers. Today, if my automobile IC engine vehicle is, I'm stranded somewhere on the road, I will still get assistance. My friend's EV at 1 a.m. in the midnight, post midnight was not working. It just stopped moving. It says, sorry, there is a fault. What do? I call up the helpline. Helpline says, tomorrow morning, sir, we'll give you a towing vehicle. So what the option he has? Again, book an IC engine and go. One of Madhav Bhai in the morning in the inaugural session just said that I wanted to go to Ashok, Delhi, but I went to Gurgaon and there was no mode of changing. Now the reason, one practical reason that I can think behind this is, of course they can put it in the software, but most of the times that I have traveled in the EVs, they are on a very limited SOC charge. They have very limited charge they have. And the problem then they have is if they change the route, that route might not be feasible within the charge of the battery that they have in the vehicle. So that is a deterrent here. So creating enough infrastructure to charge, but at the same time, maintaining that infrastructure. We have a lot of chargers, non-functional. So we need to focus on maintaining and creating effective charging infrastructure and good service centers where somebody can understand the data, diagnostics, what is happening and how do I go further on the next step. And very difficult recommendation to be implemented, but I will still give it, that OEMs can allow data sharing. Extremely difficult. 90% will not agree with me, but I would still give the recommendation that OEM should be allowed, or they could come up voluntarily to give some data points to make this ecosystem more robust and friendly for all of us. Thank you so much for this patient listening. Thank you. And any questions, I'm open for that.
Thank you very much, Rashi. It was a very subtle message which I wanted to give. The time is running out. However, the recommendations which you made, we are going to talk about it. Skill development is one of the important factor, and the breakout session. Basically, how we have structured this program is that every one of us sitting here is going to contribute towards all these action items, the recommendations that are coming out. And you rightly brought out skill is an important factor, testing is an important factor, data sharing, yeah. I don't want to talk much about it. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions, we would like to have the questions, one or two. Mic there, please. Please identify yourself.
Yes, good morning to all. Myself Kannadasan from Tamil Nadu, General Electrical. And electrical vehicle we are using as MHE, material handling equipment like forklift, reach trucks. So in that points we are using batteries. So during charging we are some facing as fumes or some smokes. It will be affect environment or humans, I haven't doubt. And someone's hesitate on that work areas, so that I need a clarification from here, so that.
Rashi ma'am, can we take that question?
First question to you again is, what is the chemistry of the batteries that you're using?
Yeah.
Rashi ma'am.
What is the chemistry of the battery that is used in your forklift or material handling equipment?
That is just charging places. That batteries are charging.
I think,
the process is charging.
Agreed, I understand.
Yeah, yeah.
There is a charger, there is a vehicle has a battery, okay?
Yeah.
Now, what is the chemistry of the battery? It is lithium, it is lead acid, it is any variant of lithium, what it is?
Not sure.
Lithium.
It is lithium and there is a fume. Where do you see the fumes? You see the fumes on the vehicle, you see the fumes near the charger.
Charger from battery. Not, we have an...
So removable battery you have?
Yeah.
So you remove the battery, you take it for charging, and there are fumes from the battery.
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, Rashi ma'am, I think this needs a little deeper understanding.
I'll
Yeah, we
come
can
off
have.
stage and talk to you. This is actually very dangerous for you if you're having fumes coming out of your battery pack.
Yeah, yeah, that is not fumes, that is smoke. Because of getting from that, we are using distilled water for that.
So it's
Okay.
not lithium then. If you're using distilled water, it's a lead acid battery, sir. It's not lithium.
Yeah, yeah, let us hit battery. That
So
is-
then the charging is not done properly. That's the reason why you're having fumes out.
Okay, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Kannadasan.
Thank you.
There is one more question coming in. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ankur Pandey. I am from HEL India. So my question before is to Dr. Kuldeep's slide where he was referring to battery failure being the major cause of fire. So in that sense, I just wanted to ask Dr. Kuldeep is when we talk about the battery failure, is it majorly because of the thermal runaway in the batteries or any sort of electronic components? How would you what would be your percentage if I talk about the thermal runaway being the culprit?
Sorry, last, what is the last point?
Like I would just like to have your ratio on what is the role of thermal runaway in a battery failure.
Actually, anything, sir, whether it is a electrical problem, mechanical or anything, it lead to the thermal runaway. Okay, so major cause of the battery fire is your thermal runaway only. If some short circuiting is happening or something is happening, the fire will come. Okay, if your battery is not properly equipped or it is not properly packed, okay, it don't have right kind of cells because in there are 3-4 grades of cells are coming in India.
Yeah.
I don't want to comment on that. Okay, so if your cell is B grade or C grade, then definitely you are playing with the fire, right? So what is happening when the thermal runaway happens? The initial thing happen as the temperature rises 70 degree. The first step taken place is the SCI formation depletion. The SCI, because when you charge the cell, okay, lithium goes from cathode to anode. There is and the electrolyte interact. So it forms solid electrolyte interface. That layer is called SCI formation, which is most important thing for the cell functioning. Okay, the temperature increases 70 degree, the SCI layer depletes. And this SCI layer has lithium. That lithium reacts with the electrodes. Okay, it increases the temperature. This is the first step. Then the second step happen, as the temperature increases, the electrolyte is very sensitive. Okay, in my slide you can see, the temperature will reach more than 130 degree immediately within 1 minute. Okay, that separator shrink, then it lead to the short circuiting. Again, it will react, okay, and the temperature increase within 3 to 4 minutes, more than 600 degree temperature. Suddenly, one cell which has organic component, separator is there, which is a polymer, all get fire. So, in case of that, you will get a explosion, explosive fire. But in case of LFP, because LFP don't release oxygen, so whatever the reaction is happening, it will release some gases. So mostly in LFP chemistry, when the thermal runaway happen, the fumes or fog-like things comes. Okay. So now the thing is you have to control each and every parameter. You cannot say that I am having very good thermal management, but I am using poor cells. It will not work out. You have to work out on every aspect. Like you should have a good quality of cells, you should have a good battery management, good thermal management, and then good packing. So overall it is all 4 components which you have to balance. If any one component, whether cell, balancing or BMS and your packing, anything is missing, you are playing with the fire.
Thank you, Kuldeep ji.
Thank you. I would just like to ask one more to Dr. Rashi also.
May I interrupt here because we are running out of time? Let's have the discussion after this, because whenever we have the tea break and the lunch break, we can have the discussions further. Thank you very much, Kuldeep ji and Rashi ma'am. Rashi ma'am brought out a very important message, that's how to mitigate the fires. And she also brought out that we are doing a demonstration of lithium-ion batteries. Take it into thermal runaway. Then how do we mitigate that is being done at Mumbai. Thanks to Rashi ma'am once again, because she was the one who made these special batteries for us to put it on fire and demonstrate how do we extinguish. All of you are requested to be there on 24th at Mumbai at the Kalina office of Maharashtra Fire Services. We would be more than happy to have you there. With that, thank you. And now, since Aparna is having a pressing need, I would request, please Shreyas, and excuse us because we'll take Aparna as the first one. Yeah, Aparna, over to you. Aparna doesn't need an introduction. She is a good friend of mine, first of all, and she has been a quality specialist and been working in various capacities in various organizations. Now she is part of the CIA Quality Institute, who is one of our MOU partner. And thank you, Aparna, being there. Over to you.
Thank you, Manju. The presentation. Perfect. So good morning, everybody, and thank you, UL, for inviting me today here to speak, and of course, the respected delegates on the dais. A very new topic, and I think had I been the last presenter, what we would have seen is a harmonization of recommendations and the approach which we are having. So from a standards framework, when we look into this aspect, it's a very positive mode that we are all aligned together across the table. So one action, I think, one recommendation has already been made, because I have similar items in my slides. Dr. Rashi spoke about the same, Dr. Kuldeep. In the morning, we heard Sophia speaking about it. So likewise and so on. So the path in which we are moving is absolutely correct on the aspect of standardization. And if we talk about the standardization part of it, I will not be speaking on the technical aspects. It will be more related to the quality management system and the standards framework which we have. So when we look into the regulatory requirements, the recommendation is, we have all heard we have the PLI scheme and the other schemes which are running in India, but there is a need that we develop our policy and undertake these initiatives further in the other dimensions as well. So there are certain items which have been presented by my earlier speakers. So in line with that, there would be certain more recommendations that we could take forward as to what could be there for our future activities. So these are the 4 areas which we probably need to focus. Yes, there was a certification scheme which has been planned for the battery safety by the Government of India. However, the implementation phases are getting shifted because of the request from the OEMs. The OEMs obviously mentioned that the infrastructure for the testing facilities are not available. When I go into that particular slide, I can give you further details on that. When we look into the international scenario, there are certain developments which have happened at the ISO, which is the International Standardization Organization. Now when we look into that particular aspect, we say we have ISO standard, and in India we have BIS, the Bureau of Indian Standards, developing the IS standards. But if you have a new area of development, let me tell you, those are not the enough activities. There is also a need that we go further ahead and come out with some kind of voluntary programs and schemes which ensure and harmonize the practices which we have in the market, and develop certain activities which ensure that the chalta hai attitude doesn't come, and especially from an Indian market framework, we need to come out with more robust system. So my last slide today will be speaking about those activities. since the slides would be circulated, you can just take it up. And I can skip this slide for the paucity of time. And as regards to this, Dr. Rashi has already elaborated it, except the battery certification scheme, which implementation I mentioned is anyway getting shifted from time to time. These are the safety standards which have been implemented by ARI related to the battery safety. But the question is, are these things sufficient for us in today's market? Are these standards and the safety requirements which we have done, are they enough? Do we have some gaps? And if so, what are the gaps that we need to address and how do we go about doing that? Do we have a system for the entire EV addressing the entire electric vehicle? Okay, we have for battery components, we speak about the fire safety requirements, we speak about charging requirements, but then is there a gap for the entire EV for which do we need to undertake some kind of development of a standard? Or I would rather recommend a scheme, and when you can come back and ask me what's the difference between a standard and a scheme. So largely what happens is a standard is like a laid down procedures which would be there, which we are required to comply against certain laid down requirements. But when I talk about scheme, it will have varying requirements. It will have an element of testing, it will have an element of review, it will have different other requirements built in, wherein the compliance to the standards would be what would be reviewed. The next is, how do you ensure, Dr. Rashi mentioned about it, safe production of the battery. So we are matching on our views at some point of time. So there is harmonization, that's the reason I said. Then, of course, one more thing that I would like to highlight is we are all talking of new technology. We're talking about why are we doing all these things? It's like to reduce, for us to achieve a net zero production at some point of time. But are we thinking, and it is, I think, in the beginning it would be apt if we think about the recycling and reuse of these batteries and think on a framework which we start adapting from the very beginning, that is there a pollution level? We are all happy. Dr. Kuldeep mentioned reduction in the levels of emissions. Fair enough, fine. But I can tell you that any new technology comes with some amount of emissions, some amount of pollutions which gets generated. It is 10 years down the line that we all come up together and say that there have been this have been the polluting elements. So I think at the beginning it is the right time wherein we look into this aspect, not just at national level, since ULN is in an international organization, we have US bodies here present. So why don't we do a collaborative effort even at the international framework? So my thing would be that we harmonize the EV safety aspect, not just nationally, but this is a topic wherein we also need to work at regional and international level so that there are certain common practices we adapt globally. We just don't think national, we also think on a global harmonization. We have India signing series of FTAs, we are getting into one global environment, so why not practice one global standards? I agree, from an Indian framework, we will have certain requirements which are basically to the Indian market. Fair enough. So in that scheme, you build in a requirement where in each national requirements would vary, but larger part of it, safety requirements would be same. Then when we are talking about technological advancement, there is good amount of research which needs to be done. And as already the speakers have mentioned, we could have look into the industry, academia, policymakers collaboration, which can actively work on, but it's just not collaboration. The need is also that what we do on ground. So it's not that we have these awareness sessions, but very important is, of course, to UL and Manju, whatever recommendations you make, we all have to be an integral part of it to ensure that they are effectively implemented on ground, and they're just not to the discussion here. Battery safety and emergency response part we have already covered, so I will not be touching more into it. Cybersecurity is again a requirement. She mentioned that we have the data from the OEMs there, but then again, that's challenging, I know that. But then if we were to have a very secure cyber framework, wherein the data integrity was to be protected, if our code of ethics has to be improved, can we not think out of box to work some kind of model in that direction? Let's start taking a step forward. It's going to be difficult, it's going to be challenging, but there's never a road which comes to a dead end. There's always a way out of that. So think from an outer framework. India is an IT hub. We have all IT professionals here. So why can't we think on those lines wherein if we are ensuring the data integrity, if we are having a sufficient amount of data privacy practices, why can't we have this data sharing kind of activity in process? I've already spoken about collaboration. Another point was monitoring the verification of emissions. Now, this is something very critical. People come with different kind of claims that their emissions are of 30 or 20 tons, whatever you say. And we believe by a data which is being presented. As a consumer, as a people sitting out on the other side of the table, have we ever got out to ask, how do you ensure that these claims are verified? Lots of them. You have lots of reporting structures in India, lots of verification. There's a trend which comes in the market, and it's like a bhed chal. Everybody starts following it and putting all those claims everywhere, and we are very happy. Oh, even like I can go drift a little from this topic and say organic food. Even that chota vegetable seller will say, this was organically produced, and we're very happy. Oh, this was organic, so let's purchase it. But is it actually in the life cycle? Who assessed it? Who ensured the compliance and verified that? Now, that is where I'm coming to a little different topic after speaking further, is that we need to have a robust system. What Sophia said, the TIC industry will come to play, the testing. I give you a different direction on the inspection part. And besides certification, there is a new standard on validation and verification, which has globally been implemented 2019 when it was released. And many in India, I can say just 1% of the population would be knowing about the standard's existence, which verify the claims which are made. It's not just the GHG claims, it could be any kind of claims which are made. Why the compliance to these would be assured is that I think there's a word there, third party. When I say third party, it is something which needs to be critically investigated, and people say, hey, okay, I'm third party. When I talk about third party, it is somebody who's independent, who has ensured confidentiality, who has ensured the integrity. There is a system which is in place. There's no conflict of interest situation, likewise, and so on. I could go on the whole day to speak on that, but I'll just restrict it there. Wherein we need to ensure that we come out with this kind of recommendation to have a system wherein during the manufacturing, she said, like the chalta hai kind of attitude, at the manufacturing part of it, we need to come out with a system wherein third-party inspection could be one of the aspects which could be recommended. So that's my number one recommendation. When we talk about EV testing, there are, Dr. Kuldeep mentioned, there are facilities, but they don't have all the facilities. There are testing labs, and I can completely, having worked in NABL and all these bodies, I can acknowledge that they would have just taken 4 parameters, and then they would claim, we do a battery testing, and I'm an EV approved battery testing lab. They will go about telling it to the customer. But then for that, there is a need for a policy development at the government level, because these standards are voluntary in nature. So if you have a approval system like we have, for example, the FSSAI in food, wherein they say that for minimal these many testing parameters have to be there if you have to issue the certificate, and if the certificate of compliance has to be agreed, then this could be one of the approach in the policy recommendation that can be done. In addition, what could be done is if we could have a conformity of production model. In the terminology of ISO, we call it a self-declaration. I know people in UL are not going to be happy with me, but probably since it's a beginning, there is a need that we need to come out with some kind of basic model where there are certain 20 requirements by the producers to ensure that they're complying to certain basic safety requirements. So there is a need that we develop a scheme. It need not be by the government, it could be the stakeholders working here, who could jointly work together, and one of the organization becomes a scheme owner whose implementation is checked on ground on the certificate of production. And obviously, as she said, assembly is here. So do we have a requirement for the imported battery testing? So that is something we need to think about. So these would be my way forward recommendation besides the others which have already been covered by the other speakers. And I need to introduce my organization. So CII Institute of Quality is a center for excellence. We are headquartered at Bangalore and we have branch offices others. So our purpose was to create a quality initiative and increase the quality consciousness. So we have 4 verticals. One of them which I head is in the quality and the standards framework. There's another vertical on the total productivity TPM. One on Six Sigma, and the last vertical works on the business excellence to improvise your production and profitability. So this is how we function, and of course, skill development is one of the initiatives which I again echo from a CII framework, is of course the need of the hour, whether be it at consumer level, be it at the production level, be it at any kind of awareness that we need to create, even maybe with the policymakers level, to give them a different thought of what other areas could be there. So with that, I would just like to thank, and I'm happy to take any questions. I've been a little fast and a little short of time because of my personal emergency, which is there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Aparna. I think you alluded to the point which Madhav was telling, that he went 10 kilometers and he could not come back because the charge was. It also, I think I related to saying that we traveled in this journey of having the EVs and there is something happens. I think we are at a point of no return for us. So it is better, it is not too late for us to say, yes, we can create that quality ecosystem, the safety ecosystem. Let's look at that, and thank you very much for all the recommendations. And ULSE would be more than happy to have these standards being supported in terms of facilitated in the development of these standards in India with the cooperation and collaboration of all of you. If there are any questions to Aparna, maybe limit to only one question, because we have already running out of time. Yeah, one question here. Can you just get the mic here? Keep the question very short. And of course, Aparna will keep the response also short, right? Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to know your thoughts on standards being put in place where you can track the battery throughout its entire life cycle, so that it becomes a pointer, it becomes a point where you know the failure point of the battery as well as the end of life, recycling of the battery.
All right, if I'm audible enough. So one of the recommendation which I meant was the inspection process. So when you see that at entire life cycle and the entire supply chain of this could be one of the methodologies which we can adapt. In addition, as I mentioned, you could have build on a scheme which is the different elements of different quality management systems. 9001 could be one of them. You have verification, you have elements of testing, and a little on the aspect of inspection. So there could be more detailed, discussions and think tank roundtables to come out with what exactly would be required. So there are different elements which you could put it in there and develop these kind of standards.
Thank you, Aparna. I think I cannot stop Rashi ma'am answering this. I know she would jump on me if I don't allow her to answer.
Okay.
Please.
So here, like I said, at this point of time, very limited, but yes, there are batteries coming out for recycling and second life, okay? And we are having the same problem that you're having of understanding what abuse has happened, what is the cell life remaining, what is the condition of the battery. Okay, only in crash, only the batteries coming out of crash or an accident are understood, but there are many which have just failed. So again, my last recommendations, allowing OEMs to give out some data. And second is recording. In the first place is recording the data. Many of them aren't even recording the data, except a few top players. Remaining of them are not recording. So somewhere we have to mandate recording, and then recording of the data, then analysis, and then coming to some conclusion of what has happened with the cell and where it can go now. And when it comes to standardization, I cannot forget to mention that India was the first ever country to write a BMS standard under the able leadership of Pankaj Batra ji, who's sitting here in the audience. And we are the first country to write a BMS standard for stationary applications as of now, and we are actually under his leadership again, we are taking it to the EVs as well. So we are doing our work. In fact, with UL and again collaborating, we are working on the second life batteries and recycling and repurposing as well. So there is standardization work going on where we are trying to record the data in and trying to set some standards where we can have data, analyze it, and come to a conclusion that, okay, this can go for a second life and this can go for complete recycling. So
Thank you, Rashi. And Shreyas. In fact, the data was one of the points which really had a deterrent in our the repurposing battery standard which we are developing. So there is some work which is happening, but I would like to hear from Shreyas.
Yeah, so this is not an answer, but a trick question back to you. Okay, because we do this at scale, and one of the first to do it at scale. Will you pay for that data? Like, this is gigabytes and gigabytes of data, okay? If I told you your EV is going to cost you 10,000 rupees extra to log this data, will you pay for it? Okay, so that's a trick question back to you, right? Something to mull about, right? Data is not cheap. I'll just put that out. Yeah, and there is also a footprint to that data, right? There's a carbon footprint to that data. So it's, we have this perception in India that, it's data, it's cheap, I watch YouTube all day. No, it costs money, right? So just, a note on that.
Thank you, Shreyas. I think, Rashi ma'am, it's not just the gold mine, I think it's, as you said, carbon, which is in the form of diamond. So that's what we are really looking at. Thank you very much, Aparna. If you want to leave, or you can continue with us for the panel. Next 10 minutes, then may I request Sonia to come over and felicitate Aparna with a memento. Thank you very much, Aparna. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
And as Rashi said, we don't want to miss Aparna in the group photo. We'll have the group photo now, and then we'll proceed with the next session. Sonia, please join. Yeah, please. Yeah. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you. Yeah. So, to the next speaker of the session, Mr. Piyush, may I request, do we have, yeah, thank you. Can I have the profile? Piyush profile, yeah, sorry.
Thank you so much to our distinguished speakers and the audience present here for all their questions. Next in line, we'd like to invite Mr. Piyush Gupta. He's the founder and CEO of Lithion Power, India's largest BMS manufacturers for lithium-ion batteries. Lithion specializes in BMS technology for two-wheelers and three-wheelers and robotic applications. Lithion's technology is based on safety and reliability first, and Lithion expects to be amongst the largest manufacturer of 48-volt BMS systems in the world. Mr. Piyush Gupta, I'd like to invite you over the podium for your remarks.
Thanks, everyone. How does this work? Perfect. Thanks, everyone. I'm Piyush Gupta. I work for Lithion Power. We manufacture BMS at scale. So I'm very happy to answer any questions on the safety related to batteries, specifically around BMS. Yep. And I'm going to bust some of the myths that have been propagated in the media about unsafe batteries in India. Yeah? So please mark my words, Indian batteries are not more unsafe compared to American batteries. We'll just see this data. Yeah, there is a tendency in the industry to see India में है तो खराबी होगा. Yeah, कुछ खराबी हैं. Yeah, there is no denying the fact that there are things which are wrong, but it's not that way off from the global standards. Yeah, we'll talk about it. So I'm here to talk about the safety readiness of battery management system in Indian operating conditions and recommendations to build the safety ecosystem. Yeah, so that's the topic that I'm going to speak on. But I'll start off with some introduction about my company. I work for Lithion Power. We manufacture BMS, probably the largest manufacturer of BMS in the world outside of China. We manufacture more than 150 types of BMSs, right from 4S to, you name it, we manufacture it. We specialize in two-wheelers, three-wheelers, solars, robotics, drones, you name it, we manufacture it. Yeah? All of this is done in India. Absolutely impeccable safety records. Yep. With this introduction, we talk about this. Is lithium-ion battery fire an Indian issue? It's not an Indian issue, it's a global issue. It's a global issue. The standards, the solutions could be India-specific, but first, they have to be global-specific. An example, Samsung Galaxy Note. Many people died in these fires. They were not Indians. Second, Boeing 787. Yeah, battery fires. Again, either LG or Samsung. They were not Indian. Next. Headlines is from New York Times. It's not an Indian battery. It's a battery in New York. I'll read it for you. First, this is an excerpt from New York Times. The reference is given. You can do Google search. You'll be able to find this. I'll read from the top. It mentions about London as well and New York as well. In London, lithium battery fires are fastest growing fire risk with 57 e-bike fires and 13 e-scooter fires this year. This is from London. Next one is even more damaging. In New York, lithium battery fires have killed 13 people this year. That's New York alone. New York City alone. Yeah? There was this data which was just shared. Unfortunately, we have had loss of 17 lives in India over the last few years in lithium battery fires. One life is way too many, but it is not an excuse for building Indian battery ecosystem. There are things to be done. There are things to be done for the betterment, but one has to acknowledge our safety standards have been, they have been patchy, but they are better than most of the countries in the world, including some of the countries which probably want to export their standards to us. This is Indian scenario. We had multiple levels of fires last year in the summer. It was called the hot summer of electric vehicles in India. My company specializes in two-wheelers and three-wheeler technology. Yeah? Two-wheelers were under absolute stress last year because there were so many fires which were reported on a daily basis. Yes, there were fires. People unfortunately experienced losses, and there were losses of lives. Yep, again, no doubt. What was the response of the Indian government to that? They brought an absolute stunner of a standard, AIS 156. The entire industry was up in arms because it put extreme level of stress on each one of us for the compliance. What is an outcome? Have you guys ever heard of a single fire in EV industry in India this year? Very few, very few. Now, this brings me to a question. What has changed? What has changed over the last 12 months? between last summer and this summer, nothing has actually changed except one thing. And I'm going to stick my neck out for something which is not an accepted popular wisdom. The fires in India and in New York were not due to shoddy manufacturing. Shoddy manufacturing did contribute to some portion of it. Yeah, it did. However, these were all imported fires, not because someone wanted to sell cheap material to India or to US or to London or even in China. It was simply a reaction because supply chains for all cell manufacturers everywhere in the world were stressed. When you talk about electrolyte, which is essentially the most important thing which protects a fire, all electrolyte manufacturers in China were experiencing extreme supply chain disruptions. So what did a manufacturer do? He identified an alternate supplier because the show must go on. The customers want cells. The cells would be supplied. Are you going to stop your production because your manufacturer of the electrolyte, who was supplying to you for the last 3 years, has stopped production? No, they did not stop. They went for an alternate supplier. It was unqualified supplies which came across the world. So again, there were manufacturing inaccuracies, yeah? But again, the only reason there is a 99% decline in the fires between last summer and this summer in India, despite having cells coming from the same manufacturers, same battery pack assemblers, same type of BMSs, there's a 99% decline. It's because the supply chain disruption that happened with the cell manufacturers has been overcome. There could be other reasons as well, but this is probably the reason which is not talked about. What is the Indian scenario, right? Again, Indian government did an absolutely fantastic thing, right? AIS 156. Extremely forward-looking thing, yeah? BIS also came up with standards. We all complied. We all complied in paper, yeah? Companies like us complied in spirit as well. Almost everyone complied on paper. Probably the safest standards. I'll put a simple question. There are tier 1 manufacturers in India. You know, Shreyas is going to talk about, he works for Ather. Can you narrate a single thermal runaway incident in tier 1 manufacturers of electric vehicles in India or tier 1 manufacturers of BMS in India? Even a single thermal runaway incident. You know, if there had been a single incident in India with an Indian manufacturer of repute, Indian media would have been all over it. An example for this was how Tata Nano was killed because of the fires, only 3 fires in Tata Nano. Not even a single tier 1 Indian OEM or a BMS manufacturer had a thermal runaway incident. Not even a single. Sir, there were 5. And are you absolutely sure there was a thermal runaway there? And the question that I asked was, again, do not make misleading statements. Thank you very much. Yeah. So again, I want to bust this myth. Indian manufacturing, again, you know, there are tier 1 suppliers, there are tier 2 suppliers, there are tier 3 suppliers. Yeah? If you buy good quality product from a tier 1 manufacturer, there have been significantly almost close to 0 accidents. If this gentleman says there has been 1 thermal runaway accident, yeah, granted. India probably has the best safety standards for 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers. I cannot comment on 4-wheelers because I do not work on 4-wheelers. Yeah, I do not have knowledge about that industry. Where we have a problem is when we have tier 2 suppliers and tier 3 suppliers, there is very little compliance. It is not a problem of the standards. You know, you can improve the standards. We can always improve the standards. Yeah, we can always have more safety. The problem in India is essentially around compliance for tier 2, tier 3, and unorganized sectors. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to highlight what are the challenges that the battery pack assembly industry or the BMS industry faces in India. Yeah, and what probably could be done to improve safety standards even further. And this is more for the tier 2, tier 3 unorganized sector. I work predominantly with the unorganized sector. First, none of my customers, none, and I supply to 65 people who manufacture batteries, none of my customers have accurate cell data. If my customers do not have cell data, how do I predict a thermal runaway for them? Yeah? So the bottleneck is not around standards. The bottleneck is around, there is no domestic manufacturing of cells. Chinese cell manufacturers are not willing to give data to the Indian manufacturers. Yeah? I get asked, and I'll quote unquote, I get asked, please give me an accurate SOH model. I ask back, I will give you an SOH model, give me the cell data for calibration. Not even a single time I've got cell data from my customers. This is the real problem. Second, even if somebody is willing to give data for Indian specific driving conditions, range conditions, is almost non-existent. Yeah? This is a real problem. Even if a cell manufacturer, because there are no cell manufacturers in India, if a cell manufacturer in China or Korea is even willing to give this data for us, that data just does not exist. Some tier 1 OEMs have generated data on their own, and I completely understand that data is a closed loop system because they probably have spent close to $1 million in generating that data. I have significant amount of data. I will never share my data with anyone because that's my IP. Yeah. Now, this is the second biggest problem in India, and which is what I call as the unorganized sector. 90%, and this is despite whatever data from the portal says, 90% of the EVs manufactured in India are manufactured not by tier 1 manufacturers. This is the real problem. This is the real problem. And again, this is an opportunity, but in terms of safety, this is the real problem. Because it is at the 90%, the compliance level is extremely, extremely low. Yeah? So the problem, if any, that needs to be solved is how do we ensure compliance in this 90%? And this is something that I think Rashi also mentioned and others also mentioned. People treat electronics as a commodity, yeah? Which is actually not a problem because you actually make pretty good quality commodity as well. But a proper understanding is not there. But I think that's something which is going to come with time. We can't complain about it. It's an industry which is fairly nascent. Yeah, the understanding for why this is not a commodity, why this is a safety system, this will improve. It is now percolating from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3. It's changing, but it's not changing fast enough. But if you were to ask me, what is the single biggest problem with the Indian ecosystem right now? I think it is not the standards. It's not the lack of the standards, right? It is essentially the compliance of the standards by non-tier 1 suppliers. That, in my view, is the real problem. Which essentially, you can look at some of the recommendations that we have. Absolutely discourage import of cheap cells and cheap electronics. Yeah, because the manufacturer of those cells and electronics, which includes my competitors, yeah, have zero incentive to supply or ensure compliance with Indian standards. Standardization between charger and BMS, I think this we have already covered. Battery manufacturing quality standards must be enforced. Again, it's all about compliance. It's just about compliance. Yeah. How can we help? This is just plain marketing for us. We manufacture BMS. We have a fairly strong management team. If there is someone who wants help from us, we are happy to help. That's me. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Piyush. If there are any questions, Just, I'll limit it to only one question. I'm sorry we're running out of time. Maybe we can have the interactions while the tea or the lunch. Just one question, please, sir. Keep it very short.
Yeah.
And Piyush, may I request again, keep the response very short. Yeah, thank you.
The question is very short, so response will be very short. I'm Avdesh. I'm the Executive Director of GLIDA, which is formerly known as Fortum Charge and Drive India, and we are a charge point operator. I must compliment Piyush because he was in a spotlight when Rashi had put the BMS, the 90% BMS is not manufactured. It's only the monitoring, and which he has kind of contradicted with the data. That's a good debate to be. And I also appreciate the point he is bringing in but I would like to understand, Piyush, from you that when you say tier 1, because we get the data from the government sources that the 90% market share or 80% market share. In the four-wheeler, I believe that you are referring to the two-wheeler and three-wheelers. Because in the four-wheeler, it's probably Tata is holding the 80%, 85%, and I believe that that's a tier 1. But on the two-wheeler and three-wheelers, when you say tier 1, and 90% is not done by the tier 1, what exactly is your definition of tier 1?
So the person sitting on my left from Ather is definitely tier 1, and people he considers competition is tier 1. I would not say anything beyond that.
Thank you, Piyush. Thank you for keeping the response very short. And now, may I request Shreyas Sitapati, who is an adept engineering leader with experience in building strong engineering organizations that routinely take designs from concept sketches to production. I think which they have already proven through their product. His experience spans design and leadership across the diverse products such as steam turbines, turbochargers, aero engines, and electric vehicles. He merged technical depth with business context to build teams that move fast and achieve results. Shreyas, over to you. Shreyas, may I request you to have your presentation limited to 10 minutes? Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just wait for the slide to come up. Yeah, so we have a fair bit of experience as far as safety goes. I'm very glad to meet Judy ma'am here today. We've been in conversation with her since 2016. And Ather has always had a very vertically integrated approach as far as batteries go. So we've actually built every part of the battery, including the cell. We had an internal cell program which we discontinued given how much commitment it needed financially. But because of that experience and the experience with thermal runaway in specific, I do have a lot to say about safety, and my recommendations are going to be fairly specific. So Manjunath's given me a very strict time, time requirements. So I'll rush through a little bit. Right. So starting on a slightly lighter note, this is an internal meme a guy in my team made. This is pre-AIS 156 phase 2, right? When we were speaking to Judy ma'am, we were trying to do this, right? We were trying to build a performance scooter, but the battery team knew, like when we did our first thermal runaway test, we knew with great power came great responsibility. And we have to constantly balance that, right? We had to resist that temptation of putting more cells, more range, and always keep safety at the top of our mind, right? And the battery team took it upon itself to make sure that was always reiterated to everyone in the company. But just like Piyush said, we had a killer standard come out last year, right? AIS 156 phase 2, and I will prove it in the next slide, is one of the best standards, and I speak for two-wheelers here because my experience is primarily around that, is one of the best standards in the world today as far as safety goes. Right? And there are more standards that are coming in that are addressing other parts of the value chain, right? We have the BE STAR guidelines that are coming up as far as energy efficiency goes, the battery waste management rules coming up as far as end of life goes. So the regulatory environment is really evolving fast. I'm not sure if it's evolving this fast in any other part of the world, right? Our market is also growing at an exponentially faster pace, right? We're very well placed to be leaders in the two-wheeler domain as far as electric vehicles go. And in fact, I would say that what Piyush called as tier one, whether you take an Ola, TVS, Ather, whoever, right? Our products have no comparison in the world of two-wheelers. Look around the world. I challenge you. Give me an equivalent product, right, that meets the safety standards that have been set out by the government, at the same time offers this kind of value for money, and is produced at this kind of scale. You can Google around, and if you find an answer, let me know at the end of the presentation. Right, so proof of the pudding, right? This is UNR 136L, which is what AIS 156 is based on primarily. AIS 156 phase 2 is the second column, and MHI regulations which are complementing that is the third column. Between these two standards, Indian regulations are far superior to UNR 136L category. And you can look up other standards as well. We're picking the best of the best. It's a bit like our constitution, right? We picked the best of the best, made an absolute, amazing standard. And hence, going beyond this, we risk over-regulation, right? We've got to be careful here because over-regulation will stifle innovation. We're good. The incidents have come down. We have to focus on other parts of the value stream now. So this, sorry for the bright colors, but if you look at different parts of the value stream, these are the potential causes for incidents, right? Very top level. As far as design goes, you can have a bad cell, a bad pack design. When I say bad pack design, I include the BMS. You can have bad system design. If something goes wrong, you don't do EMI, EMC testing at a vehicle level, etc., etc. But all of these are covered by our standards today, right? Similarly, in manufacturing, because AIS 156 phase 2 is also implemented with a we also check production samples. It's not like you do the test and it's over, right? ARI comes and does confirmation of production, takes production samples and runs these tests, right? So even at production, we have to, it's not like we pass a test and we forget about it, right? So there are quality checks in manufacturing. As far as manufacturing facilities goes, the storage preparedness, right, the building codes and so on, we have some work to do. In service is very dicey. Customers don't really understand yet what they can do with EVs, what they can't do with EVs, and I'll come to that in my recommendations, right? So that's a gray area. End of life, we've addressed with the battery waste management rules, again, a landmark sort of standard, which is really, ahead of its time and setting us up very well to manage the end of the value chain very well. But even there, in terms of transporting these batteries, and if we want to use them in second life, how do you qualify, how do you give confidence to the customer that, second life batteries are safe? That requires some work. So I'll move on to my recommendations. These are quite pointed, quite specific, right? As far as, so one of the MHI tests that have been, that OEMs have been asked to do is the crush test. We need to rethink this a little bit. The intent is very, very right. We have a lot of motorcycle and scooter crashes in the country, but a crush test is not a proxy for a crash, right? Very, very different things. So a static load is very different from a dynamic load. So we need to rethink this. This needs a little more nuance. We have a requirement today, the number of temperature sensors has to be 4. I mean, 4 is fine for maybe a pack size of 3-4 kilowatt hour, but 10 kilowatt hour, no, right? So it has to be linked to module size. Also adds cost, so we need to rethink this a little bit. We need standards to qualify the safety of second life batteries. I've tried this, and we have had discussions with many stakeholders because we put our scooters out in 2018, and thankfully, none of them have had to come back because of SOH concerns yet. But we know this is a problem that we'll have to work on, and we've tried second life. But the thing is, how do you give confidence to the customer? How do you give confidence to anyone you're selling your battery to that this battery is safe, right? And some kind of regulatory framework has to be there. I know UL has worked on this. This is work that needs more focus because there's so much opportunity there. We have MHI and AIS that today create a very strong regulatory oversight in India, but they're two stakeholders. So as an OEM, for us, speed is everything, and it's nicer to go to one body to finish our testing rather than go to two. So we need to merge. As I know there is work happening in this, but just reiterating that. Moving on, might be slightly unpopular to Piyush, but this is something we do at Ather. And the reason we do this is because we want to be absolutely certain that our measurement is spot on. In batteries, a few hundred millivolts is the difference between a safe battery and a thermal runaway event, right? A few hundred millivolts, right? So we do 100% calibration of our BMS at the end of line, and we do 100% testing for to make sure they're waterproof. This is oft ignored, but a very simple hack to improve the safety of our batteries in manufacturing. Education of stakeholders on abuse of batteries. See, the OEM can do everything, but customers are funny, you know. Piyush said we've had no incidents. We did have an incident. We've put it out on Twitter, the explanation, and that was a consequence of customer abuse. Somebody loaded the battery in and changed the bolts on the battery. People do modifications around the battery without really understanding what can happen, right? And we need to educate. Just like we have education around safety around, you know, LPG cylinders or you know, around facilities that have that deal with CNG, it's similar here. We need to talk about it. There needs to be a general, you know, drive with respect to how customers can safely use electric vehicles and not abuse them. And lastly, I think this is where a lot of focus has to go in. Every time we, you know, we do an expansion of the factory or we go to a new facility, the team will call me and they'll ask me, Shreyas, we're storing batteries, you know, what are the civil requirements, what do I do? And we've built these internal standards at Ather, but, you know, it's mostly based off of international learnings. UL 9540A is something we sort of look back on, but it's not set in stone, right? I would like that, you know, I'm compliant to a standard in India. And again, that we lead the world just like we're leading in AIS 156 phase 2, we lead the world on what is right. This is an evolving sort of space, and we have a chance here to do it right. With that, I would thank everyone for listening to me. If you have any questions, I'll take them now. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Shreyas. I think you stuck to the point, I mean, the timing, and also your recommendations were very apt. Thank you. And every time I come in, I have to lower the mic because I'm short. And the point which you made, and also the BMS, the recycling, repurposing, all of this has been coming as one of the important one. And I would definitely say that Pankaj Batra sir, who is sitting here, would say, hey, come on, please join us in our ETD 11, ETD 52, and please contribute towards making these standards. Yeah, only one question, please.
Use and what is the BMS? Is it imported or indigenous?
Right, so we make our own BMS. It's designed, developed, tested, everything within Ather. The chemistry we use is NMC and NCA. We use both at this point in time. NMC, NCA, yes, I mean, there was some discussion around, oh my God, they're unsafe and so on. Like I said, with great power comes great responsibility. If you know how to deal with them, you know, they can be perfectly safe, right?
Just to add to what Shreya said, we support 100% testing of BMS, end of life, 100% calibration. In fact, in our company, nothing leaves unless it is calibrated twice. Means we do a calibration and then we check if the calibration is done properly. Yeah, this is an absolute 100% requirement for every BMS, 100% support.
Thank you, and maybe, yeah, on a special request, please.
Just
Sorry,
one
yeah.
small
Yeah.
question. So
Yeah.
I'm Misbah, I'm representing Ms. Toshiba here. So my question might be a futuristic one, but there are many deterrents to EV penetration in India, and fast charging is one of them. So how do you see, any one of the panelists would like to comment that?
Sure. So, you know, we've been very clear about this, and we have a lot of data to back this up as well. Like, fast charging is always an emergency use case, right? Especially with two wheels. Most people in India, and this is from 1 billion kilometers of fleet data that Ather has, right? Most people don't ride beyond 25. I think 90th, 95th percentile is probably 25 kilometers a day at most, right? Most people like charging at home. 93 to 94% of our charging sessions are home charging sessions, right? So fast charging is when, you know, for a B2C use case, I'm not talking B2B here, personal transportation,
Fast charging is an emergency scenario, right? And depending on how much fast charging you put in the mix, right, your battery warranty and your battery life will change. And we say that openly, that don't fast charge all the time, right? Your battery life will get affected. And but that's the thing is, customers don't want to do it unless they absolutely have to, right? So it needs, with this data, we bake it into our testing. So when we do our cell characterization and when we commit to a customer saying, hey, we're giving you 5 years warranty, we've taken this fleet data, made tests, life cycle tests, test cases with this data, and that's how we arrive at our warranty number. It's not blind, right? But yeah, short answer is people like charging at home. That's the truth, and that's better for the battery as well.
Thank you, Shreyas. And thank you very much. It was really...
Just one second, most of the use case for electric scooters right now is in fleets. And I really do not recommend fast charging for the scooters which are being used in the fleets because their batteries cannot take fast charging. And most of the BMSs which are there, they are actually not BMSs, they are PCMs imported from China. They will not, and I repeat, they will not stop fast charging. Probably will lead to explosion. Yeah? So it is not to be encouraged in the fleets in the way scooters are currently, or bikes are currently being sourced for the fleets.
Thank you once again. I think it was a wonderful session. I have a big applause for all the panelists sitting here. Really, I think we can go on for the whole day on this particular topic. However, we want to as we said, we want to complete the talk about the complete value chain. I would like to thank all of them, and may I request Sonia to facilitate the speakers with a memento. Maybe we'll start with Kuldeep. Kuldeep Singh ji. Thank you. Rashi ma'am. Should I address her Rashi, or should I address her as Battery Wali? Piyush Gupta. Thank you very much, Piyush, for bringing in. And Ms. Shreyas. Shreyas, I am one of the customer of your Ather scooter 450X. Thank you. With that, I think we'll move on to the second session. I know it's a little longer session. It may eat away into our lunch. So I would request the panelists who are coming in next to keep their presentation short. Isha, would you please take over?
Thank you so much to all our honorable speakers for providing their insights on the topic. As we move ahead to the second technical session, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be exploring EV infrastructure. This session promises to shed light on essential aspects of building a sustainable electric vehicle infrastructure. For the same, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Joseph Bablo, who's the principal designated engineer, and he'll be joining us online today. With him, I'd like to invite on the dais Shri Abhishek Ranjan, Shri Ravindra Desai, Shri Avdesh Kumar Jha, and Shri Vivek Krishnaiya. Distinguished speakers, please join us on the dais. Our first speaker for this technical session is Sri Joseph Bablo, who will be joining us online today. Mr. Bablo serves as a primary designated engineering PDE manager for the energy storage and e-mobility team at UL Solutions. He's responsible for a team of technical experts dealing with standard development and product certification involving batteries, energy storage technologies, battery second life, solar power, and battery chargers.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at the Technical Seminar on Electric Vehicle Conductive Charging Standards. My name is Joe Bablo. I'm the Principal Engineering Manager for the Energy Storage and E-Mobility team within UL Solutions. Been with UL for 28 years, and you can see the rest of my bio on the slide. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about legacy standards in order to set a baseline before we move on to the further discussion. So what we're going to take a look at is a number of standards, not all of them, but just a few of them, and how they map between North American and IEC standards. So what you see on the screen is a list of standards on the left, which is the North American standards, and then a list of standards on the right, which are IEC, and the colored bubbles will show you how those map to one another. Also, what you will see for North American standards is each one of those has 3 designations with UL number for the US, the CSA number for Canada, and the ANSI number for Mexico. Each one of those documents is trinationally harmonized and is identical between the 3 countries. So instead of saying the entire designation, I will just simply refer to the UL number for the sake of convenience, and we'll talk about UL 2594, UL 2202, and UL 2251. But whenever I say those numbers, I really mean all 3 designations. So the first one we'll look at is AC output devices, which is electric vehicle supply equipment, or EVSE. These are products that will transfer AC voltage to the vehicle. On board the vehicle, you'll have an onboard charger that will convert that voltage and charge the battery. For North America, we use UL 2594, and on the IEC side, that maps to one of 2 standards, IEC 61851-1 or IEC 62752. Today, from the published documents, both of those have an overlap of scope. On the cord-connected products, so any AC output device that is cord and plug connected, either standard applies today. I will say that work is ongoing to clarify that and say 62752 does cord and plug, 61851-1 does permanently connected, but that'll be future standards. Today it's an or between those standards based on choice of the customer. For DC output devices or chargers, transferring DC to the vehicle and charging the battery, we use UL 2202, and that maps to a combination of IEC 61851-1 and 61851-23. So you use those 2 standards together to be able to address DC chargers. For couplers, connectors, and inlets, UL 2251, and for the IEC side, we're using the 62196 series, and you see how that maps out with Part 1 and Part 2 being used for AC-rated devices, Part 1 and Part 3 being used for DC-rated devices, and for all actively cooled or liquid-cooled devices, Part 1, Part 3, and Part 3-1. One of the things that we need to make sure is clear when we look at these standards is that on the North American side, the standards are design agnostic. So essentially, any design that can comply with the safety requirements as outlined in those documents is sufficient and suitable and can be certified. On the IEC side, they're a little bit more design oriented, such as with -23, you have three separate systems of chargers: System A, System B, System C. There are no other versions of charger systems, and if you don't have A, B, or C, you cannot be covered by that standard. Similarly, in 62196, the Part 2 and Part 3 documents both have standard sheets in the back of the document, with the standard sheets pointing out dimensioning and configuration details and essentially the design of the interface. If you do not have standard sheets in the back of Part 2 or Part 3, technically you cannot be covered to the standard shown on the screen. So those design orientations require those standards to be updated if we're ever going to add new designs. For example, today we have the North American Charging Standard, or the Tesla connector, that is becoming more globally available, right? So Tesla has released that. Certain auto manufacturers such as Ford and Rivian and Volvo and others have stated that they will use the Tesla connector moving forward. The UL 2251 document is prepared to handle that because we don't speak to the configuration or the design. But for IEC, we have to take steps to add in the standard sheets for the NACS connector. So it doesn't mean that either one of those documents is better than the other. They all do the same thing. We all point to the same safety concepts. We cannot change the laws of physics. So fire, shock, injury is going to really be the ultimate goal for all of them. And we're all pointing toward that same area. It may be done slightly differently, but the IEC standards do rely on specific design. And if the design is not included, it is not covered by the scope of that document. So there's a little bit more of an ability to innovate on the North American standard side. So this is our baseline, the legacy standards that exist today, what's currently published and what is out there. And now we want to look at some areas of development for future standards, some of the areas that are being worked on today. So the first is megawatt charging. So megawatt charging is essentially the same as DC charging, except a much higher level of power involved. So we'll skip down to the third bullet, and you can see the ratings. There's 3 different levels, all of them at 1500 volts DC, but level 1 at 350 amps, level 2 at 1000 amps, and level 3 at 3000 amps. This is essentially the next step, right? So we've taken DC charging in dash 23 using systems A, B, and C. Essentially, the IEC design orientation is going to sort of drive a harmonization of design globally, because no one wants to make more than one product. But the idea here is we're going to go way beyond where we are with that, which is netting out at 500 amps today. And we're going to start looking at 1500 volts DC, 3000 amps. And the need for this is mostly for trucks, buses, larger vehicles, something with a much larger battery, heavy duty vehicle that needs to be able to charge quickly, because the legacy product, what's out there today, would take far too long to charge those larger batteries. Of course, this requires new systems. It requires new couplers, and you're going to have tweaks to the communication protocol as well. And the idea behind this is that for active cooling, it's going to be required for level 2 and level 3. Level 1, everything is sized appropriately. The cross-sectional area of copper is suitable for 350 amps, and we can just use that without any additional bells, whistles, or controls. But for level 2, to put 1000 amps through this connector, we require the infrastructure side to have some form of active cooling. Today, that's liquid cooling. And that would be required on the infrastructure side to cool the contacts in the connector while transferring 1000 amps to the vehicle. For level 3, it gets more complicated, with the infrastructure side maintaining its active cooling, but the vehicle side also must have active cooling. We are not transferring coolant from the charger to the vehicle. They are separate closed-loop systems, but you are essentially cooling the vehicle connector on the infrastructure side, and the truck or bus is cooling the inlet on the vehicle side. In the future, this technology, this charger system, may be more prevalent in the field, and there may be the possibility of passenger vehicles moving toward the use of level 1. 3,000 amps would never really be required on a passenger vehicle, but 350 amps could be. And if the infrastructure is available, it is foreseeable that in the future, passenger vehicles may make use of that infrastructure. But today, the primary use is for truck and bus. And the idea is that, let's use trucks as an example. If they need to charge quickly and get back on the road, especially in a large country going, from border to border, coast to coast in the U.S., a truck may need to charge quickly, get back on the road to continue, and that's where the 3,000 amp charging comes in. If they're stopping for a couple of hours, take a break, have lunch, do what they need to do, 1,000 amps. If the truck is parking overnight, that's where the 350 amps can come in. So it isn't that every truck will charge every time at 3,000 amps. It's really dependent upon the use case and the scenario in which they are charging. But the standardization for this is now underway globally, both in IEC and in North America, trying to figure out what is changing and what we need to do to be able to cover it. Another area is the use of solar generation and energy storage. So the concept here is essentially PV arrays that can be used to generate power, energy placed on energy storage, and then that energy storage can be used to charge the vehicle. And that could be situations where the product is grid tied and the storage system will supplement the grid, or it could be a system that is used for convenience, we'll come back to that, or located in a remote area where there is no grid connection at all, and the ESS is the only power source. So we're charging the battery constantly and then using that battery to put charging current back onto the vehicle. There can be two types of these devices. They can be permanently, as you see in the image here, where they're just permanent installations. They're not going to move. The ESS is in the bushes or it's buried or whatever. And that's going to be used to help supplement a grid connection, and we can charge multiple vehicles. But there are portable types that are seen out in the public and on the market, where they can be delivered on a flatbed truck and they can be dropped in a parking lot for festivals and fairs and things of this nature, where EVs are not normally parking, but there would be EV available there. And when the festival or the carnival or what have you is over, the product is picked up, put back on a flatbed truck, moved somewhere else, and used elsewhere. So the concept for those are that they are smaller, self-contained type systems that can be moved around from place to place, do not need a grid connection, and are just an energy storage system with PV and EVSE all in one package. So all of this exists today in individual component requirements. So we have requirements for PV, we have requirements for inverters, requirements for energy storage, requirement for EV charging. But the idea of how that all interacts when you put it together as a system, especially if they are larger systems, again, as shown in the image, where pieces may be intermixed, where someone goes out and just buys the 4 pieces and creates this system in the field. How do we put requirements around that to make sure that the interaction and the integration of these products together is done in a safe manner? Again, something that's being discussed on a global scale. And then our last area is going to be around battery swap. We won't spend a whole lot of time on this one. Essentially, it can be a facility, large facility where we can drive in and get out of our car, or it could be a smaller facility such as this, or it could even be a kiosk system where something is done manually. Pick a battery out of your vehicle, place it into the kiosk, take out a fully charged battery, put it in your vehicle, and off you go. The main concept of battery swap is around fleets and standardized vehicles. It's not really feasible to say I have every single battery for every vehicle and I have a means to actually interchange that automatically. So for the system you see on the screen, a car will pull in, something underneath the vehicle will come up, take a battery off, take it into the back, bring out a new one, put it on, person drives away. It's all automated. And within the left-hand side of that structure is essentially energy storage. So you have all the batteries in there, they're being charged and they're being stored for the next use. And these products can be built wherever you have a need. So it could be a fleet of taxis, of delivery vans, it could be neighborhood sharing vehicles, it could be a lot of different things. But essentially that's there to quickly change the battery and get those cars back on the road without having to have the car parked while the battery is charged. So with that, we're going to look at some considerations for India. Okay, essentially, legacy standards are there, but they're never finished. So as things innovate, they will continue to develop. We have new areas of technology that are in development, but as we pointed out, a lot of the times we don't know what those products look like. So industry input and actual finished products are necessary to help formalize and finalize requirement development. There's a lot of work going on to develop and maintain the documents, legacy or new. But what we're trying to get to is a point where on a global scale, we have a minimum number of standards rather than everyone having their own. We don't want to keep reinventing the wheel when certain requirements already exist. So use of existing standards is a good plan. It's tied to common understanding of vehicle manufacturers, charger manufacturers, and vehicle owners. Everyone would know what to expect. And of course, that also leads to available equipment that's already on the market and can already be utilized in a safe manner. The design agnostic approach from the North American standards is one recommendation for safety that can be followed. And it also allows for a faster innovation time. We don't always have to update the standard every time a design it's modified. And that in turn can assist in a faster and safer adoption of the technology. So with that, I thank you.
Yep, thank you very much, Joe. I'm sorry, there is a technology, I think we did not anticipate this to happen. So, and thanks to Joe for having it recorded and sent to us. If there are any questions we would like to take, I'll try to see if Joe can respond to it. Maybe one question again, we'll limit the questions to only one. Okay, not seeing any question, I would once again thank Joe who's there still. It's almost the midnight or early in the morning at 3 o'clock. He has been waiting for us. Thank you very much, Joe, for your wonderful insights and also the recommendations. And we'll take it up further. And if there are any questions, I'll write back to you and respond to the participants here. With that, thank you.
Joe cannot hear us, but thank you so much, Joe, for your insights. The next speaker in line would be Mr. Abhishek Ranjan. With over 23 years of industry experience in utility and information technology sectors, Abhishek is a business professional who's passionate about accelerating energy transition and decarbonization. As the Senior Vice President Strategy and Head, Utilities and Retail at Renew Power, India's largest renewable energy company, he leads the strategic initiatives for expanding the company's portfolio and market presence in the utility scale firm and dispatch renewable energy portfolio for utilities and retail segments, employing energy modeling and reforecasting techniques. I'd like to invite Mr. Abhishek Ranjan to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, UL and the organizers for having me here. Hope I'm audible now. Yeah, thanks. So, very bang on. I'll not take more than 5 minutes. I think we are very late for the lunch now. So, I'll be speaking more from the perspective of an end user of e-mobility, for example. So, if you see here, these are some of the points. So, without further ado, I mean, so EVs are already there from the end point, so the adoption is there. So, it's no longer a question whether should I go there, should not go there. It's already there. So, it's happening. The transition is happening. I myself transitioned to an EV very recently. Okay, and these are some of the pics where you see that what is happening over there. If you see this one, this is data taken from Vahan dashboard of Government of India. In 2021, what was the number of electric vehicles which were sold state-wise? And then the next one, this slide talks about what happened. And I was in Discom in Delhi earlier, previous to my earlier role. Okay, so there we had a chance to work closely with the government in Delhi, and we had a chance to launch the EV portal. So that news clipping over there, you see that one. And in Delhi, by end of 2022, almost 17% of the new vehicle sales were on electric platforms, and mostly two-wheeler and three-wheeler. Four-wheeler is also picking up. So in India, as you know, most of the vehicles are two-wheeler and three-wheeler. We'll have a look into it as well. And these are the snapshots of some real things happening. So if you see one battery swap, I don't know if pointer is working here or not. Yeah, this one. This one is V2G as well. Okay, this is being done in one of the areas in South Delhi, where the battery swapping station is not only giving service to electric rickshaws, but also being demanded by the DISCOM to serve the grid, the distribution transformer side. So what I'm trying to emphasize is, as we are debating on the safety aspect, standards, where the world is moving, the collaboration parts and all, the user side is also very, very agile. So we have a double challenge. So challenge is, we have to be safe. Why? Because the usage has already started, and it started in full flow. If you see this map, two-wheeler and three-wheeler, they provide most of the mobility. I mean, they comprise of most of the vehicle sales in the country. So if you see the bottom line of this chart, it's hidden, but I'll read out for you. 53% households in Delhi, for example, owned a two-wheeler, and at least. And pan-India, you see the left-hand side, this is on the four-wheeler side, 7.5%, and 49.7% households at least have two-wheeler. So why I'm trying to emphasize this point is, we need to be agile to, when we talk about the standards, SOPs, fire safety, etc., we need to keep into view who are the end users of such services. What is their, I mean, capability to grasp, assimilate, understand the technology jargons we are using. So we have to simplify but not oversimplify. So from that point of view, when we see, I had a chance of working closely with DST and BIS in my previous role. We were developing a standard LEV AC, it was called then. And this is a snapshot I have borrowed from DST, and this is slightly dated last year data. Almost 19 standards are already in place in various categories, and this is a gist of it. So I am talking about IS 17017, and this is AC charge point, DC charge point number 5 and 6. But then what we are saying is, in India, we are already progressing towards EV charging standards. So, and this encompasses many safety standards as well. So we were talking about these things, AIS being notified, and that was a kind of bomb being dropped on the industry or something like that. But then that was a good thing to happen. Safety can't be compromised. So even not with profitability anywhere. So now, safety aspect, there are several regulations. So CEA came out with the regulation this year itself, 2023. If I talk about chapter 11 in the first one, measures related to safety, is dedicated to electric vehicle charging. So when I say electric vehicle charging, infrastructure, connectivity, earthing, lighting protection, etc., very, very important. Even if you plug in your two-wheeler to a, say, maybe a 3 kilowatt socket in your home, many times it throws error. So I myself experienced when I was trying to charge my four-wheeler, it never booted up. Why? There was an earthing problem, and that is a very common problem. Now people try to bypass that, and that is a very, very important safety hazard. So how to educate people for these simple things? So one of the examples is these the OEM from whom I have bought the vehicle. They have created a social media group where all these owners pan-India, we are connected and we are debating, sharing our problems, pain points, and there are some so-called experts who are helping us. So more such sessions or more such platforms are required, but they have to be more organized. You never know, somebody is giving you WhatsApp Gyan, so that is also a problem. And this is a very sensitive matter. So we need to have, what I would advocate is we need to have very specialist subject matter experts who can pinpointedly answer the questions. Now, some of the initiatives in my previous role which we took was to simplify these jargons for the end people. So if you see the snapshot here of the website, this is a public website. Many of you would have seen it, being an end user of electricity and having applied for a EV charging connection or a EV metered connection, right? So in Delhi, for example. So here the SOPs which have been, captured using the CEA regulations, safety regulations, in terms of, say, checklist, where the EVSE who is going to be established or given a metered connection need to comply, and there has to be a CEA safety check. These look like very simple things. For example, initially we were not allowing, the DISCOMs were not allowing EV connection in the basement. Okay, closed area. No, we want only open area. But then, with the advent of more and more CA safety regulations and guidelines, we said that yes, it could be allowed, but A, B, C, D, these conditions are being met. And these are all in public domain. So we are learning and we are evolving. But the only thing is, it has to be with responsibility, with keeping in that end person in mind, who is the end user of the vehicle, the safety of that person in mind. So with this, I'll close my presentation. Only one thing which I would like to emphasize on this slide is, we need to be mindful of the governance structure of the whole safety and regulations that we are trying to talk about. So there has to be an implementation of standards and compliance of the standards without fail. Now, is it only at the point of sale of OEM, or is it a continuous? Whenever we are getting our OEM vehicles, electric vehicle serviced, every point in time the battery has to be checked. In IC vehicles, people after a point of time, when the free services are gone, normally people stop going to the, for servicing of the vehicles, IC vehicles. I'm talking about the petrol and diesel. You can't afford in electric vehicle because of the simple point, you need to be aware of what is happened to the battery. Now, the point number 4 from top, what I emphasize, and that is a takeaway from my submission, would be we need a governance structure where a continuous monitoring of this implementation and adaptation and adoption of the guidelines and compliance is ensured. With this, I'll thank for you for patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. You have been always giving on the pointed things for us to really work on. Thanks for all those recommendations, and thank you for keeping the time. With that, let me just quickly introduce Ravindra Desai, who is our next speaker. Again, Ravindra has been a very good friend of mine, and we have been working. He is part of IEEE. Ravindra Desai is an electrical engineer with over 33 years of experience in the industry. He is currently associated with the IEEE Standards Association as a global IEEE member. He has held various positions in his career, including working with Alembic Limited as an electrical engineer and with the Center of Electronics Design Technology and Technology as a design engineer. Over to you, Ravindra. May I request you to limit your presentation to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Manju. I'll keep it short and hopefully sweet. And I know people are waiting. I think lunch is ready, so I will have to also rush. Why it's not moving? Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's moving. Yeah. So only last, he told about me, I don't want to repeat. Only last that whatever are the views are my personal views as per the bylaws of IEEE. So I will have to specifically mention this. So yeah, IEEE, this is the largest technical professional organization in the world. I need not tell about that, but our tagline is advancing technology for humanity. So whatever technology developed should be useful for humanity. And one of the operating unit is standard, so we develop standard, and there are almost 1,200 plus standards, and maybe around 1,000 projects are there on standardization. And whole world is using Wi-Fi just to connect more with IEEE. Whole world is using Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi standards are all IEEE, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Ethernet. So we also have global collaboration with IEC. IEEE is one of the SDO, Standard Development Organization. So we have collaboration with IEC, ISO, and ITU. And there are more than 100 standards which are jointly developed with ISO and IEC. So I'm not going process. I just want to give some awareness or about the platform which is available for development of standard. See, in India, if a standard is to be developed, you have to go through BIS. So in IEEE, there are two ways which is available. One is individual. 10 people can come together, experts in their own domain, and they can start developing a standard. You need not go through any national standard body. And secondly is a corporate or entity method, where minimum 3 entities should join so that there is no monopoly and they can start developing any standard. Because with the advancement in technology, newer products come. So 2 platforms are available at IEEE where you can develop. Okay, so IEEE standards are 4 types. One is standards which are mandatory requirement or technical specification. Other one is recommended practices where IEEE has a preference or prefer whatever is preferred by IEEE. Third is the guidelines. IEEE will give guidelines on the standard. And third is for trial use documents. So everyone, almost anyone can participate. Okay, this is, let me talk 1 minute on this. So process is direct participation. You need not to be nominated by any organization. You need not to be a member of IEEE. IEEE is a volunteer organization and there are membership. Okay, due process, the process is followed complying with WTO, World Trade Organization. It is consensus based. It is balanced. So when the standard goes for balloting, it is seen that all representation is there. That is manufacturer, user, academics, research, and then only balloting is done for any standard. Transparency is there, broad openness, coherence, and of course development, whether it's economical or technological. So in IEEE terms, this is called any new standard development, it's called a project. So project has to be approved. It goes to the, then working group is formed. A working group works on the standard. It develops a draft standard. It goes to IEEE board for approval. So once it is approved, so its life is 10 years. So either it is revised or it is withdrawn. Very simple. Yes, there is a process, format, and other thing for new development of standard. In IEEE term, we call it PAR, PAR, Project Authorization Request. So you submit a request. There is a committee which is called NESCOM or New Standards Committee, which will go through the request just to see that there is no parallel work. Already if there is some work is going on, it will be rejected with a comment that already some work is going on. Maybe in the exact space or maybe in the similar, okay. So, or if there are, if the committee feels that there is no value addition, again it will reject. So, again, IEEE has a policy for adoption of standards. So any standards, national standard body can develop standards. See, these are all global standards. So whatever is useful globally, and if there is value in IEEE standards, any national standard body, including BIS, can adopt that. Of course, there is a process which is to be followed. These are all guidelines for the adoption. These are some of the standards which are adopted, and you can see this is one of the standard which is adopted by BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard, which is the national standards body for India. And these are some of the other national standard body which have adopted. So IEEE has a program. IEEE has 2-3 program. One is development of standard. Other one is called the industry connection. And when you develop a standard, whether the standard complies to the requirement, whether the product complies to the requirement standard or not, there is a certification program. I'm not going into that, but there is a program called Industry Connection Program. So the purpose of this is either to see the gap in the standard or awareness in terms of webinars, workshop, white paper. So there is one Industry Connection Program on implementation of roadmap of systematic EV adoption in India and Asia, and this is chaired by one of the CEO or startup group CEO based in Bangalore, and these are there are some subgroups, 6 subgroups: battery technology, powertrain, optimization, energy delivery, grid balancing, connected ecosystem, and skill development. In the morning, we were talking of skill development. This is one of the area identified, and maybe skill development, charging infrastructure, connected ecosystem, and grid balancing. These groups have worked little more, and some of you who are experts in this, in your own domain, can join this. I have given the link for that. I will give my email ID also. So we are already working on this, and whenever the white paper or the work is completed, whatever are the deliverables or outcome, that will be shared with policymakers. These are some of the societies in IEEE which are working, and a lot of standards are developed by especially IEEE Vehicular Technology Society. Then there is IEEE Intelligent Transportation System, Product Safety Engineering Society, IEEE Power Electronics, then Power and Energy. I'll just, there are some standards which are developed by IEEE. So latest is, this is under development. This is the IEEE standard for ultra high power electric vehicle charger, which is called 2030.1.2. And see, technical standards have significant role in facilitating global cooperation, in standardizing safety requirements, supporting regulatory needs, growing markets for global trade, enabling interoperability, encouraging innovation, facilitating market competition. So just before I end, I just want to make a submission on the lines of Honorable Prime Minister, who said one sun, one earth, and one grid. So similarly, I want to make a submission: one sun, one earth, why not one standard? So all the global SDOs should join hands to develop one standard for the global requirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravindra. Again, we'll limit the questions probably we'll have during the lunch. But I think one globe, one standard is a way for us to have the collaborations being done. Thank you, Ravindra, for that. Now with that, let me invite Mr. Avdesh Kumar Jha, who has been the Executive Director, GLIDA Glida, and it was formerly known as Fortum and Clean Energy. company has embarked upon a journey to transform mobility. Yeah, over to you. Thank you. Can I have the presentation, please?
Good afternoon. And the last session was very, very interesting. I think it took almost 2 hours, more than 2 hours. But then a lot of good insights, and I would say, and there was one comment made that the charging compatibilities, right? So, okay, let me introduce myself. So, I am the executive director for Glida. Glida is a new brand name for Fortum Charge and Drive India. We are a charge point operator operating since 2018, and we are currently operating close to around 475 charging points across 16 cities in India. And we operate only for four-wheeler passenger vehicle segment as of now. And we have planned to venture into the bus and the heavy trucks. As a background, since we have been, we are a company from Finland, and we were the leading charge point operator in the Norway, close to 70% market share in 2022. And so we have that expertise and the knowledge which we want to share in the Indian market as well. So I will concentrate primarily on the car segment and not on the two-wheeler, three-wheelers, which I don't understand as far as segment is concerned. So when we talk about, is this or? Yeah. So when we talk about, generally, my understanding of safety in the EV, generally we are referring to the fire safety, or that's the most important danger, I would say, which we are referring to. Is it really a fact? Obviously, the vehicles are prone to catching fire, but aren't ICE vehicles catching fire? We don't talk much about the ICE catching fire. If a small scooter of EV catches fire, you have a front page news in all the mainstream newspapers. But when a car catches fire, ICE car catches fire, you will find probably a mention somewhere in the last page or maybe in between somewhere. Why it is so? Is it to exaggerate, or is it to scare the consumer that don't go for the EV? It's unsafe. Personally, I believe that it is more on the later side, that don't go for the EV, it is more dangerous. But the data doesn't support that. Here are the data from the US, because the US and Europe has reasonably much better data collection systems. And if we see this data, the one data is from the insurance company, auto insurance company itself. So we can rely on these data. And another is from the US government agencies. It very clearly says that the EV has a much lower probability of catching fire compared to the gasoline vehicles. But we don't talk about the fires in the gasoline vehicles, but we spend hours and hours and hours, describing as if the EV is the villain. I just wanted to bring the context right, that are we really, this EV is something which we should be worried about as far as fire safety is concerned? Yes. There is a problem, and just to give you a context, that in the US, this is on the percentage side, but in the absolute number, in 2020, there was 200,000 fire incidents in the ICE vehicle compared to 52, and if you normalize it on the per 1,000 sales, it's close to around 2.5% only. So that's the factual information about the EV fire. Now, this data has already been presented in the first sessions in a different format in the pie chart, where the charging is definitely associated with the charging. It's not that the charging has caused the fire, but associated with the charging, this around 23% or 26% is there. But then,
what are the reasons? What are the issues associated around the charging? If we see that what could be the possible reasons for the charging associated fire or issues of the failure of the vehicles. So primarily there are 4. The important one is the insulation, right? So insulations of the equipment, the cables, connectors. So that's one of the important element. The aging of the equipment itself. As more and more equipments are used, if it is not maintained properly, it will have issues. The rectifiers might fail, controllers might fail. So that's the aging. It's a routine thing with any equipment, any machine. Environmental factors, yes. The high heat, the humidity, the water, the thunderstorms. These are the important reasons in the charging associated problems. So if you see on these things, this has nothing to do with the charging pole itself is causing a major problem or the failure of the battery. As it was repeated in the morning sessions, that it's the BMS. Ultimately, it's the BMS which controls. It's a communication between the EVSE and the BMS. That's the important. Because if the BMS is functioning properly, even if the charger, let's say there is a failure at the charger end, it continues to push the current, the BMS can cut it off. So if there is a failure on the communication, and I personally consider that the communication failure between the vehicle and the EVSE probably is the more important parameters element which we need to think through. Insulation is more important from the individual safety, personal safety, because it can give you the electrical shock. It's high voltage systems. It can give you electrical shock. So that is important. And that's where, I have already explained this one, that's where if you see the Indian government's proactive, Mr. Batra is here, at that point of time, the CA had come out with a very stringent, very meticulous safety guidelines for the charging stations to be operated. So it covers the insulations, it covers the over voltage, it covers all the protective earthing, how Abhishek was referring to the earthing, how earthing should be there, how it should be measured, how the data should be captured. And at the same time, it has empowered the charge point operator that you can go to the self-certifications. You don't have to necessarily depend on an electrical inspector to come and inspect it, because that will add a layer of the bureaucracy. So that has empowered, that has given the empowerment to the charge point operator. At the same time, they have laid down a very strict guidelines. Now it is for now the operators, the charge point operators like us, to ensure that we install and we operate the charging stations. Here I would conclude by one point which Abhishek was referring to, that we have issues at the earthing at the home. I am a very strong opponent of a huge uses of the home charging, particularly for the car segment. Because see, whatever awareness you create, you will not be able to teach the hardcore technical informations to the household individuals. Even if we have any problem at the electrical system at home, आपका fridge नहीं चल रहा है, आपका AC नहीं चल रहा है, probably we hardly undertake any exercise to fix it. We depend on the electrician, qualified electricians, so-called qualified electricians. Now you are dealing with a systems which is operating on 500 volt, 400 volt, 1000 volt in future, and since we have, the probably some of us cutting corners, so we can put the connectors or the chargers in a simple 15 ampere socket, which is meant for the household, not for the heavy duty use like the vehicles. Besides, I'm also against the individual parking based home charging, because this adds additional load to the grid, which Abhishek knows that most of the time, even the existing the transformers are not 100% loaded all the time. So you are adding another layer of the infrastructure, which will be used probably for 40%, 50% of the time. That's adding to the system cost. Ultimately, it will be passed on to the end consumer by the distribution company. So why can't we go for something which is, because an operator is qualified, they can set up a community charging, they will be mandated by the CA requirement that you have to follow these guidelines, and that will be more safe, more secure. So I would recommend that instead of focusing more and more on the individual parking-based charging, the regulator should encourage more and more community-based charging. The public charging at the public places, which is accessible to all, or the community-based charging in the housing complex associations that can be accessible to all the inmates of that society. And that will probably help both ways. It will make it more safe, as well as it will reduce the safety, it will reduce the system cost as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avdesh ji. If there are any questions for Avdesh ji, I think he brought out a very important point in terms of how do we approach to the charging stations requirements. Yeah, please, just one question again. Can I get a mic here, please?
Sorry, I'm Kapil from Tata Motors. So I'm heading the battery technology divisions in Tata Motors. So my question is here, like, where do you get the chargers from? Like, does, like your company makes the charger, or you source it from somebody? And this charger, right, is it on which protocol, CCS2 or is GBT?
Avdesh sir, may I request that since it's a very pointed question, shall we have that question being taken up as one-to-one? Yeah.
So we are a charge point operator. We are not the manufacturer of the chargers. So we source from the different manufacturers which is operating in India, and we source few products from Europe as well. But as far as standard is concerned, obviously it depends upon the vehicle OEM. So initially, Tata Motors was manufacturing on DC001 base, which is still you are doing it on Express T. So that requires DC001 chargers. And now you are producing Nexon and other on the CCS platform. So we are also installing the CCS2 chargers as well.
Thank you, Avdesh ji. Thank you for being very crisp in responding. Now, all the pressure comes onto the last speaker because he is standing between the lunch and so let's quickly introduce Vivek Krishnaiah, who, I mean, thank you very much, Vivek, for accepting to be here. It was a last-minute request and accommodating into this. So just 3 lines. Vivek Krishnaiah is heading the Safety and Regulatory Compliance wing of Delta Electronics India and responsible for product safety certifications and market-relevant compliances. Over to that. Over to you.
Yeah, so I will quickly brush upon what I want to present here. So basically, we are from Delta Electronics, so we are a chargers manufacturer, right from a 2-wheeler charger all the way up to bus chargers of 250 kilowatt. Okay, and here, so standards are very important for us for the product development. So we need to know what are the relevant applicable standards for us to do the actual product development so that we get complied once we set it to the market. And then what are the recommendations also I will be telling in my presentation. So these are all the standards we have categorized. So though the standards from functionality point of view may overlap, but just I have done a broad classification at different domains like EE and the electrical and mechanical safety aspects, the bidirectional EVSE, where we are now talking about the V2, vehicle to grid or vehicle to home or vehicle to vehicle kind of usages. Then also, we also talk about the emission, the EMC, EMI emission standards, and also the environmental safety standards, and also the user safety standards. So user safety standard mostly from functionalities, functional safety point of view, what is the SIL level we need to, the safety integrity level we need to go, all those things, and also the cyber security, because right now all the chargers are interconnected through communications and all are like IoT devices. Everyone wants to know the status on their mobile. So the cyber security also plays an important role which we need to comply. So these are some of the standards what we need to comply to. Including the plug-in socket. Even for the cable selection, we have to adhere to certain standards because of the safety requirements. So we cannot be a carefree kind of a thing where we buy cables for our internal chargers. It has to comply to certain standards. So these are some of the standards listed here, including the insulation resistance, ingress protections in case of outdoor chargers, etc. Yeah. And what are the roadblocks and gaps for the Indian market? So basically, regulations for the power swapping stations, we need to know for the Indian market. So it is a well-developed application for the Europe and American market. However, for the Indian market, we need to still know about this. And regulations for the vehicle to X. So because right now, all the huge cars are having, storing huge energies of 20 kilowatt hour kind of energy, and they would want to, during the evening times, if there is an outage in the power and they have the energy in the car, they want to use it for the home. So V2 home or vehicle to vehicle kind of technology is what they want, and we need regulations for this, because our chargers for other markets, we have this solution. However, for the Indian market, what regulations we need to follow, that needs to be defined. And one more thing is the disability friendly. Right now, you all know that all the buildings or the showrooms or even the malls are disabled or handicap friendly. So they have ramps for the vehicle, wheelchair movement, everything. Similarly, even for the EV chargers, we need this handicap friendly kind of usage. Like for example, if the person is deaf or not able to see, then still he should be able to operate the charger. And also the movement, the charger, the distance between the car and the charger, the distance should be quite good enough for the wheelchair person bound on the wheelchair to operate, and also the accessibility of the card and also the HMI to feed in the inputs on the HMI. So these things also has to be user friendly for the disabled. So these regulations are right now not defined for the Indian market, which we need to have. And then of course cyber security, I think I have already spoken about. And also we need to have, I think many have voiced their opinion about having more labs to conduct thermal runaway, because as everyone knows, and also as per the detailed discussion during the last session, the thermal runaway is the most important or the actual root cause of fire incidents or hazardous fire hazards. So for this we need to have a thorough testing lab, but whatever we import, the cells what we import from the China or elsewhere, we need to do the detailed testing of these as per UL 9540A testing. So for that we need adequate labs, because these labs are not only to mitigate certain tests like trigger, like nail penetration or external heating or overcharging heating. Not only this, they should also have a toxicity of the gases what it liberates. The kind of composition of this toxicity also needs to be measured and given out in the report. So these are some of the detailed testing infra what is needed for the India. So these are some of the things, and then yes, as I told, the recommendation mostly will be to have these labs not only in tier 1 but also in tier 2 cities, because right now a lot of manufacturers and vendors are coming up and a lot of startups are coming up, and cell battery pack specific safety tests and qualification labs are required. So the labs need to qualify these tests and giving out a certification that it is safe to use. And also regulations for the battery swapping station, cyber security, V2X already I have spoken up. And also tie-ups with the international agencies like Ecotality. So Ecotality is a North American institute which belongs to North American Power. from usage point of view, they have given, they periodically come out with reports on what are the features required for the EV chargers. So if we are tie up with them, then we will understand what are the requirements, and accordingly we can design the chargers based for the Indian market. So these are some of the recommendations what I have. And just one slide on where we stand with respect to the EV chargers. So in India, Delta has recently approached, I would say, less than 5 years or 5+ years into Indian market. However, we have good experience and market understanding in other markets like in United States, Europe and China. So we have, our products are meeting all these European and IEC standards, and now we would want a clarity in terms of what are the safety regulations we would need for some of the features what we have, I have just narrated here. And with this, I thank you for my short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivek. It was fantastic. And I think all of us are very hungry. Let's get on to it very quickly. Before we do that, I would also like to mention that post-lunch, we would have a very, very interesting session, which is where all of you become the panelists. We want your recommendations on various things that we are going to discuss. So we have a unique app being used, because in most of the conferences or the seminars, they say, please do not use the mobile. Here, we would encourage you to use the mobile. With that, let me invite Dr. Judy Jivarajan to felicitate the speakers. We'll start with Abhishek Ranjan. Thank you. Thank you, Judy. And may I request Ravindra Desai? And the Avdesh Kumarji. Last but not the least, and very, very crisp recommendations which came, Vivek, thank you very much. With that, thank you very much for the making for the first session of this technical seminar. Let's have the lunch, and then probably will not allow you to sleep after the lunch. So that's where we said that we should have this breakout session. It's a breakout session which we'll have. Please join us for the lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can I have all of you at your table, please? Hello, hello. Okay, we are starting this session now, which is again a very interesting session. Probably the last in the value chain, but however, it really builds us, helps us in building Atmanirbhar Bharat, what we are talking about. And India could be a leader in this. So without further delay in the process, let me quickly invite Mr. Rajat Verma and Mr. Rohan Bayas. Thank you, dear. Yeah, thank In fact, we were to have two more panelists as part of this. However, Nitin Gupta from Atera could not make it because of various challenges which he had, and Darshan Virupaksh, who is from he had some personal family related, though he had booked us tickets and everything. Yesterday he gave a call that, can we stay in Ashoka? I said, yeah, why not? But then today morning I got a mail saying that, sorry, I would not be able to make it because of some family, some contingencies which has come. So I'm glad that we have two stalwarts here, and probably both of them are going to talk about recycling and repurposing of the lithium-ion batteries. Maybe it's a way forward for us in India to be self-reliant, in truly Atmanirbhar. So let me welcome Rajat Verma. Rajat Verma is the founder and CEO of Loham Cleantech. He has grown Loham into India's largest producer of sustainable lithium-ion battery raw materials through a combination of recycling, repurposing, and low-carbon refining. Loham has rapidly upscaled as a hub for innovation, recently honored as the most innovative company of the year by the Confederation of Indian Industry, that is CII, in 2022. As of 2023, Loham has built a battery recycling market share of approximately 70% to 80% in India. What an incredible number to talk about. So with that, may I request Rajat to give his remarks and also provide the recommendations for India, how we can become more self-reliant but being safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Will someone be projecting the slides? Sure. Oh, yeah. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And I know this is a post-lunch session, so it does get a bit sleepy, but I'll hopefully try to wake you guys out of your post-lunch slumber and engage in hopefully a meaningful discussion here. I represent Loham. We founded Loham back in 2017 with an idea of creating a sustainable energy transition materials company, which fundamentally boiled down to running a robust set of recycling, repurposing, and repair practices within the organization. For those of you who are not very familiar with what we traditionally call the different R's of recycling, recycling typically has repair, refurbish, repurpose, and recycle in that order. That's typically how the market functions. What you typically do when a vehicle starts performing poorly with respect to the battery, you typically try to repair the battery first. This is a globally accepted norm. If the battery cannot be repaired, and as you can imagine, repairing the battery is not a very easy job, but because the batteries are typically made of a lot of different modules, you'll typically try to repair a few of those modules or replace the modules so that your battery gets repaired. If you cannot repair, you take out the modules and you repurpose the module. Repurpose basically means you take out the batteries from their current application and deploy them after maybe performing some work on them into another application. Classically, what has happened in the industry is you take out batteries from the EV industry and put them into the stationary storage industry. And then if you can't even repurpose the battery, at that point of time, you recycle the battery, which really comes down to extracting all the critical materials in the battery. I'm sure everyone here is very familiar with the fact that lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite are deemed critical materials all over the world, not just within India. And it's very important, given the geopolitical and the geostrategic nature of these materials, we figure out how to extract these materials with a reasonably good efficiency. At Loham, we engage in all these activities. We are arguably the largest integrated recycler, repurposer, and repairer in the country of lithium-ion batteries. And we work pretty much with most of the organizations in India who are responsible for ensuring sustainable recycling of this material. Why are these activities challenging, right? What is the reason why these activities become extremely challenging? why does repair, repurpose, recycle not invoke the same kind of questions and dialogues and discussions in some of the other industries as it does in the lithium-ion battery and the EV industry? And we broadly bucket the challenges we broadly segment the challenges into these three buckets, what we call the technology bucket, the data bucket, the safety bucket, all ultimately resulting in some sort of creation of standards where, as we all know, we are still very, very early in this journey of standard creation for EV batteries. I mean, we are talking about standard creation in the primary use of the battery. So we are really, really ways behind when it comes to creation of standards for secondary use and secondary and tertiary use of those batteries. And then finally, on top of the buckets that I'm talking about and standards, there's the ultimate problem, and which is that of cost. This industry is already struggling with a high cost structure. We are trying to move from ICE to EV. One of the big concerns that the entire ecosystem has to address all the time is how to bring down the cost structure here collectively. That becomes a super important business problem that has to be addressed while addressing the other three issues. Let me go a bit deeper into all of them as to what am I referring to. Let's first touch upon a little bit when it comes to what are the technology challenges. Technology challenges are fundamentally characterized by the rapid change of the underlying chemistry in batteries, which I'm sure a bunch of you are familiar with all the different chemistries that the world is playing with, and the fact that probably, 5 years from now, maybe none of these chemistries will be relevant, and we may have to just deal with a whole bunch of new chemistries, right? None of us can predict. The chemistries have moved from cobalt-rich chemistry to nickel-rich chemistry to potentially a lithium-rich chemistry which has neither cobalt nor nickel, or to something else that none of us can forecast, right? And so what that means is there's a whole bunch of variety out there. Different companies are championing different chemistries. When you go sort of deeper into the chemistries, you'll see a lot more nuances within the cell level. So even two companies which are championing the same chemistry may actually be doing some very fundamentally different things at the fundamental level of the cell, which is the building block of a battery, right? And then the second bit of challenge is largely around communicating with the battery. The entire communication with the battery is very proprietary. Most folks do not like to reveal their communication protocols. So if you have to do anything with these batteries when it comes to repurposing, recycling, or repairing them, how do you deliver, how do you figure out that layer of communication? So the underlying chemistry and the communication layer are the two core challenges which we put into the technology bucket of the challenges for this ecosystem. Then we come to data challenges, and I think this is a topic that you'll hear a lot more going forward as standards will emerge around how data sharing has to take place. Again, the world is still at very, very nascent stages when it comes to data sharing. The sort of three kinds of data that we talk about are what we call baseline data, historical data, and real-time data, right? Baseline data is just what the battery had started out with. What was that battery supposed to be initially? Again, a lot of batteries tend to have very proprietary characteristics, and it's very difficult to get baseline data for each and every battery out there. Then you talk about historical data, which is really how the battery is performing over the years, what has happened to the battery, what kind of wear and tear, what kind of stresses, electrical, chemical, mechanical stresses has it been subjected to. And finally, we talk about real-time data, which is at the time of taking out the battery, what really is the state of the battery, right? Collecting this data, gathering this data, interpreting this data, inferring this data, none of that is easy to do in today's market, and for understandable reasons. But we have to build over time some framework for this data sharing activity. And then finally, I think this is something that everyone here probably is familiar with, all the challenges associated with battery safety, which is what makes this problem even tougher than, let's say, many other waste streams that we deal with. There are electrical, mechanical, and chemical challenges. On a regular basis, we see these problems out in the field. You're dealing with high voltage batteries. Do you have trained manpower that knows how to deal with high voltage batteries? You've got all kinds of mechanical issues. If not handled correctly, the battery can very quickly catch fire. And then you've got chemical issues, which is something that a lot of people do not realize, that the materials in the battery are inherently hazardous, right? And getting exposed to those chemicals is not a fun thing to do at all. You are talking about potentially carcinogenic material, you're talking about potentially material which can damage your lungs, and how do you handle them with the right amounts of precaution becomes a very, very important issue. So these three elements of technology, data, and safety ultimately should turn into some sort of standards, and which is what we all are out here to figure out. Today, when you look at the world of repurposing, and I'm only going to focus on the standards associated with repurposing and recycling. Today, if you look at it, for repurposing, we do have, at least in the global forum, IEC 63338 as the defining standard for repurposing batteries. The standard was last published about 4 to 5 years ago. Things have changed since then. The world has learned a lot more. There is a new standard, there's a new draft under consultation. That is what is happening, at least across the European Union. In India, we are working with BIS in at least evolving the first set of standards, but we have none when it comes to repurposing. One critical gap that the IEC standard is trying to address is how to ensure that you do not repurpose the battery till you have access to the first life data. That is something that the IEC standard is trying to figure out, but we are still ways from developing, or we're still some time and distance from developing a consensus around this, particularly given the proprietary nature of the data here for most OEMs. Testing standards, these are very generic standards, which are, a lot of you must be familiar with AIS 156, AIS 038. These standards do exist, but they're very generic standards, and none of it is specifically catering to the recycling or the repurposing market. So how do we develop a more nuanced set of standards when it comes to testing these batteries? And then you look at some of the other problems. We have no standards on dismantling. We have no standards to differentiate between waste and repurposable batteries. And there is absolutely no standard to do performance testing of a second life battery, which has to be deployed in the market. All these need to emerge. At Loham, of course, we are trying our best to develop them internally, and then trying to see if we can actually convert a lot of that into acceptable norms by everyone in the ecosystem. When it comes to collection and logistics, again, transportation of waste batteries is governed internationally by UN 38.3. In India, we are governing them using hazardous waste management rules, but suffice it to say, these are very, very generic standards and which have not been thought through with respect to lithium-ion batteries. We need to do something here to develop this better. Transportation of repurposable batteries, we have no standards yet in the market. Standards on collection points, again, they don't exist, right? Needless to say, once these standards evolve, then you can start hoping that you will do things in the right way. If you don't, and then of course, if you don't, then this is the consequence that I think all of you are familiar with. Batteries are leaking into the unorganized sector. Fire hazards are fairly common. A lot of you are familiar with fire hazards in the primary market when it comes to actually the primary EV and the primary batteries. A lot of you will be shocked to know about the fire hazards that take place in the secondary market. Again, because of lack of standards and lack of enforcement of certain standards which may exist in the market. So we need to solve for this, or otherwise very quickly we'll degenerate into this kind of scenario. But what we also have to be conscious about is this is an industry which functions on very low margins, right? The automotive industry historically is a single-digit net margin industry. How do you actually create additional costs into the ecosystem which does not hurt their margin? Which basically means how do we derive value out of the activities that we are talking about? There are costs associated at every stage. You're talking about the pre-processing stage, where you're talking about collection, packaging, logistics to be done in the right way. Doing anything the right way takes cost. Processing stage, again, doing things the right way, discharging, testing, dismantling, assembling, and tracing what you actually did with what came to you is again a costly activity. And finally, when you're deploying, you want to ensure you're deploying something which is compliant, and you're actually finding a market for these second life solutions in the world, right? All these things means someone has to spend some money. Where is that money going to come from? Is the activity inherently viable? That's a question that we all ask ourselves all the time. So what are some of the things that we are doing at Loham to address some of these challenges? I'm just going to introduce you guys to a few of the elements, few of the areas of innovation that's going on at Loham. we've been working on sort of a quick assessment of the state of a battery on the field, which basically means we've got an app out there which you can sort of give to various dealerships, and they can very quickly assess the state of the health of the battery. That we can also integrate with our OEM partners, with our financial service partners, with our insurance partners to actually provide to them real-time information on what the state of the health of the battery is with respect to its repurposability and recyclability. We've launched a couple of fairly versatile BMS platforms which can take batteries from First Life, which do not have battery management units or battery management systems in them, and take a diverse set of batteries and deploy the BMS in them to actually read and communicate and monitor the battery better. We've developed, on the financial side, we've developed an index which allows you to understand what is the price that you can get for a second life battery or for a battery which needs to be recycled. Again, folks who work with us integrate with this API that we publish, that we call DebtX, and they get access to pricing at any given point of time for the battery. And this, needless to say, helps everyone make their decisions very quickly. Should I repurpose? Should I recycle? What should I do? Is my battery, what is my sort of, end of the day, you're trying to assess the rate of IRR of your solution, and this allows you to assess that IRR very quickly. We do publish a portal through which we try to show all the steps involved from the time we picked up the battery to the point of time we sort of destroyed the battery and everything in between. And our partners get access to all that data, and so they understand what is going on truly. And ultimately and finally, we do invest a lot of time and effort in training the ecosystem. So we don't just conduct internal trainings, but we, some of you here who look very familiar have probably come to our factory, to our facilities to actually get trained on a bunch of these different issues, which allows you to understand how to solve the problems in a more sustainable way. So these are the different things that we're doing, amongst other things that we do at the company. We are happy that at this stage, about 55% of the Indian volume is tied up with us, and we keep building on it. For those of you who've not yet associated with our organization, please feel free to discuss how can we possibly work with you, collaborate with you, and make your transition easier in this journey of energy transition. With that, I'll conclude. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Rajat. Just to bring a point for your, probably you already know, UL 1974 was the first standard which was already published for the repurposing of the batteries. And it also talks about how you can use it for the second purpose when you are looking at, and right from the cells to the battery and what kind of battery BMS data that you need to have, all of that being. So I think it would be a good point for us to consider. Yeah, and 633A, 3338 is still at a stage where it has to go through the consensus. It is still at a proposal, it can be called as a proposal stage. However, UL 1974, which has been established and it is going through revision, I'm sure you're also part of the technical committee. Yeah. So we would be more than happy to see, and thank you for also supporting us in developing this repurposing battery standards in BIS. That's where, we already have Pankaj Batra sir, who has left because he had some other appointment. But we would like to see how quickly we would be able to make that standard relevant in India and make it available. So thank you very much for that. If there are any questions for Rajat. Yeah, please go ahead, ma'am. A quick mic there, please. Please identify yourself and then. Yeah.
I'm Moshumi. I work with the Center for Science and Environment. Hi Rajat, good afternoon.
Hi Moshumi.
Lovely presentation. I wanted you to kind of, throw some light on the unorganized sector. In India, traditionally, recycling is an unorganized sector. It works in these unorganized networks. And clearly, lithium-ion recycling is clearly organized, not only because of the huge amounts of capital you require for setting up the unit, also because the processes are so very, very different. And you cannot do it in the kind of ecosystem that, that the traditional unorganized sector works with. So how do you bridge that gap? How do you, I'm assuming you work with some of stakeholders from that part of the world as well.
Sure, Marshmi. So the first set of lithium-ion batteries that got introduced in this country were largely in the consumer electronics domain. And as you know, consumer electronics got its set of rules on e-waste management back in 2015, 2016, and then the rules got sort of more well-defined targets around 2018. But what that meant was the unorganized sector had already access to lithium-ion batteries, largely coming from consumer electronics, which means laptops and mobile phones. And so they did make a fairly, I mean, even today I would say, only this year have we moved the lithium-ion batteries from e-waste management rules to battery waste management rules. So hopefully we'll see a shift now that all the OEMs are responsible for the targets on the consumer electronics batteries as well. But needless to say, the unorganized sector is a fairly efficient last mile collector. We cannot discount that fact. Why are they fairly efficient last mile collectors? Because they collect everything. They collect everything, they disaggregate everything, and then they find the respective recyclers for every little activity. You cannot deny the fact that they'll probably be more efficient than, let's say, an organized collector of batteries coming from, let's say, the formal ecosystem. Having said that, what we do as part of our interactions with them, we do try to educate them on safety standards, minimal safety standards that they need to keep for the people who are working with them, as well as their own premises where they store batteries. I don't believe they'll disappear from the ecosystem. I think it is our duty to ensure that we collaborate with them and we deploy greater and greater standards, at least for the consumer electronic batteries. On the EV battery side, Marshmi, I don't know if they'll play a very significant role. We have not seen them play a very significant role yet. Already the EV battery market has started seeing a lot of batteries come back, particularly from the two-wheeler and the three-wheeler market. And the volumes are good enough for the unorganized sector to find it attractive, but we've not seen them make any significant dent there. And I think that's largely because the sophistication which is needed to evaluate an EV battery is probably something that will not exist in the unorganized sector.
Thank you, Rajat. With that, let's move on to the next speaker. In fact, Rohan and I were part of one of the panel discussion 2 years back, and it was only virtually we had met, and it's a great opportunity for me to meet him in person. So let me invite Rohan. Let me give a quick introduction. Rohan Singh is the founder and CPO of he has earned BTech degree from BITS Pilani, further his PG in product management, disruptive strategy, and from Harvard Business School. And Mr. Rohan has an experience of 10 plus years of in bulk chemicals and IT and e-waste. So with that, Rohan, may I request you?
Thank you, and very good afternoon to everyone. So can you just guide me on the slides here? Yeah. All right. So we've discussed about what are some of the recommendations, for EV battery use. But what we have, also to look at is the safety aspects of these batteries, not just from the first life use, but also from a second life use, as well as in terms of the recycling perspective. So in terms of ZipTrax, we have started back in 2016 end, and primarily to develop a circular economy around lithium-ion batteries. The main area of focus has been to work in a space where value from these batteries can be extracted at various different aspects. So we all know this picture. There's the waste side of things, and then there's the hazard side of things. And this growing concern has been sort of like very recent because of the introduction of a lot of EV batteries after the pandemic primarily. So from FAME 2, we started seeing a lot of mobility being powered by lithium-ion batteries, but more so started happening after the pandemic when we had a large-scale adoption. Now, at this stage, we still have a lot of waste coming in from consumer electronics, as Rajat mentioned earlier, and that will continue to be a large part of the waste stream for at least the next 5-7 years. But EV batteries have started coming in large numbers. Now, one part is obviously to analyze why that is happening so soon. In many cases, we've had to recycle batteries that were still under warranty, but they were no longer functional. So this growing concern has led to this battery waste management rules, and battery waste management rule basically has a set of targets that need to be implemented. But overall, as an industry perspective, we need to move one step beyond and ensure that this circular economy comes about. So it's not only about waste that needs to be managed, but if that waste can be utilized in a manner wherein it may be able to power, say, energy storage application or a light mobility application, then it acts as an asset instead of a waste material. So in terms of looking at the market today, it's steadily moving towards more of a EV generated waste, and we will soon see around 80-90% of the waste coming from electric vehicles in the battery waste segment. This growth is going to be phenomenal, as obviously we are looking at 30% adoption by the end of this decade for electric mobility. So we will need to formulate and enforce some of these rules and safety measures that we've been speaking about. And it will obviously have to make business sense. It will have to look at what kind of margins can be made and what kind of safeties can be associated with that. In terms of recycling, so recycling essentially is a manner to plug into the critical material space. The demand of these materials has been growing, and lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel are the key areas of concern, strategically speaking, or strategically looking at this. So essentially what recyclers need to do is efficiently remove all of the materials from these batteries and bring them back into the manufacturing space. So we're talking about cathode active materials, anode materials, materials that are forming the current collectors like copper and aluminum, other casing and plastics, as well as some of the others not so often mentioned materials like separators and electrolytes. So these are some of the areas that need to be put into the picture. At this stage, most of the work in the informal or formal sector has been happening towards converting this battery into a black mass material, which is the first stage in terms of dismantling and taking it into a physical process, beyond which chemically these materials can be extracted. Now, India does not have much of the mining of any of these materials, so that refining capacity has to come online, and certain standards obviously need to be met in terms of extraction efficiency, in terms of purity of the materials, in terms of the grade of the materials that are being created. Are those specifically battery grade materials that are being recreated? In terms of, for example, lithium carbonate, at a battery grade level, that needs to be 99.5% pure. Now, even if we are looking at lithium carbonate from recycling, it needs to be at that kind of assessment, that kind of assay. So that is one of the areas that needs to be put into the standards, wherein recycling should be at a minimum level, be able to extract majority of the materials from these batteries. In terms of the other aspect, where we are looking at repurposing these batteries, now that has to go into an intelligent and sophisticated system. There has to be standards set, as was mentioned earlier, UL 1974 and the IEC standard, which is still to come out. So I think there is a good room here to look at how these assessment and intelligence can be formulated. Some of the work that we are doing is in terms of analyzing this from a physics-based approach and a data-based approach, and then collaborating those models to get a more accurate picture of what the battery can come about. So in terms of prediction, I think that's still to be, there is still to reach some level in terms of 100% predictability of the model, but around 95% accuracy, the model can be determined. How does this model basically work? What does the AI do in putting across this battery, making it into the circular economy is going to be very important, because that will not only eliminate the waste from one side, but on the other side, put it into an application where it can generate some profits, obviously. So there has to be a stage-wise assessment of these batteries at a pack level, at a module level, at cell level also. And accordingly, there needs to be then remanufacturing or repurposing of the battery. Some of the products offering that we work upon are basically to ensure the battery is safe and secure in terms of, what kind of assessment is happening, what's the quality of the battery that's going to be deployed. It has to have certain intrinsic safeties when the pack is built up. There has to be, obviously, the second life, unlike the first life, needs to be tracked and traced all the time, because that real-time data becomes very important when you look at second life batteries. From the first life perspective, because these cells are new, a lot of manufacturers have put out battery packs without any data collection mechanism. That does not really work out for a second life battery. The moment you don't have the tracking, there can be certain areas that you miss out, because you will need to ensure that your cycle life is well defined before even rolling out the battery system. And then obviously buyback and recycling has to be integrated into this, because you'll have a shorter lifespan and you will need to have the collection of these batteries, the efficient recycling and buyback of these batteries. So this is our team. I and Sonia are the founders. And this is some of the products that we have been demonstrating in terms of last couple of years of deployment in second life space. So one of them is into the three-wheeler space, which is EV modules that were reconverted into systems deployed for e-rickshaws. And the other is more of a energy storage based application where we're using it as a DC power bank for DC fast charging of EVs, where further iterations are now being developed. So some of the companies that we have been working with, and I think that's all from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan. Thank you very much for the insights that you gave and what you are doing, and what are the really important factors that we really need to consider, and why tracking of the batteries after repurposing is another critical one. While the first life is also an important one, even the second life becomes very important. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this session. I would like to thank Rajat and Rohan for their wonderful deliberation and also their recommendations, which is getting captured. The team sitting there is capturing all the recommendations that are coming, and we will be compiling it at the end of this session. I mean, in the technical seminar, we will be presenting the summary of what came up. Again, this will be followed by the conference which we have tomorrow, where we'll have a few more recommendations which are going to come. And these recommendations probably can be given to the respective departments to take action, saying that this is the collective recommendations that has come. So thank you, and may I request Sonia Bird to felicitate our speakers. First, Rajat Verma. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Rajat. To Mr. Rohan, please be, we want just a group photograph. Thank you, Rohan. So may I request Sonia, please join for a group photograph with our speakers. Yeah, box de do. Noha, can we have the chairs? Yeah, thank you. Now comes the, all of us talked about fire, right? And how do we really mitigate, and probably that is the last bit. It's not the last bit because the recycling it is the repurposing is the last bit. However, what is going to be most important for us to look at is in the eventuality of if there is any fire that could happen because of the misuse, or I mean could be any reason which gets into the thermal runaway, how do we really mitigate? It becomes an important factor. So without further, because I think we are also running out of time, so let me quickly call upon Mr. Moreshwar. I am requesting Mr. Moreshwar to, because he has, in spite of his busy schedule, he has been able to make here. Mr. Moreshwar, sir, please join us. Dr. Srinivas. Dr. Srinivas is working as a scientist at NSTL, that is Naval Science and Technology Laboratory. And thank you, Srinivas sir, for here. And Dr. Judy Jivarajan. And Shripon Saurabh from UL Solutions. So let me call upon first Mr. Moreshwar Kudkilwar, who is the Deputy Advisor, Fire Safety Advisor. And thank you very much for accepting to be here, sir. This is an important topic which has been identified by you also. And thank you for being here to deliver your views on how we should be prepared, what we should be doing. Since you have some pressing other meetings, so.
Thank you, Mr. Manjunath, my co-speaker on the dais. I am really very sorry, ma'am, you are the first speaker because I need to attend another one meeting. That's why I requested him to just get me out, sir. So thank you very much for that also. Anyway, I was going through the topic, excellent topic you have chosen for today's and tomorrow's session. And I must compliment all the organizers led by UL Standards and Engagement for having this wonderful session and technical deliberation, which is much warranted on this subject. As you all know, EV is a very happening area nowadays. We were much aware about the batteries. Now one domain has also opened where EV is prominently being listened, watched, seen, pursued and felt. So that's why this subject has gained a lot of attention. But along with attention, the responsibilities also increase manifold. So I personally, since being the Deputy Fire Advisor to Government of India on this particular subject of fire safety, so I find this subject is very challenging. A lot of hitches, interwoven issues, underlying issues are still unexplored. And we need a lot of collaborative, consultative approach on this particular subject to reach at some extent of, what I can say, a sort of way forward, because this entire domain is still unexplored, what I understand. As far as the first responder is concerned, since you know the fire service has a lot of footprints, and whenever anything happen, any form of emergency or disaster, people generally used to call fire service. Fire service for a long time has their own domain, their own approach of dealing with the mitigation and responses. But since these new challenges has occurred, they are also finding some challenges to deal with this issue. You know, from last 2 years, I could find few of the fire incidents, EV fire incidents, where I was just searching or wondering about this EV fire. So I just came to know that for last 2 years, EV fire incidents have forced EV manufacturer to think on issues of safety related with this on priority. So, and even this is a challenge for manufacturer, at the same time for the government to freeze upon this. As far as the standard and regulation is concerned, still we don't have much a background or say sort of something concrete in our hand as far as the standard is concerned. And this entire business or the safety mechanism or standard practices being implemented or executed is run along with the recommendation of the OEMs. So OEM has given on the basis of their own practices, their own research, what they come up with certain good practices or the safety practices, they are just proposing that and people are following that. So, but yet it is not in a legal framework. So it is, I think, you know it very well, in India particularly, anything has to be enforced, it need to have to be in a legal ambit or in a legal framework. So, you know, motivation or sort of impromptu approach or proactive approach is one of the aspects, but at the same time, when the things come into the legal ambit or a legal framework is given to that, so automatically people used to follow the thing, because that is, you are bound to accept that safety regulation. So I hope so that such type of brainstorming or interactive session among the all stakeholder, I was having a word with Mr. Manjunath. He was telling that all sort of people are available on this forum, right from academia, manufacturer, battery manufacturer, designs, consultants, you know, because this business is absolutely what I can say, a new thing, where a collaborative approach of all stakeholders is warranted to reach on the consensus, and that consensus should be converted into the form of certain white paper. That is very, very important. I think at the end of this 2 days technical deliberation session, we must reach on certain conclusion, what Manjunath was saying also, that we will pass on that recommendation to certain or respect to organizations or department, those who are holding certain authority to pass certain directions and guidelines. So I am very hopeful that such type of recommendation, after having a thorough deliberation, which need to be backed with scientific, technical, meticulous and logical reasoning, and certain rationals must be there. That rationals will come into the form of some what I can say, a white picture form. So that will really be helpful for all of us to lead or to see the way forward into this business. I am very thank you to the organizer, Mr. Manjunath, especially to invite me here to express my view on this topic, and I am very hopeful, and I am having a lot of expectation from all stakeholders to please come with certain concrete on this particular topic, which is really a need of time. And definitely we'll work on this, and as far as the government is concerned, they are also striving for that we should have a clear-cut guidelines and instruction on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moreshwar sir. Thank you for all the support that you extended, and also how keen we are to make sure that we don't end up into a situation where we don't know how to mitigate the fire. And thank you for being also accepting that you would be present for the fire demo that we are having on 24th. So with that, may I request, since sir has got another meeting, may I request Sonia again to, to just felicitate our speaker with a memento. Thank you, Moreshwar sir. Since Moreshwar sir is going to leave, may I request all of you to join for Sonia, please join for the photograph. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. Now, as committed, I'm relieving you. Yeah. Sir, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Now, may I request Dr. Srinivas, Dr. Meruri Srinivas from the Naval Science and Technology Department Laboratory, and yeah, he has worked on this battery fire and the risk analysis, and today having him here is a great honor and pleasure. So with his experience of working here, may I request you, and may I also request you to make the presentation to not more than 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Thank you, UL and Dr. Manjunath Ji for giving this opportunity. Today I'll be presenting actually the design aspects which are typically the causes for thermal runaway situations in EVs. Some of our experiences I will share. Next. Anyway, I'll directly go to the. So we at NSTL, we are a DRDO lab. We develop various types of batteries for defense applications, especially for the naval applications. And we initially worked on zinc silver oxide chemistry, but right now the world is behind lithium ion chemistry. So we also have started developing lithium ion batteries. And we make lithium ion batteries in-house, we make prototypes, and the volumes we realize with our industry partners, and we have transferred this technology. So we have dry rooms, we basically make lithium iron phosphate based, we are making in-house. So this is our background of this thing, and with that we analyzed some of the issues which I'll share you in the EV batteries. If you see, EV batteries mostly use 18650 or 22650, 2650, 32650 kind of cells. Actually, we don't work on these cells. We work on, as I shown you in the earlier slides, we work on prismatic cells. But the kind of cells which EV uses are these cylindrical cells of maximum 5 ampere hour capacity. And one of the observation we had in the EV, how they make the batteries when they get these cells from all these cells are imported. We all know that there's hardly 18650 cells, very little is made in-house, but most of them are imported. And these cells are being presently sorted by using internal resistance or the voltage. We have seen some industries where, because that's a quick way of sorting. You can sort so many, they group the cells based on their internal resistance and voltage, and then similar value cells, they make them and make the battery pack out of it. One of the major observations are, what we have is, we recommend sorting of the cells based on charge-discharge cycling. We recommend that to go for at least 1 to 5 cycles of charge-discharge, because simply sorting based on IR and voltage can be deceptive. We have, for example, when we abuse test the cells, when we have done some abuse tests of the cells, we find sometimes the IR and voltage can be similar. So it's very difficult to say only based on IR and voltage that the cells are functioning, because that's how EV industry now does it. We have seen some of the industries doing charge-discharge cycling. At least for few cycles they do, and we recommend that this kind of activity can be outsourced, because battery manufacturer cannot do 5 cycles or at least 1-2 cycles of charge discharge, because each cycle typically takes, say, 1 day or something like that. We understand that it's a time consuming process, but that that activity can be outsourced. That's one of our observation. Second is cell configuration. In EVs, what typically we have seen is people do first parallel combination of cells, because say you need a 20 ampere hour or a 30 ampere hour of say 30 Ah is what you, sorry, no. Can you please go back? Okay. Okay. So typically if we need 30 ampere hour of battery and we have 3 ampere hour cells with us, we typically try to parallel them to get 30 ampere hour. That's how EV batteries are made. Because we don't get a single 30 ampere hour cell, probably we do a parallel first. The problem with doing a parallel first is you get a single voltage out of this pack. So suppose during some time during your usage or something, if one of the cell in this fails, you cannot track it. There's no way to tell. Even if one cell works in that 10, it will show you the same 3.6 volts or 4.2 volts, whatever you are showing. It can be very deceptive. So I'll show you what are the ways to, but that is how EV presently they are doing. You parallel those cells and then try to do them in series. So the advantages you get in that is, the problems is you are not monitoring every cell voltage, and a single BMS is sufficient for this pack. But there can be problem is circulating currents. Like if one of the cell fails, the other 9 cells try to charge this cell, and you will never know that one of the cell has gone bad. So it can lead to a thermal runaway situations, and failure in one of the cell cannot be identified. This is the major problem in a parallel configuration followed by a series. But if you go by a series parallel configuration, which we typically prefer for various defense applications, we prefer, because you can monitor every cell voltage out of it. But the problem is you need multiple BMS. We have a slave BMS, and then all these slave BMS for one series pack, then all these slave BMS report to the master BMS. So it complicates the BMS, but the thing is, in lithium-ion battery, every cell voltage has to be monitored. Without that, we cannot leave. But this is a difference of opinion which what is followed now. But that is one thing, is our observation only. So in this method, you can identify failure in any of the cell, because you have voltage recording for that. As I was telling, circulating currents can be there if you are using a parallel configuration of cells. So one way to avoid these circulating currents is to have some kind of a bond wires, or even in the standards it has been given as active paralleling circuits. Though at present these active paralleling circuits have not been developed, but it has to be evolved. It has to be evolved that there should be a mechanism by which if one of the cell is failing, it can go short circuit with during usage. So that cell should be isolated by some kind of a bond wires, or some kind of a fuse, or some kind of a semiconductor device. But these are to be evolved. And the alternative is to use, as I said, to use a single cell of higher capacity. This is a Orion BMS report where they have shown the bond wires in Tesla. This is one of the concepts, but there can be many others which have to be evolved with time, because we are doing paralleling of cells. Only for this we will need some kind of a circuits which can minimize these circulating currents. And what we found, other thing is temperature measurement. Now initially we saw that hardly there will be one thermocouple placed in a battery pack. So even that thermocouple, where to place it? Somewhere somebody can put it on the surface, someone keeps in the middle. But what we found is, with the time of our experience, what we found is if it can be pasted somewhere on these metallic intercell connectors or something like that, it can be a faster way of detecting any thermal runaway conditions. That is one of our this thing. But even the new standard says that 4 thermocouples has to be used. So temperature measurement, where do we measure? where do we place these thermocouples for faster this thing. These are all some of the areas in which it has to be worked out. And battery management system happens to be the black box when there is an accident. So what, like previous speakers also, they were telling that only we are doing monitoring, now we are not doing the data logging. So data logging can be very useful to health track the battery, because battery will be using it over a period of 2, 3 years or 4 years. So if we have the data, we can actually monitor the health of it, and we can see, suppose if there are some faulty cells, whether the capacity input has been decreased or something like that. By that way of having data and data BMS health monitoring, BMS monitoring can give a lot of information about the battery health, and in this way we can prevent a thermal runaway. So health monitoring or the BMS data monitoring itself can be given as one more outsourcing of activity, or it can be taken up by the OEM, and it can be a new areas of employment. In the standards also, actually recently in the last 1 year, there has been a lot of change in these standards. Actually, any cell that is to be imported is, earlier it was to be qualified by IS 16046, which was for a portable application. But now, in the recent standards, IS 16893 Part 2 or Part 3 has been recommended, which is exactly for the EV applications, because there is a lot of difference when you qualify the cell for a portable application and for an EV application. So this is a major change that has come up for cell level qualification. And as for the battery level qualification, we all know AS 0482, we have now come up with AS 156, where there are a lot of recommendations like incorporation of temperature sensors, active paralleling circuits, safety fuse. Many times we see that in a battery pack, fuse is not there. This is a very simple logic which people try to miss out. Because we have observed some of the EV battery packs, some people use, but some people don't use it. Even regenerative braking, also there is a lot of concerns like, can we really do regenerative braking for two-wheelers is one thing which we were discussing. So these standards which we have shown earlier had lot of these abuse tests. Earlier speakers were telling that we don't have sufficient facilities in India for doing this test. I think the facilities are there. Many IITs are having, many CSR labs, many places it is there, but only you need to do some tests here and there. But at least we suggest that we ourselves need to know what is the safe hazardous level of these cells or these batteries. So it's better we get, because we have these facilities of all these abuse tests. So we carry out all this. Yeah, finish. So we carry out all these tests in-house. So and we also do accelerated rate calorimeter. So the classification says that there should not be any fire or explosion for that. And like solid state batteries are going to be the next generation lithium-ion batteries for as far as minimizing the thermal runaway is concerned. But there in literature says, but if it is because of an external short circuit, the battery catches fire, then even the solid state battery also will run into fire, because these are all carbon and other combustible material. But internal thermal runaway will not be there. And recycling, earlier people have talked about recycling, we also do. So the earlier slides were the observations as well as the recommendations which we have summarized. So I request the EV manufacturers to have a thought. We can debate on these discussions, because it will give better understanding even for us. Anything we can discuss sometime in this meeting. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It was very insightful, and maybe, again, I will limit it to only one question, please. I mean, the thermal runaway continues. I think what we'll do is we'll wait for Judy's presentation. Probably Judy would be, her presentation already covers that. Yeah, that's okay now. May I request now Dr. Judy Jivarajan, who is the Executive Director and President of Electrochemical Safety Research Institute of ULRI, that is the UL Research Institute, again, which is a non-profit organization. She comes with the immense experience and knowledge on these lithium-ion batteries. Condensing and asking her to compile everything in just 10 minutes is going to be cruel. However, I would like to take that step here. May I request Judy to come present? May just take 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to do a really fast job now. So today I'm going to talk about fire suppression and the challenges for the EV industry. As Manju mentioned, I lead the Electrochemical Safety Research Institute, and our mission is to advance safer energy storage through science. And I don't want to go through the backgrounds, but there are lots of challenges with fire suppression when it comes to lithium-ion batteries in general, and more so with electric vehicle batteries. And one of the reasons, as I mentioned in the few bullets, there is lithium-ion batteries. Not every fire suppressant can put out a lithium-ion battery fire. And also, if you don't put it out completely and cool the battery completely, it does have the propensity to reignite. And then there are other challenges that also involve, like the gases that are released during a fire. There's also smoke that comes out, and then the various components of the gas that in the fire, as well as the smoke, that could be toxic and also a safety hazard. And also, we've seen a lot of issues with transportation of the failed battery or the failed EV, because you could have a reignition while it is being transported. And also to find out, where exactly, which part of the battery has not burned. It's called stranded energy, because that area can again reignite at a certain later stage. Those are all issues. And lastly, how to dispose of a battery that has undergone a fire. I'm not going to go into these details, but as you all know and you've heard, these lithium ions in the past 3 decades have increased quite a bit in size in our applications. And even with when we talk EV, it could be micro-mobility, it could be, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, larger batteries. So you can see all sizes of lithium-ion batteries in these various applications. So I'm going to show you a lot of fires, and then I'll get to the point I want to talk. These are just a lot of EV incidents around the world. We've seen it in e-bikes. We've seen it in electric buses. We've seen it, in garage buildings and so on. These are again a lot of different fires that we've observed around the world. There's also the environment that can cause a fire. If it's too cold and you're charging a battery without the relevant thermal controls, then you can have a fire because of that, which was observed in Norway. There are also data sites where you can get a lot of information on the vehicle fires that have happened. And of course, we've also seen some environmental factors that cause fires, even with swapping stations. Some of the issues that we've talked about earlier today is fast charge, charging in extreme hot or extreme cold environments, as well as if because of the various chemistries that are involved with lithium-ion batteries, if you don't have the right protocols, even with swapping stations, you can have big problems. So this is one of the first things I want to talk about as a challenge. When you look at an automobile, you cannot tell just by looking at it, unless you really look at the vents and all of that. You cannot tell whether it is a pure EV, a hybrid EV, or a plug-in hybrid EV. So there are many differences in the way the batteries are. The size of the batteries, as well as where they are located, and so on in the vehicle itself. So these are some of the things that people have used more recently for fire suppression. People have tried to just put the whole vehicle, which is on fire, and this is happening mostly in Europe, into a big tank of water. Another way that they have tried is to use a water spray from one side to put out the fire. They've used blankets where they cover the entire battery pack with a blanket. It does help because it prevents oxygen from outside, the air from outside, from approaching or getting in contact with the fire. And so it can actually, at a certain point, cool the battery completely and stop the fire. People have used water bags where they just put the whole vehicle inside this bag that contains water. And people have also tried to use remotely to transport these damaged vehicles in those carrier-like things, as well as using a remote control to put it onto a structure and move it. So there's a lot of things that the first responders and firefighters are working on, but they still have a lot of challenges. And I would quickly like to say a few things. The first thing I talked about is the reignition. So the firefighters and first responders can put out a lithium-ion fire, but as I said before, if the battery has not completely burned and completely cooled down, and you have certain areas of the battery that have energy in them, the heat can actually fester and cause a reignition of the battery pack. And this can also happen sometimes when you're moving the battery, even though it may have completely cooled down. When you move the battery, the areas of the stranded energy that is there may cause, because of the movement, there could be a short circuit in those areas, and that can cause a reignition of the battery pack. Another thing I wanted to show here is the different tests we did with AR/AI. And what you see here is that with water, we were actually able to suppress the fire completely with both our modules, both LFP as well as NMC. But when we worked with nitrogen gas or an aerosol suppressant, what we found is that the duration that it was released was not enough to completely cool the battery. And when that happens, then you are going to have a reignition. And that's what you're seeing in our results here. And we had to use a secondary suppressant like water to actually put out the fire. And another thing I wanted to talk about as a challenge is the location of the battery in your vehicle. I'm giving you this as an example. Recently, we did this test. My colleague Byangchul here was involved in a lot of these tests. What we found, what I show you at the top is a battery module without a hole in it. So what we found is that even though we had 45 minutes of water that was pouring down on the fire, we were not able to actually suppress it. It just died by itself because all the cells inside were burnt out. But once we made a hole in the top of the module, then we were actually able to get the water in, and within 6 minutes, we suppressed the entire fire. So you do have to have access to the cells. So given the challenge that your battery in the electric vehicle is on the underside of the vehicle, you've got to find a way, or designs need to be improved, where you can actually have a way to either punch a hole in the battery or have a vent that opens up and have water that can go inside using an ingress tube. So people are looking at all these different designs, but that is something I would also recommend EV manufacturers to think about when they are looking at building their battery packs and putting it in certain locations. I just wanted to show an example with aerosol. This is also something we did recently. Even though we had 12 aerosol of the largest volume that was released, we still had reignition of the battery. So it is not, you do have to use a right fire suppressant. In this particular one, I want to show you the gas composition from two different chemistries. One is NMC and LFP. You'll see that we do have combustible gases that are released. Hydrogen is released, methane is released, ethane is released. And these are sometimes more than 10 times your TLV. So you've got to remember that even though lithium ion is not an explosive hazard, but a deflagration hazard, these gases that are explosive, if they are contained within a certain volume and it exceeds the minimum limit, they are going to cause an explosion. We also noticed that HF is produced. It's very difficult to detect HF, but with some of our work with Case Western University, we have been able to detect HF. And as you can see, with differences in state of charge, we do see lower HF concentrations. But one of the problems that we've heard about from the firefighters is that once they deal with a lithium-ion fire, even after 3 times of laundering their suit, they still detect HF on the suit. So, and it is a very toxic compound. The TLV for HF is 0.5 ppm. And you can see here we are detecting, anywhere from 15 to 40 ppm with just one 18650 lithium ion cell. Another thing is when we do use suppressants, whether it's water or any other type, you are going to have a runoff. And what we also find in the runoff is HF in different forms, or fluoride in different forms. One of them is HF. So again, you have to remember that you just can't let it run into the ground, because then it's going to be a toxic environmental hazard. Another factor that people need to, especially first responders and firefighters, need to think about is the particulate emissions that come out of these batteries when they go into thermal runaway. We find both the carbon as well as the contaminants that are in this are much above what is allowed for people to breathe in a normal environment. So that's another thing I wanted to talk about. I'm just mentioning these things. We can talk later about each of the details. Due to lack of time, I just want to make sure I talk about them. So some of the important things for people to think about when you're building garages where you have several cars that are being charged, especially if it's a system that is underground. These are some of the things that need to be considered. Ventilation should be there. There should be sensors for both toxic gases as well as oxygen to make sure there's enough oxygen when people get into that area. There are some sensors that are available in the market today, but most of them are not able to do a dynamic sensing, mainly because the smoke that comes out of a lithium-ion battery it's so smoke-rich that it overwhelms all of these sensors that are currently in the market. And also access to the main main power for the charging station. If there's a problem, you should be able to turn off the power to the charger. And then physical access for the first responders and firefighters. They shouldn't have to go through a maze to get to the battery or the fire, as well as it shouldn't be hard for them to get out of the space. Proper PPE is required because lithium ion is a slightly acidic gas vapor that comes out. The relevant PPE should be used, and also relevant fire extinguishers, as I mentioned. I won't go through the details, but in this particular one, I want to say that earlier today you heard about the different chemistries. So chargers and the batteries should have a handshake to confirm that the relevant protocol is actually being used for that particular battery chemistry in order to charge it. Aging should be taken into account also in your chargers when it's built into the infrastructure. These are all different factors that were also discussed today. But finally, what I would like to say is complete characterization of your battery pack should be done. I know this morning there were some comments made that people don't get data from manufacturers. I would say, generate your own data. That's how it was with everything that we did. Even if we buy the battery from someone, we actually do our own testing to characterize it, know what the safety limits are, design your safety controls to be within those safety limits, make sure you're operating within what the manufacturer gives as their specification, and then of course characterize everything from thermal runaway to fire, characteristics to the smoke and fire, particulate emissions, make sure you know your fire suppression methods, what works for you, and of course, lastly, also train the firefighters and first responders. And I would like to thank our team, especially the team members who worked on the project and our collaborators. That was a quick one.
Summing up all the 40 years of experience in 10 minutes, it's a real challenge. Thank you very much. And next we have our speaker, Shripan will have you after this. I'll have the Bob. Yeah. We have Robert Dual from NFPA joining us remotely. Isha, may I request you to just connect and hope this time it will work. So Robert Dual has been the fire investigator for NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, which is based in Massachusetts since 1997. As a regional director, Bob is responsible for outreach within the Northeast states regarding code adoptions and training. So his vast experience on the EV fires, I think he has got almost around 40-50 slides. Again, I have requested if he can come bring it to just 10 minutes. So over to you, Bob. Can you just, yeah, thank you.
Good morning, can you hear me? Well, good morning. Okay, good morning, can you hear me?
Please text. Yes, we can hear you.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Bob. You can go ahead.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we had the audio working. Good morning. It is very early in the morning here in the United States. I'm very happy to be with you. And this presentation is going to be a short version of a much longer presentation. So I'm going to be skipping slides as I go along. Just wanted to let you know that ahead of time. So if you see me skipping slides, we're not missing content. I just want to make sure I get it in within my allotted time here. So let's get started. The topic is emergency responders' interaction with electric vehicles. I'm sure you've spoken a great deal already on the increase of electric vehicles within society. It's just a thing that's occurred around the world. The United States is catching up to other parts of the world with the use of the electric vehicles, and our responders here are beginning to interact more with them on a daily basis, whether it's a traffic accident or a vehicle fire or a fire within a structure that involves an electric vehicle. I'm sure you've covered the technologies on lithium batteries already, so I'm not going to spend a great deal of time here, but we're seeing it not only in electric vehicles, but also what's called micro-mobility, which is the e-bikes and scooters and things, but that's a whole other presentation that we could cover at another time. The construction of these batteries is similar, but just the shape is different, and for the most part in electric vehicles, you're going to see cylinder batteries as well as pouch or prismatic batteries, just based on the configuration of the battery pack within the vehicle. And you'll see at a case study I'm going to include near the end of the presentation where you think you have a large battery that is just a large structural battery. When you break it down, it's many hundreds, if not thousands, of cylindrical batteries. The failure modes is what leads to the fires, whether it's the vehicles involved in a traffic accident or if there's a thermal runaway within the battery that causes the battery to ignite and catch fire. So these failure modes are many. There could be thermal abuse where the battery is exposed to extreme heat. That could be an exposure fire to the vehicle itself, whether it's a parking garage or a residential garage. Mechanical abuse, that's when the battery could be struck in a vehicle accident or otherwise some other type of damage to the vehicle that leads to a thermal runaway. Electrical abuse, the vehicle is being charged improperly, either too fast, too slow, or under high temperature conditions. In an atmospheric condition where the vehicle is outside in a very warm environment or in a very cold environment. Internal faults, that's manufacturing faults ahead of time. And a charger that's being that's damaged, that's being used to charge the battery itself has a manufacturing defect or has been damaged in transit or at some other time prior to the fire or the event. The initiation event, again, going back to vehicles, it could be a fire near the vehicle that leads to it, a fault within the battery, or a traffic accident that leads to damage to the battery. So any type of trauma to the battery itself in a traffic accident could lead to the thermal runaway due to damage within the cells within the battery. Dendrite formation, this is often results in a failure, and that's often from the overcharging, undercharging, or damage within the battery over time. It's not necessarily a acute event, it's often chronic over a long period of time. So the consequences is what we see as responders is the fire or the off-gassing. It leads to vapors and then smoke and then fire. The toxic gas generation, they're still measuring the types of toxins that are in this gas. We stress with the responders in the United States and elsewhere, you need to wear breathing apparatus at all times when you're interacting with these vehicles, whether it's vapor coming from the vehicle or the vehicle is actually on fire. Due to the chemical composition of these batteries and then the construction of the vehicles themselves, the gases that are being released or into a fire are extremely toxic, and breathing apparatus is the only defense that the responders have against that. We mentioned vehicles in the United States. This is as of 2022. Worldwide, there's been 7.8 million electric vehicles sold. That's 10% of in ones and twos over the coming years as the technology becomes more economic and it's more available to the average consumer. Number of EV fires by year measured by EV Fires Safe, which is a group here in the United States, and I believe they have a European result as well. This is only because there's more vehicles being sold. So in 2010, there weren't as many electric vehicles being sold and on the road there are in 2022. So that number of lives is going to increase with the number of vehicles that's out on the road. This isn't a indictment of electric vehicles. This is just a fact of math that there are more vehicles on the road now than there were in 2010. We talked about the different types of abuse. And then the early warning signs is what we stress with consumers as well as responders. Something's wrong with your vehicle if you can smell something, if you hear something, and then if you see something. That's usually the last thing, if you can see vapor or sparks or anything like that. Consumers, we tell them immediately, pull over to the side of the road and get out of the vehicle and call an emergency number. In the States, it's 911, and get the fire department and the police department en route. For the responders, they're often there after the event or while the event is still occurring, and they're looking for off-gassing, vapors, and then the fire. This is a quick video taken from a surveillance camera a parking garage. This is released from the explosion by the fire. So that was a failure of the battery in that vehicle, whether it's a manufacturing defect or some type of charging event, and then you see the vehicle immediately goes to flaming combustion, and you can see that these vehicles that are parked near it, while they're not necessarily EVs, they are immediately exposed, and the fire service is going to be dealing with multiple vehicles on fire as opposed to just one. Battery packs in these vehicles, they're often hidden deep within the vehicle, which makes the fire difficult for the fire department to extinguish because it's hard to get water on the battery pack to cool the battery. There's all kinds of theories out there as far as how to do this. Picking the vehicle up slightly on one side and applying water to the underside of the vehicle. There's manufacturers that are selling piercing nozzles to get water inside the battery pack. There's several different tactics. If you talk to fire departments that have dealt with these vehicles in the past, they'll tell you this has worked when we've tried it, and this has not. Battery packs, this is just one example, are multiple cells, multiple cylindrical cells wired in series into larger batteries, and then that battery provides the power for the vehicle. Whether it's entirely electric vehicle or if it's a hybrid with a smaller internal combustion engine on board and the electric motor provides auxiliary power, or when it gets to a certain speed it takes over, etc. That's all based on the engineering within the vehicle itself. Then we have charging stations, which again are a whole other presentation in itself, but often these fires occur when the vehicle is being charged or has just been charged. So you're often dealing, as a responder, you're dealing with the charging station as well as the vehicle, and the best advice can be locate the shut off of the charging station, shut the power to the charging station, which shuts the power to the vehicle, and they do each separately. The charging station has an electric and the electric vehicle and automobile with electric power. NFPA 88A on parking garages has citations within the U24 on electric vehicle power charging stations and electrical wiring for those devices, and all of it is in accordance with our electrical code, the National Electrical Code, NFPA 70. There are articles in there for charging stations, whether it's a separate charging station, standalone, or whether it's within a parking structure. Here. And then NFPA 855, which is kind of overarching, but it's more for a stationary energy storage system, not necessarily only electric vehicle charging. Identifying electric vehicles, as we kind of come to the close here, as responders, it's becoming more and more difficult to identify these vehicles because they're made to look sleek and very performance oriented. They often look like the other models of internal combustion vehicles. You're looking for certain things, like on the slide here, there's badging. There may be a lightning bolt or something that says EV or electric vehicle on it. You're looking, there's no grill because there's nothing to, you don't have to cool the engine compartment necessarily as much as you would in an internal combustion. If you're looking at a Tesla badge on a vehicle, that's an electric vehicle. They don't make internal combustion vehicles. But if it's a Toyota or a Honda or some other manufacturer that makes both, you have to look very closely at the vehicle to make sure that you're dealing with an EV. Electric vehicles have been around since the dawn of the automobile. It's just
Could you please let him know that? Yeah.
Vehicles in floods, we've had fail. This research is ongoing and the results have not been released. So we're going to close the presentation with a little case study that occurred in Connecticut, not far from where I'm talking to you from in the United States. And the fire department was kind enough to share this case study. The vehicle was a Tesla. It was a rental vehicle. The driver charged it for a short period of time at a rest area not far from where the fire occurred, got back in the vehicle and drove it for a short distance and sensed something was wrong. Could smell some smoke and burning and overheating, pulled over into a parking lot off of the highway, and when he got out of the vehicle was on fire. He called 911, the fire department showed up within a few minutes with 3 engines, a ladder truck, a rescue truck, and a shift commander, a chief of some kind. They found a well-involved vehicle. That photograph here on the slide is taken when the fire department arrived. They put the fire out in about 18 minutes, applying water liberally from several hose lines, which I'll show you in a second, and then applied cooling water for another 20 minutes just to make sure, and they called the fire under control in about 40 minutes. It was the cleanup that took 6 hours afterwards, and I'll show you why. Here's the fire department extinguishing the fire. Luckily, the vehicle was not exposing anything else, no buildings or no other vehicles. The operator was smart. When he parked, he didn't park next to anything else. So they applied water liberally. They had hydrants nearby. Water supply was not a problem. So when the fire was out, as you see, they lifted the vehicle up slightly to allow the water to get underneath. You see in that lower picture on the side with the two photographs, you see cylinders on the ground under the vehicle. The fire department did not do anything to breach the battery pack. That was the way they found it as the smoke started to lift. And as you see in these other photographs, there's more cylinders on the road. They reached out to Tesla, and Tesla explained the newer battery packs they're putting in their vehicles are made to open up and split to allow water within the battery pack itself. So what occurred in this fire was supposed to happen. The battery pack operated as it was designed. The only problem is it leaves the cleanup and the recovery people with a little bit more of a mess to clean up because they have to account for all of these cylinders. So what the fire department did was they contacted a hazardous material expert from the state in the area. They came down, reached out to a recovery company, a tow truck company that came, as you see in the photograph here. But when they lifted the vehicle, the cylinders were remaining on the ground, and they called in a cleanup contractor that recovered all the cylinders, put them in a drum, and took them with the vehicle to be disposed of. So that's the photograph you see with the tape. He's putting all of the cylinders on a adhesive tape to account for all of them. So the remaining part of the presentation I'll have to skip over due to time. There's a great video out there, which you see here on the screen, from Czechoslovakia, or the Czech Republic, where they had a fire in a parking garage, and it shows you how the fire brigade put the fire out and then put the vehicle on an elevator, brought it up to the street, and then put it in a dumpster-type disposal object, flooded it with water, and took it away. Water and take it away from the scene to prevent reignition. It's recommended that when you take the vehicle away, you store it 50 feet from any other vehicles for quite some time in case the vehicle battery reignites after you dispose of it. So don't put it inside a garage, don't put it near other vehicles or other combustible materials. Put it out by itself with 50 feet or whatever that would convert to meters, maybe 30 meters or more around the vehicle to prevent the vehicle from catching fire and exposing other vehicles. There's ongoing technology for stranded energy for first responders. This goes to reignition after the fact, once you dispose of the vehicle. There's ongoing research by the NFPA and many other agencies, and that the results will be released in later this year. There's a lot of free resources for responders out there from NFPA and other agencies for training on these vehicles. In this 10 or 15 minutes, I've only scratched the very surface of this, but there is a lot more information out there to train responders in how to deal with these vehicles. Most of it is online, which is good, so anyone can take it from any location, whether it's at home or at a fire brigade station or in a school setting or a training academy setting. And I've asked for some recommendations for your area and how responders and the public should deal with these vehicles. And the first recommendation is increased responder training for EVs. We're going to be dealing with these for a long time. We know how to deal with internal combustion engine fires in vehicles. We're just now learning how to deal with the battery fires. In the United States, the National Transportation Safety Board indicated in a report 2 years ago that most responders in the United States were not properly trained, had not taken enough training on EVs. So there's a lot more training out there now, but I'm willing to bet that there are still a great deal of responders in the United States that don't know how to properly respond to an EV, and they would treat it as an internal combustion fire and end up applying water improperly or having to apply water for a long period of time to cool the batteries. Number two, if you're dealing with EVs in a residential or in a parking structure, review the building code in place, the building codes in place, and make sure you're up to speed on the proper circuitry, or the charging stations and the proper protection, passive protection, whether it's masonry or gypsum board or a combination of both, to protect the area where the EVs are being charged. So if one catches fire, it doesn't threaten the remaining building, whether it's a parking structure or a residential building with a parking garage of some kind, 1 or 2 car garage attached or nearby. And third, work with the manufacturers and the importers that are bringing these vehicles into the country to educate the public that are purchasing these vehicles and the responders on what to do when the vehicle goes into thermal runaway, whether it's after an accident or like the case study I showed you in Connecticut. That occurred right after the gentleman had charged it and was driving it away from the charging station. He sensed a problem, and thankfully he was able to pull over into a parking space and save himself, as well as put it in a spot where it didn't threaten anything else, where the fire department could deal with it properly. I know I covered a lot of ground and there's a lot more information out there. This is my contact information. By all means, afterwards, please send me an email if you have any questions, or if you're looking for resources, I can send you to some of these sites that I spoke of, and get you some more details, or at least get you immersed in the information that's out there, and use what you need for your particular application. Again, thank you very much for allowing me to present to you today from the United States. Bright and early here this morning. I got an early start today, but I'm glad to be with you, and I'll leave it up to the folks there with you to take us away.
Thank you very much, Bob. It was really a wonderful presentation, and the recommendation for us, I think it's a good learning for us. Rather than we repeat the same mistake, we would probably be prepared. Quickly going on further, Shripan, you need to have a hard stop in next 10 minutes. Over to you. He is the engineering manager with UL Solutions, who has got 17 plus years of experience, particularly around the BESS EVs. Over to you.
Presentation. Okay, by the time they are setting the presentation, so the topic for me given was to come out with the difference of the standards. So we have various global standards available for the batteries and for the EV batteries. We are using AIS standard here in India, but basically I'm dealing with from UL Solutions, we are discussing with the customers who are willing to sell their product abroad. They want to sell their product in US or in Europe. So typically they want to have the standards meeting that country's requirement. So when this topic was brought into us to provide a kind of understanding where the global standard is and what is that something we are doing is probably, I have not done the comparison, but here I'm trying to highlight what the global standard all about. And to be very particular, I'll be talking about the UL standards as such. Right, so I'll skip this part. UL is primarily a standard making body, and we've been making a standard with the lithium ion from quite a long time, starting 1985. That's where UL 1642 come up. Since then till now, we have been evolving both in automotive space as well as in stationary battery application. We do have lab all across. In India, we have a small lab, but that is for the consumer types of batteries. We are leveraging our lab in Taiwan and in China right now to serve our customers in India. We are also in a discussion with some of the partners here in India. Probably in the next coming few months, probably you may hear about some batteries out, battery labs locally here in India. But we primarily have the labs all across the globe with respect to batteries. And I just want to skip this slide because this is too much out here, but it's just to segment out all the possible testing. When we talk about the testing within the batteries, that can be put into these 5 categories. And we have all the battery standard listed here globally, what is being used right now. So that's being the baseline. Now, let's understand the hazards with the EV, and I think we all understood by now that these hazards related to EVs, and that can be EVs and LEVs, they are categorized into 3 broad categories, starting with energy, where we can have the fire in the form of fire, explosions, and thermal burns. Electrical may give us the electrical shock, and then we have a hazard related to the chemicals. Now, what are the causes of these batteries? So we are just trying to understand why these things happens. Okay, so if we categorize all this possibility within a battery pack, we try to understand there can be an issue within the cell. There is a defect within the cell itself. There are control defects which are being used, module defects, system design, electrical, and then there are on the left-hand side, you see all kinds of abuse which is done at the customer end, right? If I broadly categorize them, they are basically into 2 parts. One is the quality and design, and second is the abuse. And any standard which has globally been put up is considering these 2 aspects. If the standard complies these 2 aspects, then probably it can do justice with aspect to the utilization, or I can say that even the abuse, or it can address the issues within the battery packs. Now, how to prevent the battery hazards, and that's where the standard comes into the picture, and the standard has a systematic approach to address this. And they start with the cell being the prime source of energy. That's basically being storing and then giving out the energy. There are a lot of requirements in and around to the cell itself. When it comes to, we have heard about the separator, electrolyte this morning, but it all goes into your development, what you are going to go in and put into those cells so that you come out with, or probably there are the technologies already available. How you are going to select is something is what you have to be cautious, and that's where the standard play a major role. Second one is the component. So there are various components which goes inside the battery pack, be it fuse, be it gaskets. Just by gasket, I get to know that there are some EV fire which has happened because it landed into cleaning process and water ingress into it. So what probably might have happened is that the gasket which is being used is not a recognized component. The standard should describe that each component has to have certain level of certification, and that's where the component level certifications become very crucial and important. BMS, this is again a burning topic. Essentially, currently, when we talk about the global standards, the BMS is something which has to meet the global requirements. There are standards for BMS, IEC, ISO, UL, and we have to look the BMS into 2 ways. One is the hardware and second is the software. And both the hardware and software part has to be evaluated and certified before it is being implemented. So moving next is that on the battery system, there has to be all kind of abuse, which we see, we know that what kind of abuse can happen. So probably all those elements of those abuse can be covered within the battery systems. Now, there are standards, and that's where UL standards. For EV, it is 2580. For LEV, it is 2271. Equivalent standards are there, ISO, ECE requirement. That's where we have that R100 is nothing but our AIS standard has been adopted. And then you have other additions coming into it. However, UL standards gives other insights which I just talked about in the past slides. Now, how it is going to be different is that we look into the aspect of the construction. Apart from the testing, we look into the construction. And when we say construction, construction means a lot of stuff. It starts with the cells, it goes into the spacing, clearance, crimpage, BMS, wiring connector, fuse, all the component which goes into it has to be a certified component. And that's where when one of the Indian manufacturer reached out to me asking for that, hey, I'm a EV manufacturer and I'm getting a battery supplied from some ABC company, and we want you guys to do a third-party inspection. And the baseline for that was AIS standard, but AIS standard does not describe the components. My first question to them is, does your AIS standards has described or the certificate has given the bill of material? The answer was no. It's very hard right now. Even these are complied to AIS. Components can change. There is no follow-up inspection, and hence it's very hard to realize that whether what you are going to use, it's the same sample which has been actually being tested and certified for. Putting all the things into a simpler way, I'll just skip, and the recommendations which I'm going to give because we have a limited time. I think we need to have a defined component specifications. We need to have a clear specifications for clearance, crimpage. BMS evaluation is very important. And lastly, we are going to have a follow-up inspection, a compliance criteria, which is missing right now into the ecosystem. But that's one of the conclusions that if that can be adopted, probably we can have some of the missing piece which we are seeing right now may be resolved. With that, I think that's the last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shripan. Again, I am limiting no questions for this. Probably we can have the interactions later. However, before we get into the very exciting part of this session, may I request Sonia Bird to felicitate our speakers, Judy Jivarajan, Dr. Yeah. Get the other one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
This is not Judy's.
Which is this? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll relatively go with Dr. Srinivasan. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being there. Shripan Saurabh. Sir, be just for a group photo. Yeah. Thank you, Shripan. Thank you, Judy. Sonia, just a quick group photograph with the team. Yeah, please. We already took. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now I think comes the most exciting, because all these time you were hearing, now we would like to hear from all of you. So what we have done is a breakout session. I would request row 1, row 2, row 3 and row 4 to really take over. There is a QR code which has been put on your table. May I request you to look at the QR code? And always you looked at, whenever you are attending any session, everyone says, please put your phone off. And here I am requesting, please open your phones. Use the other slide, please. I have sent another slide. Not this. So what we want to really do is, probably now you're seeing there is something called Padlet, which allows you to answer a few questions. We have 3 questions. I would request you as a team here, row 1 as a team 1, probably row 2 as team 2, and row 3 here, column, not the row. Column here, the other one as the row, team 3 and the team 4. Please give your response to these questions. While I think when you're looking at it, you may get what The questions are being asked. Are you able to find the questions? Abhishek, may I request you, and Richie, may I request you to help if there is any help required in using the Padlet? I would kindly request you to provide one response as a team from column 1, column 2, column 3, and column 4. Could you get into the Padlet? Please put the Padlet on screen, please. Please open the screen. Yeah, yes, share the Padlet. The response, yeah. Great, I think you're adding your comments. Who is the stakeholder to ensure EV safety in India? Is there one stakeholder? Do you think it is one stakeholder, or is it the multiple stakeholders? Who is responsible? Whom do you think is the responsible one for making EVs safer in India? You can see the responses, what we are getting. Is it the government alone? Is it the manufacturer alone? Is it the battery manufacturers alone again? Who is responsible? All of you could respond? Yep. I think you can see very clearly there are the responses which says the platform, okay. The platform aims to cater to EV ecosystem stakeholders, including EV OEMs, component and equipment providers, fleet operators, battery technology providers, charging infrastructure, service providers, battery swapping companies, and other key stakeholders. Did we leave one very important key stakeholder in this? It is the user, the consumer. Don't you think consumer is also one of the key stakeholder, because how he has to charge, how he has to use? Okay, that's great. End user, fantastic. Thank you. Did I prompt the response? Hope the ideas have exhausted. Now let's go on to the next question. The question number 2. It's a fairly simple one. The question 2. Is the stakeholder collaboration adequate in addressing safety concerns of EV? Is it adequate? Yes, no. How many yeses, how many no's? Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to capture who has responded, please don't worry. Who said yes, we have collaborated, or we have not been able to collaborate. But what we really want is, as a team sitting here, after hearing in the entire value chain, are we saying we are all responsible for making the EVs safer? And if that is the answer, and yes, the collaboration is not sufficient enough, there is collaboration, but definitely we need to have more collaborations for us to take it forward and make sure that we do not make the mistakes what other countries would have experienced, but we would probably create a benchmark for India. This is what we can commit. And now comes the last one. How do we enhance the stakeholder collaboration? This is where I would request all your candid remarks, candid opinions, candid suggestions for us to, what do you think that we should be doing to enhance our stakeholder collaboration? collaborative efforts between government, battery and EV manufacturers and testing equipment manufacturers, multi-institutional collaborative platform like Manthan platform. Thank you. Who brought this Manthan platform? Thank you very much. That's really a wonderful idea. Now, probably what I would also look at is stop reinventing and avoid duplicate efforts. Capacity building. Training and capacity. Conferences like UL's are a great step forward. I would differ, however, no offense. All these conferences are only convening all these stakeholders together. However, the action has to come from all of us. The conference becomes, probably we start from morning 10 o'clock till 6 o'clock today. We would hear a lot of things. Do we act on it? Until and unless we act on it, I don't think all these conferences would bring any change. Let me be frank. Thankfully, my manager is not here. I can say very candidly that you spent so much of time, money and saying that there would not be any outcome. I think I will be short. However, I would like to take this bold step saying, yes, the conferences are only a way for us to say, yes, there is a need. Now, what I would really request from all of you is to identify an area where we can collaborate as the various stakeholders coming together and work on the various areas that we would like to work upon and make sure that the actions that we are bringing out today and next year when we meet the same time, we are confident to say, yes, these are the points which we had discussed. These are the safety challenges which we have addressed, and can we look at the new safety challenges which could have arrived because of the technological changes. So thank you very much for active participation in this Padlet, and I hope all of you enjoyed it, and please wait for one more session of breakout for all of you to please provide your inputs. So this is the way I thought, not just the speakers talking, we want even the people sitting here, the delegates sitting here, give their views, give their opinions to see how we can make things happen. Thank you very much. With that, may I request now, is Rishabh Jain? Yeah, Rishabh is coming in. While he is coming in, let me quickly call upon the panelist. It's a electrifying panelist whom we have. Let me invite Mr. P.K. Banerjee. Most of you would know him. He doesn't need any introduction. However, let me do my small bit. Banerjee sir. P.K. Banerjee, the Prashant K. Banerjee is the Executive Director at Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers. He is providing leadership in formulation of technical standards, regulations, and policy to support growth of automobile industry. Thank you very much, sir. Please join us. Dr. Rahul Walwalkar. Who doesn't know Rahul? I don't see any hands rising. Rahul, over to you. Dr. Rahul Walwalkar is the President and MD of Customized Energy Solutions India Private Limited. He leads the emerging technologies domain for customized energy solutions globally, which under his leadership has emerged as thought leader in areas of energy storage, renewables, demand response, electric vehicles, and smart grid technologies. Now, may I request Shagun? Shagun is the Senior Executive of Functional Safety at Log9. I think the youngest organization, can I say that? Yeah, thank you. He has 13 years of product development experience across multiple domains, automotive, industrial automation, railways, and medical with specialized experience towards achieving functional safety of automotive and railway applications. Is Mr. Sridhar, could he make it? He was not well. He had called, yeah, I think he could not make it. He is unwell, though he had planned to be here. Morning, he confirmed that he would not be. Subrata Mitra. Shreyas, is Subrata Mitra around here? Yeah, thank you. Subrata Mitra is the Head Government Relations and Policy at Aether Energy. He is experienced in government relations, policy advocacy solutions, and product sales to large enterprises and government organizations. So, thank you very much for being here. I have to just wait for a minute for my moderator to arrive. Before the moderator arrives, he's coming. Thank you, Richie. And I know, again, Rishabh Jain, who is from CEW, had other pressing commitments where he had to be in a ministry for a meeting. He wrapped it up. He has rushed. Hope he would not be coming, running, and then sweating here. And that, in fact, what I really expected him to do was give some tough questions to the eminent panelists sitting here so that, right, give us a minute. Good suggestion, Rahul, but I also wanted you to be there in that. But anyway, you can use the Padlet from your mobile. Well, Richie, may I request you to put the second breakout session right now? And please project the QR code, and can you just give the QR code on the tables? Let me ask you a question. Probably you have been sitting for so long and since morning. I should have asked this, how is the Josh in the morning? But now, let me just quickly ask, how is the Josh? High? High? Super high. That's great. Thank you very much. So let me quickly bring on the QR code on the screen, please. Just bring up the QR code. That's good enough. Yep. Please get into the second breakout session. Could you scan it? Subrata, would you like to take? Yep. Let's go to the questions. Questions on the Padlet. This is an experiment which I thought we should try. How do we make it as more interactive? Sorry for ran out of battery. Yeah, I know. Okay, the first question, which is just a rating. What research areas? What research areas are essential for Indian EVs to be safer? Please know that we have research organizations sitting here. We have ESRI, we have NSTL, we had SECRI, okay, he just left because he had another meeting. So probably the questions would be available on your screen also. Yeah. Value chain impact, thermal abuse and thermal stability with performance characterization of cells, carrying out extensive testing at cell, battery and system level with charger. Yeah, it's okay. We finish. So we just filled in with the breakout session too. Thank you, Rishabh. Advanced BMS, suitability of different battery chemistries, communication between battery and charger, data analysis of operable conditions and impact. So basically what you're telling is that the chemistry agnostic study that needs to be done. Am I right? constant field failure analysis, driving simulation and mapping, proper technology as per Indian environmental and Indian customers' driving conditions. Fantastic suggestion. I think we should really, I think that's one of the important area for us to really look at. Is there still ideas coming in or no more? I think there are no more responses coming in. Let's go on to the next one. Next question. Suggestion on fostering research. Please go on. Please take the screen up a little. Fostering research and innovation. I'm surprised no one is talking of any IITs. Industry, academia, collaboration. I'm sorry, I'm prompting some of the responses, I suppose, however. More R and D. That's fair. Chemistry and fire suppression solutions. Here the question is suggestion on fostering research and innovation. How would we do it? Think scientifically rather than having cost of research as a roadblock. Yep. Any more? No funds? How do we get funds? How do we have people participating? Is that a question? Do we have suggestion for that? How do we make it happen? Government grants, research institutes such as IITs. Wow, this is good. Thank you. Someone took my response very seriously and added it. Thank you. Make some dedicated institute for EV. Well, I think we can make this as the recommendation for all our stakeholders, the decision makers, to take it forward. Thank you. Now, the last question, it would not take more than 3 minutes for you. Ways to enhance industry, academia, collaboration. Utilize industry alliances for better collaboration, all IITs and IIMs, right? Rahul, I'm curious to know what was your response. Good. I think, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed this. And thank you very much for these recommendations, suggestions, which would have been difficult for me to have everyone speaking, but this really technology enabled us to capture all the suggestions, recommendations that are from you. I didn't want to ask the same questions what we had for the panelists earlier, the speakers earlier. So we just wanted to have something which is different for us to capture, so that we are addressing this EV safety as a holistic approach, as we are talking about as a, what do you call, the entire value chain, starting from cells to the fire mitigation. We also wanted to capture this. Thank you very much once again. Now we have our moderator, Rishabh. Rishabh, over to you.
No, just one suggestion. It looks like since it's a new platform, people have not realized, but there is an option to give thumbs up to some suggestions, even if it is given by someone else, because I was just scrolling through it, and it looks like no one is like, so again, we are talking about collaborations, and even on the collaboration suggestions, if we are not collaborating, that's a challenge.
Oh, please.
So, yeah, because if the platform is still up, feel free to give thumbs up.
Platform would be still up. I don't think we have closed it. You can continue to, please. Thank you. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Manjunath. Good afternoon, everyone, and apologies for the delay. I was called in for an external meeting last minute. I'm Rishabh Jain, and I work at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. We are a non-profit policy research institute based in Delhi. I think we have a fantastic panel to discuss various aspects of the EV safety ecosystem, maybe battery ecosystem, of course. But I'm sure over the full day, we have deliberated enough, both on the technical, maybe slightly on the regulatory aspects. However, if I may, I mean, when I was planning to moderate the session, I thought, how can we, there are different nuances, of course, to the safety aspects, but can this panel then be used to connect the various dots across both the technical, non-technical, regulatory side of things? And given the deep experience that all of you have, maybe it will also be good for the audience, and also as we discuss, debate, and design a safer EV ecosystem for the country. So maybe, Rahul, I'll start with you. So the one is, of course, we have discussed the multiple technical issues that need to be addressed to make our EVs safer. Within EVs, though, of course, we often talk about batteries, and similarly, there are regulatory challenges. If you can shed light for some of these topics, but at the same time, if you can also talk about the infrastructure challenges that we may have related to the safety aspect. One is, of course, there's so much only that the companies or OEMs can do, so much that the battery manufacturers can do. But at the end of the day, when I'm buying a EV for myself, I would still want those to be tested at laboratories that I can trust. Do we have that infrastructure, skills, manpower to even test some of these as the technology changes? So infrastructure, regulatory and technical. What are the missing elements, and maybe if there are opportunities also associated with it? Thank you.
So thanks, Rishabh. I think you raise a very important point. I'd say again, this entire EV industry is there at a inflection point, right? So one thing which I would say clearly is that we have some capabilities, but not sufficient capabilities. I think there are national institutions, including ARAI, ICAT, and others, which have the physical infrastructure. They have been building their teams and scaling up. But the way we see it is in terms of the volumes which are required to be tested, there is not sufficient capacity. There needs to be a lot of work which is required, both private sector investment as well as scaling up of the public sector investment which is there. But I also see there is some apprehension from, because we as a IESA, India Energy Storage Alliance, we started bringing focus on safety for both stationary and e-mobility way back in 2015-16 when no one was talking about this. We signed MOU with UL, we started creating awareness about it. We have set up a performance testing lab of our own in Pune. So we have been not just talking, but we have been implementing and we have been taking action. But at the same time, when there were actually many other global leaders who I would have expected to go ahead and invest in the infrastructure, there was the apprehension that will India really end up first of all having the right standards, and with AIS and other we have shown that India now has some of the strictest standards. But the other big $1 million or $1 billion question is, will we actually implement those standards, or will we end up fudging the testing mechanism where actually many real investments cannot come into it? And that's a question which we still need to address. And again, many private entities are looking at it, but right now if you see, many times if you want to do some real, especially safety testing, I don't think there are sufficient facilities available. You need to send it probably outside India for getting the safety testing done, or there may be 1 or 2 safety facilities which may be there, but it's definitely not sufficient.
Thank you, Rahul. If I may come to Mr. Banerjee, to you next. I'm sure, I mean, of course, the ICE vehicle segments are very matured right now, right? But they would have also gone through a learning process. I'm not sure how much of that has been documented, but at the initial stages when the company, the cars, the two-wheelers were still being designed, I'm sure there would have been some leakage of oil, gas, etc. What are the key learnings that you think can be taken from the ICE segment, ICE sector, to the EV sector, both in terms of upskilling of key people in the OEMs, in the battery manufacturers, but also maybe at the infrastructure level? Do you think the existing infrastructure is enough, or there is a new infrastructure that is set up, but mostly learnings from one sector to another? What are those learnings and how can they be translated?
Thank you, Rishabh. It's indeed a good analogy you ask for. India have actually adopted CNG in a big way. And in 1991, I was in IIT Mumbai, and 22 million cubic gas was being flared at Bombay High. And when India faced that slowdown, then it was immediate attention was that why can't you use that energy? So we had the HBJ pipeline, and then from Uran, the first cascade was built on a Ashok Leyland vehicle, and we went to get the gas from Uran station. That time Mr. B.S. Negi was there in Mahanagar Gas, as well as O.P. Singh was DGM operations in ONGC. So I had personally gone there, and we brought one cascade full of CNG and brought to IIT Bombay laboratory, and we picked up the Fiat Kurla plant 1 Fiat engine and converted. Since then, 1991, today 2023, it's almost journey of 30 years. It's a roller coaster ride for CNG, but the first blast happened in Anik Depot in Ghatkopar, when a Maruti van was filled with students, and it was taken for filling the stations, gas, 200 bar, and the blast happened. So first thing came the safety. And the same cycle of experience we are now seeing in EV. Exactly similar deaths, similar challenges, similar discussion. So again, in 1995, I very clearly remember we approached US. They had a very, very elaborate CNG cylinder certification program. So we brought actually, like today we are getting guided by UL in many aspects. So when we wrote AIS 38 standard for battery, our standard approach is pick up European standards, pick up US standards, see something in SAE, see something in Japan, make the column, take the best of it, and that becomes the standards. That is standard approach we adopted. And the nail penetration test story you know all very well. And then there was a huge uproar that nail penetration test is not relevant to the way it is being mandated. So finally it was relaxed, and nail penetration test was little bit made optional. But you know what happened eventually when we recognize that in CNG case also, LPG case also, because our tropical nature of environment ambience is such that in CNG cylinder we had different approach. In gas relief valve we had a different approach. Pressure relief devices we had different approach. In leakages in cylinder lining, cylinder testing, it was a different approach. Similarly in LPG, we had actually consciously taken 20 kPa instead of 26 kPa test pressure for India, because we knew that in Rajasthan we had a 50 degree centigrade. So very India unique requirements needs to be adjusted. And same thing is happening in EV. In India, we cannot adopt European cold climatic conditions, battery management systems as it is. We need to be very, very specific. Our operating conditions are very different. Our driving habits are very different. Our voltage fluctuations and voltage stabilization systems are different. And also, of course, we have a frugal engineering challenges, another aspect of it. So therefore, in India, as far as the EV safety goes, we have to be very mindful that initial not so well management of the ecosystem may lead actually customers' resistance. And once the customer resistance develops, then overcoming the customer prefix prejudice mind becomes a big challenge for any new technology adoption. So therefore, I'm very happy that UL specific knowledge, Dr. Judy is here, so we have been actually seeking time to time help from her in different ways to understand what best we can adopt for Indian situation. But the fact of the matter is that Indian two-wheelers, three-wheelers, unique in the world. So therefore, ultimately, the guy like Log9 actually are doing the right justice, because we need to have a very, very on-ground, experiential-based learning, validation, testing, development, certification. Then only we can be assured that yes, it will be good. But this is one side of the story. But the type approval, certification and conformity of production, that is a very important aspect, because all the fires you see, there you will find that perhaps it's a kind of story whether conformity of production issues were ensured or not, even though the vehicle was type approved at that point in time, something else was there. So that aspect also needs to be, ensured. And the ecosystem, what we are doing right now with Deloitte, we are doing a EV skill gap study, and of course the education requirement. So that is a very, very important and critical part which is being highlighted in entire day's program, with what I saw you have curated, and the last presentation I saw on the EV fire management. Absolutely, we are clueless how to handle the EV fire as of now in India. He is referring in US, there is a lack of education, so you can imagine what kind of education levels we have. We do not know how to douse the fire of EV. So I think it's a very interesting subject, and we need to handle it comprehensively, holistically, and 360-degree stakeholders involvement is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. Subrata, if I may come to you next. As we often talk about EVs, we pivot towards batteries, right? But there are only so many OEMs that maybe manufacture batteries or are maybe involved in the battery production process. But at the end of the day, when any mishap may happen, more so the focus will be on the OEM itself. So, but while we are of course discussing and debating the batteries itself, I also want to understand what are the other components in your view that may be very critical for the EV safety, not just the battery safety, and how are you maybe supporting or developing safer EVs? What are the contours that you are designing within maybe a vehicle, so that maybe even if battery malfunctions for whatever reason, right? Maybe not designed according to tropical conditions, not designed according to a user, etc. What are the checks and balances, either through BMS, TMS, other components kicking in, etc.? How is Ather adding safety to the whole system and not just maybe to the batteries itself?
Thanks. I think in the morning my colleague Shreyas, he mentioned some of them. I think the first thing what at Ather we try to do is that not to launch a vehicle in a hurry, not to launch a model in a hurry. We at Ather take that very seriously, and that's the reason if you see our journey, though we are almost this year we'll be turning 10, but almost 8 years have been in designing, testing. It's not that we made a model, sold it and learning at the customer's expense. The reason is that this is a pretty evolving technology, and we do not want the fear to come in the mind of the consumer, and worse, to fear in the mind of the regulator or the government, which will prove a dampener. So the first thing that any OEM has to do is to ensure that you do enough rigorous testing in-house, do everything that you can to ensure that the vehicle is proven safe. And again, we are not the only ones doing it. We are aware of other, tier 1 OEMs, large companies who are doing very, very rigorous testing beyond what is felt the need just to launch. That's the first. Second, I think we should also have very stringent quality controls when we are doing at the sourcing level. This argument that, okay, I have taken it from X, I don't think we at Ather agree to that. If we have agreed to source, sell, or any product for that matter from someone, as an OEM, we have the responsibility of that, and we take it. So not just what that supplier is claiming, we get that tested from the safety perspective, performance, all parameters, and then we put into the product. I think these two are the very important parameters as far as the OEM is concerned. And obviously, as Mr. Banerjee referred on the manufacturing processes and all, I think whether it is ICE vehicle or EV, you need to have those standardized manufacturing processes. You cannot make shortcuts there and those standards level. Once you hand over the vehicle to the consumer, we at Ather, we try to do some amount of consumer awareness in terms of how do they handle, how do they store. One area which is, again, I drive an EV myself, so from my experience, is that at the charging infrastructure at a personal premise, I live in an apartment block, I could manage to get the parking. we need to have that standardized. And this I'm speaking from my own experience. While in the morning there was a speaker who said he does not promote this, but believe me, if you want EV adoption to take place, you need to give the comfort to that consumer to charge it at his leisure. Imagine if I give you a mobile phone and you say, no, you can't charge it at home, but you come to office and charge. So imagine when you go back home, your entire parameter is, if I tell you can't charge at home, you come back, or let's say your laptop, you forgot the charger at home in the office. Your entire parameter is, now I have 3 hours of battery left in my laptop, I can only do that much amount of work. The moment you tell a consumer that you cannot charge EV, let's say, at a place of his or her convenience, we will hold back EV penetration, EV adoption. So we have to give that facility for the consumer to charge. It can be in their premise, it can be in their office parking lot, that's an area. But what we must ensure is that once that facility has been provided, we need to have some basic standards as far as the charging infrastructure is concerned. For example, when I deployed it myself, the OEM came, they had the company, they explained the thickness of the cable that is needed to ensure it doesn't get overheated. And I carry a extra cable in me, but again, there is a specification of that. What I found is, if OEMs, obviously it becomes very difficult for OEMs to ensure that last mile, to ensure who does it, but we need standards there to ensure that people don't short circuit. If you ask someone to say put an XMM wire and then you have someone cutting corners and put a 0.5, you increase the risk there. I think we need to look into this entire aspect of the ownership journey of an EV owner to see how we can secure at all the places. And this charging infrastructure is both at private as well as public. But public infrastructure charging is safe because companies are setting it up, they have their protocols, SOPs which are followed. It is where we are setting it up as an individual thing, we need to ensure that government comes up with detailed guidelines preferably, so that the RWAs, the residential societies, the associations, they exactly know, okay, for this vehicle or for this type of vehicle, this is the minimum quality or standard of wiring that is needed and that needs to be adhered to. And because the wiring is open, you exactly know, for example, you can check, have I followed it or have I put you at risk? I think this is the one we need to look so that to ensure at least that the usage layer, we are able to make the vehicle more secure. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Shagun, I'll come to you next. As one of the first few battery cell manufacturers in the country, how are you incorporating the safety elements in the manufacturing process, right? We of course have learnings from OEMs. There's a lot of software element to it that you can cut off when the temperature rises and maybe etc. etc. But there are also many components that go into manufacturing of these cells. And I've been told, again, I'm not the technical expert, but even changing the cathode vendor or anode vendor or electrolyte vendor can have significant impact on the safety itself, right? So how do you address that, maybe through procurement, but also how do you put in some of these aspects in the design element to make your batteries safer? Thank you.
So I think the journey is something that we need to first speak about. So I think internally what I have understood is there are these three cornerstones. One is the chemistry. That's one where we focus on. Second is the engineering part, where we say, right, okay, when we do have a proper battery or a cell or a pack, how do we handle the engineering part of it? And the last part is the manufacturing, production, and service and an operation part of it. And we try to narrow down from our scope perspective first, because we are still a startup. And we try to say, okay, you know what can we control first? And at that point was the decision for the LTO part, where we say, you know what, this is a relatively safer element in the environment, in the temperature zone. And this is something which we can control much easier, at least. Then, and that's what we started with, first importing the cells, and then learning the technology, and then say, okay, now we found out the limitations, that they were not reliable. Whenever you use them, there's no, it's very difficult even to balance them properly. So that's when we said, okay, step 2, make them in-house. And now we are saying, okay, now we have a relatively much more mature method to actually do the cell balancing and much more very confident about the cell and the pack and the module that we create. Now step 3 was, right, from chemistry we moved on to the electronics part of it, saying,
Initially, we were using BMS, which was not ours. And we say, okay, you know what? The battery in the pack that we're making, we are much more in control of that. But the BMS is a more generic BMS. It does not really cater to our need. And does not, basically, I would say, not extracting the best of the battery pack that we're supplying. So that led to, we need to make our own indigenous BMS. So we did our own BMS now, which is giving much more better power ratings and much more better current voltage. And we are running two-wheeler, three-wheeler applications to a very large extent now. Now our focus is, okay, you know what, we are now also focusing on, let's say last week we had our discussion saying we started putting in the findings from the NHTSA and the European Union thing. What are the most common issues that we are having? Because we also have to learn something, keep an eye, your ears open. So we did a very common study and we said, you know, about 80 to 90% of the recalls related to battery systems were mainly related to manufacturing, part selection, and component selection. Probably 2 or 3 in the European and even the US were, let's say, battery module, BMS related issues. So we are also trying to be very strategic on what do we invest on upfront. So now the next step which has been going on is that how do we improve the manufacturing, production, and the service part of it. So there's been already been optimization with respect to how we create the best with respect to the pack as a whole, with respect to manufacturing, what issues can happen. And then I think we also have the mobility division now, wherein we are also getting field information, because you can make a good product and send it out in the market, but misuse, abuse, that we have as a common issue. So we also need to have control on the feedback, that who's using it, how are they using it, what are the issues that they're getting it. So we are trying to holistically look into it based on our progression, of course, of our priorities, and that's how we're trying to answer them.
Thank you. In the next segment, I have a common question for all the panelists, and I'll share the question and then maybe come to the audience if they have any questions. Maybe that will also give you some thinking time for that. So for the panelists, what do you think is the most important gap in the EV ecosystem according to you? Because all of you will have different vantage points. Who is the most important stakeholder to address that gap for you? And does that require any regulatory change or institutional structure according to the gap that you would have identified? Now this can be OEM, battery manufacturer, government, PSU lab, anything. According to you, who has the power to move the needle the most, among many, of course. But while we give some time to panelists, any questions, thoughts, reflections from the audience, that would be helpful. We can collect a couple of them if you have. Okay, no question. So, but I'll leave this open to anyone who would want to respond first. Otherwise, we can go in the same order.
Let me jump at it. See, as far as the OEMs are concerned, they are doing a phenomenal work as far as the R&D, design and innovation vehicle. I think what Shreyas referred to in the morning and Tarun spoke extensively, the way we are looking at electric two-wheelers, there is no other equal market or country anywhere in the world with the kind of research and development and innovation that is happening. Other countries have moved ahead on four-wheelers and larger vehicles, but not on two-wheelers. So India has a significant advantage there to not just innovate and research for itself, but also offer it to the world. And this is where it becomes important that when the product goes out from India, one, obviously how the Indian consumer experiences and one outside, we need to have a baseline standard that the quality is ensured. While the OEMs will play their role out, it's important that government comes in and at least sets the baseline. We wouldn't want, 10 years down the line when we are the global leader or supplier of at least electric two-wheelers around the world to have, say, issues, unfortunately, what India's pharma, the cough syrup industry is facing that. So one or two bad apples can actually give an entire bad perspective. To ensure that we don't reach at that stage, at this stage it's important that BIS, MHI, along with various testing labs, come up with a baseline within industry. I know a lot of industry folks, including my friend there, Shreyas, may not be happy about it because we already have too many regulations already in place. But what we need to ensure is that the regulations are implemented on the ground. There need to be a strong mechanism of that, because in the absence of that, you're actually creating an uneven playing field where some companies are implementing it to the full, and some are trying to do shortcuts and do that. I think that's the first thing. And wherever there is a certain threshold has to be increased, in consultation with industry, you have organizations like SIAM, we need to bring that up so that the product that we offer to the Indian consumer or to any consumer around the world is something that as a nation we are proud of. And that, I think, government has a very important role to play there. Industry will play its role, OEMs, component suppliers, everyone will do it, but somewhere the government has to step in to do that. Ideally, it is done right now rather than a situation where something alarming comes up and then comes in, and that not necessarily good for the industry at that stage.
So you're saying the government is the most important stakeholder then, but within government, are you saying BIS? If we have to say identify which is the most important institution.
Here, because of the very nature of the EV itself, I'll call it the government. I think that's an internal consultation within government, so that we wouldn't want three arms of the government to come, three parallel regulations at that. So that's the reason I said, you have the, for example, you'll have MHI, you'll have BIS, you'll have the someone from the power ministry and all coming in, because the charging infrastructure, you say the Ministry of Power is going to look into it, and someone else. So we want the government to look at it holistically and say, okay, this is how we are going to regulate. So it's almost like a one-shop window within the government as far as the regulation is concerned, but ensure that it is robust, and more important, it's actually implemented on the ground. It's not that you put it, because if it leads to increase in costs for the Indian industry, and if it is not leveled out, then you will have a challenge for the industry. So as long as it is robust, and then you have everyone implementing it fairly and equally, I think then it will be good for the industry, and more importantly, good for the consumer.
Okay, thank you. So in the all of government approach, sometimes of course is very helpful, but I think the EV ecosystem has actually been holding back. Maybe Rahul, if I would want you to come in specifically, while of course different departments, ministries, labs, institutions need to come together, who do you think can bring all of them together? Niti Aayog of course has been trying, but do they necessarily have the power? Because they're still a think tank within the government itself. And then the next question is, what are the reforms that we are needed in the institutional structure? Because sometimes when you have different arms, they may just not be talking to each other. How do we get them to talk instead of course, suggesting that they should talk to them?
Yeah, again, in an ideal world, you would expect that and a single window and everything, but again, practically with the kind of the interdisciplinary nature of the sector and other thing, I think I have stopped wishing for many things. So this is one of the things which I would say that there is no one entity which is going to do. I think I would say that industry is responsible from the point of view of you should not be going to different entities and asking for different things. If that one thing, if as an industry we can do, I think a lot of problem will get resolved. Because the problem what I see it is many times there are a lot of different recommendations and suggestions are given, because many times entities end up going or using different forums for just trying to advocate something which will give them an edge. And that ends up creating a nightmare, because again I've mentioned this few times earlier, for bureaucrats, the worst thing to do it is take a wrong decision. So if there is a confusion, then the best thing to do for bureaucrats is not take a decision. Because if you don't take a decision, no one is going to come 10 years later and blame you for not taking a decision. But if you take a decision and there is some contradictory views, and again from different industry associations or other thing, then it's very easy to blame that bureaucrat, even if he has done everything in a right way, to say that no, you did it wrong, someone else had said this, but this is there. So many times I feel that in many cases, incumbent industry actually takes that strategy and tries to actually create a confusion so that there is a delay and there is no implementation of things, and that's what they strive with. So at least people who are, or corporates who are interested in the advancing of the sector and creating this as a market, need to make sure that they come together and not keep on like giving out different messages. And if that we can do, then at least I can say that from the bureaucrat side, they may not be, everyone may not be aware of all the aspects, but at least I've been very happy, at least in last 10 years of my interaction, that most of them have the right ideas and right approach. sometimes they get mixed message and then they will maybe pick up one of the messages rather than something, and then that could create confusion. But wherever as a India Energy Storage Alliance, one of the biggest success what we have had is we have spent time in working through working groups, gathering input from various things, and then drafting recommendations and going to it and backing it with facts and analysis. And at least more than 90% of the cases, whenever we have done it, typically we have had a very straight, smooth sailing. Maybe the timing may not be there because still they are getting mixed views from others, so they may need additional time to sort it out. But wherever there is a consensus or at least a steady and consistent view which has been provided, we have seen it getting addressed.
Mr. Banerjee, if I may, if you may hold, and I would actually have, because I think Siam is the best place where you can bring in again your experiences, but if I may go to Shagun first, who, according to you, and given that, do you think there's any role of the state government in this aspect? Because we often miss out the role of the local authorities, local state government. If you think there's anything that they can address, but what are your views? Which stakeholder is the most important stakeholder?
I think we have enough bodies. Let's be open to that. We have enough bodies right away. What we want to basically keep in mind as a suggestion would be that this is still a very evolving technology. Someone would advocate, LTO, someone might advocate LFP, someone might look into an MC and, might get drifted into driving policies which are favoring something than the other, and which is going to really constrain right away at this moment, is what we feel. On the contrary, also, of course, these chemistries inherently have inherent problems which are different to each other. So there has to be a little focus, but then I think this is something that we have to come up with as a common approach based on specific chemistries that we could go, but I wouldn't advocate as a regulation right away because these are very evolving technologies. And I think we are also growing in this phase, that where do we invest upfront? So from, let's say, initially importing the solutions to now creating them in here, our learnings are also evolving. So I would say we have to wait for a maturity phase and then only come up with some kind of regulations. There are enough learnings that can be incorporated, but I would say we need to go through this phase of, being a little more mature on what is really applicable to our market.
Okay, okay. Mr. Banerjee, if I may come to you next, but before you come in, I'll again, if we can draw parallels from the ICE sector. We often say that there are multiple ministries, departments in EVs, but I'm sure that is the same case with ICE also, right? MOPNG, MHI, MORTH, and of course multiple institutions including BIS that are regulating some aspect of the automobile sector. Even while we are setting standards in terms of how much ethanol mixing, which BIS standards, when should we, not BIS standards, but BS standards, when should we set it up, how many airbags, by when, etc., etc. There's a lot of friction, and of course OEMs are not agreeing to what maybe one or two organizations may be saying. But still we have a thriving automobile sector, safe automobiles. How do you think, which maybe institution has acted as an anchor and then taken the sector forward? Can the same institution, same ministry, PSU, can they do that, or was it still industry-led, and then of course things started falling in place?
Let us understand that transport resides in a concurrent list of constitution. So concurrent list of constitution means it is neither at central or nor at state fully. So therefore, we need to understand that even though central government makes certain rules, policies and regulations, implementation of it mainly resides with the state government. And if you have in a democratic system opposing parties, then the policy implementation, regulation implementation, even it becomes more challenging. So therefore, in given a scenario, everyone has to understand that central government's policy, if it is, for example, road tax exemption, for example, registration fee waivers, for example, demand creation point of view, interventions. State government may see it differently. They may see it, their exchequers, their earnings are getting reduced, so they may take a different view. So therefore, for EV promotion, there are 12 interventions which needs to be focused upon, which has been identified very clearly. And out of the 12, 5 most important ones are battery cost, demand incentivization, supply side interventions. Charging infrastructure is very, very critical. And the 5th one is interest subventions or financing mechanisms. So these 5 interventions are very important. And obviously you know that in our setup, if you want to go for financing, interest subventions, there's a different ministry. For demand creation, different ministry. Charging infrastructure, different ministry. So we have to live with this complexity. And the diversity, people say that unity in diversity is the beautiful part of India. And in India, a democratic setup, we have to live with this interesting push and pulls and still make progress. Same thing has happened. So Niti Aayog remain a kind of binding force for all the state government plus national government among different line ministry. So Niti Aayog's intervention always will help you to take this sector forward. Powerful Niti Aayog, more influential Niti Aayog, you will see faster implementation and progression on EV penetration. E20 progression, ethanol progression has happened only because Niti Aayog actually got the Prime Minister's hand the ethanol roadmap released on 5th of June 2021. So India has achieved E20 migration in unheard history of 20 years. We struggled, but in 3 years we achieved E20. So Niti Aayog is the one agency where actually you will see the traction and all the line ministry will fall in place. And of course it is driven by the PMO.
Thank you. So instead of changing the institutional structure, we need to strengthen or maybe existing institutions. But one thing that we still, I think, maybe there's some changes that may be required is still on the implementation side, because that is where a major gap exists. And maybe over the next 4 workshops, we'll be able to come up with a design that can be presented to the government. So I think with that, we can close, unless someone has a question, burning question that they would want to ask. Otherwise, over to you, Manjunath. Thank you.
If there are any questions from the audience, I know it's a very long day. Most of you might have already exhausted. And you also provided your input on the Padlet. Thank you very much for that. And thank you once again. I think all of you really brought out an important thing is, it's not the institutional changes that is required. How do we strengthen the institution? Unified direction, because all of us are working and everyone's intent is to make sure that EVs are safer. EVs propel, the EV market propels in India, we become the benchmark, but I think we need to have that unified direction for us to work together. Thank you very much. With that, thank you, Rishabh. I know you had been really having a busy day today, and thank you for making it. With that, may I request Sonia to come over and felicitate our panelists. Mr. Prashant K. Banerjee. Thank you. Dr. Rahul Walwalkar. Yeah, I'll tell him. Mrs. Subrata Mitra. Thank you, Subrata Mitra. Shagun. Thank you, Shagun. And most important, Rishabh Jain. He had the toughest thing. Thank you, Rishabh. With that, thank you very much. Now, before we say we go goodbye today, let me give you, as I had been talking about, until and unless we have an action in play. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Let's have a group photograph. Yep. My apologies. I caught you before you got down from the dais. Thanks. Thank you very much. So, yep, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I had been talking about an outcome, without an outcome, this technical seminar is incomplete. So, whatever the deliberation that happened throughout the day, let me just quickly summarize. May I request to have Yeah. So this is the things that we have captured. Probably there may be a few more things which we may have to look at. However, the Padlet has covered most of the things. Let me just quickly talk about what we have captured as what is the recommendation is with reference to the robust battery design, quality, control, and advanced thermal management system. It was suggested by the speaker, based on the research, there has to be an autonomous driver assistance system which has to be developed, which could probably help us in making the things safer. The next one is how do we have the reducing the cost of testing, increasing the number of testing labs in India. I think it's the chicken and the egg story. I know my other colleagues who are from the testing, they would have a different perspective. However, it is an important factor for India to propel to make sure that the product is safer. It's going to be important for us to look at increasing the number of testing labs, new service centers for EVs, maintenance and ECVs, particularly with the skilled professional is an important factor which came up. And common charging standards is another area which has been recommended to work for. Secure data sharing, I think the toughest recommendation which has come. However, I think we can look at how do we create an ecosystem for having the common data sharing. Merging MHI and AS regulations, it's like unified regulations to be there. And there are standards for second life storage, second life battery storage and transportation. The design agnostic approach is what been talked about. Don't make it as design one, make it as design agnostic. A safety approach is what we should look at, is one of the recommendation which has come. Monitoring of guidelines, adoptions by the agencies is another recommendation which has been come. We'll elaborate it today. Now we have put it as just a bullet point here. Then the regulations for swapping is another area. And the battery pack certification. The last but not the least, this is from the third one, which is data sharing for OEMs and for repurposing. India agnostic standards for, it's probably the region agnostic standards for BMS, standards for collection, segregation, transportation for repurposing and recycling of the batteries, and the performance and durability for repurposing and recycling batteries. The last one, which is on the fire safety, which has been talked very eloquently and saying that yes, we need to have something which is having the skilled professionals being there, train more people, have this training on the fire safety being done. I think that's another area for us to really work upon. Testing and certification ecosystem with the continued compliance has come as one more recommendation for us to submit. Fire safety officer skill development and the first responders guidebook. I think these are all the recommendations which has come. I am glad to know that whatever that we had anticipated, that the first responders guidebook has to be evolved, and which is an action which we have taken us to on 24th of this month to have the battery to be set on fire and see how do we mitigate it and how we evolve together with the fire safety officers, the first responders guide. With that, thank you very much and looking forward to see you all again tomorrow at 11:30 for the conference. We would be having the honor of having Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari coming in the evening. Please do join us tomorrow morning at 11:30. Before we say goodbye for the day, let's have the tea. Thank you very much. Thanks once again. Namaskar.